a great breakfast, but it will be great to see some energy in the house. So may I please request everyone to quickly grab your chairs as well as have a thundering round of applause for every single person in the room because it is all of you who are making the day even more successful. Can we have a round of applause for everyone in the room? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that this event is presented to us by none other than Policy Times Chamber of Commerce and RLG Bioeconomy, ESG Summit 2024 Convergence for Frameworks Implementation. We all understand that the ESG Summit 2024 has been conceptualized in the backdrop of Panch Amrit Goals Inspiration for Sustainable Living. Panch Amrit goals and regulatory frameworks related to environmental, social, and governance need a substantial convergence among various agencies which are entrusted with various roles as per the provisions laid down in the several regulatory frameworks. Today, we all are here for the ESG Summit aims to foster dialogue and drive actionable insights on the scope of convergence among different stakeholders with regards to framework implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the day will be encompassing various keynote speeches and tracks that cover a broad range of topics including ESG convergence, BRS reporting, energy and water management, carbon accounting frameworks, ESG funds, etc. And all the people who will be speakers, who will be moderators, taking the show ahead are all present amongst all of us. So for all the moderators, all the speakers, can we have a round of applause before we begin this day? Also, ladies and gentlemen, the very first track for which we will be having speakers and moderators joining us on the stage shortly is going to be on ESG frameworks and BRS reporting global ESG frameworks. The track is designed to provide attendees with a comprehensive understanding of environmental, social, and governance ESG frameworks and business responsibility and sustainability reporting BRS. It will also shed light on genesis of ESG frameworks, different global ESG frameworks, challenges in reporting of BSR, business readiness for ESG-led growth and profitability. Ladies and gentlemen, for the same, it gives me immense of pleasure to welcome on stage none other than the speakers of the session. Can we please request Dheeraj Kumar Singh, sir, who is MD of GRC India, to please join us on the stage. Can we have CS Ranjit Pandey, sir, former President, ICSI, and Chairman, ESG and Sustainability Board, ICSI, to join on the stage? Okay. May we please have Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Assistant Vice President and Head EHSF, Gujarat Flow Chemicals, etc. Can we also have Mr. Uday Padigar, EHSF Head, GFL Jalwa, to join on the stage? May I also request Mr. Paras Gupta, Head EPR Sustainability and Marketing, GM Environmental Management Limited, to join on the stage?
So only I am here.
Others are also coming, so thank you so much. Mr. Puneet Rajgaria, General Manager, GM Environmental Management Limited, can we please have you on stage, sir? And can we also have Ms. Huma Kazi, Senior Manager, Sustainable Finance Policy, CDP Global. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for all the speakers who have joined with us on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, along with speakers, we must have a moderator to moderate the entire show. And for that, let us please invite the moderator for the track, who is none other than Captain Satyendra Vaidya, who is a Navy veteran and GRI certified sustainability professional. He has been working in the field of solid waste management and sustainability since 2012. Post his tour of duty in Indian Navy, he has been pursuing integrated waste management projects, sustainability reporting, and public waste management. We are glad to have you with us. Can we please request Dr. Captain Satyendra, sir, to join with us on the stage? Right. Nice to meet you, sir.
So good morning, everyone. And it's nice to see everyone early morning. Rains in Delhi. So Akram has been telling me that we've got the rains from Pune. But good weather, some relief from the heat. I'm here today for this ESG seminar, and it's very nice that Policy Times has organized this seminar. Before I can request the speakers to put their views across, I've got 3-4 slides about what I feel is the issue that is facing us as a community today. Can you have that?
Presentation. Can we please have source presentation?
So while we started the ESG reporting, one thing came out very loud and clear is that most companies seem to be a bit confused about what is EHS and what is ESG. EHS has been there long enough in our system. And if I might kind of say what EHS means, it basically focuses on minimizing the negative environmental impact. But this is mainly for the health and safety at workplace. So EHS is looking at compliance, and EHS has got a responsibility for ensuring a safe and good workplace for its employees. On the other hand, ESG has a much wider canvas where it encompasses sustainability topics, including environment, social, and governance issues. The purpose is to have a reporting strategy where we are looking at environmental and governance risks which are impacting the company's bottom line. So like EHS was looking inward into the functioning of the company, ESG is kind of looking outwards into the company's sustainability. So obviously the responsibilities, whereas there are specific individuals who have been tasked with EHS in a company. In case of ESG, the responsibilities are with various stakeholders who, like the executives, the investors, and even consumers at some stage. So this is broadly to give you the intersection and the uniqueness of ESG and EHS fields. So if you see, quite a few are there which are valid for both, whether it's greenhouse gas emissions, whether it is ambient air, energy conservation, physical, chemical, biological, and other radiological hazards involving the company. But there are large things which are out of the scope of EHS, which we need to now start focusing upon, because presently people are only looking at ESG as a compliance requirement. I think going forward, we should start looking at ESG as a business continuity model to see how applying sustainability principles, applying social principles, inculcating them in our governance policies, we can think of business continuity, we can think of business growth. So here is a small graphic where it tells you which is responsible for whom. The brown ones are basically those who are impacted by ESG. You have the green one, the small green one, which is impacted only by EHS. And you have the blue ones which are impacted by both. So just to set the stage, I thought I will cover the small differences between EHS and ESG. And to put it in a service parlance, EHS is more of a tactical answer, whereas ESG is more of a strategic kind of procedure to look at growth of the company. Having said that, may I now request to understand which are the various global frameworks for ESG. May I request Ms. Huma, you will be talking about that. She's from CDP, so I don't think there's anyone better placed to tell us about the different frameworks of ESG globally. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Policy Times, Mr. Akram and RLG Bioeconomy for having me here today as a speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to address such a vast and diverse audiences. So today I'll be presenting on the different global reporting frameworks. And can I have my presentation up on the screen, please? So as businesses and their different stakeholders, such as employees and their suppliers and their investors, are gaining the, are increasingly recognizing the importance of ESG performance, it has become an imperative to understand the nexus of different global reporting frameworks and how they work together to drive the voluntary disclosure landscape across board. So yes, now without much ado, let's deep dive into the ocean of sustainability reporting frameworks globally. So today's agenda covers the idea of ESG, which has been rightly placed by Sir just now, so I won't delve deep into it. Then we will cover the global sustainability reporting frameworks, the TCFD recommendations, which are the bedrock for the emerging standards such as ISSB and TNFD. Then I'll briefly touch upon what CDP does, and how TCFD recommendations and ISSB matrix are translated into CDP matrix, then the CDP and the local BRSR connect. So the basic idea of ESG that Sir also has rightly put, it's the environmental, social, and the governance aspect that the company overlooks. So what are the environmental considerations? So as you all can see from this slide, these are the basically climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, preservation of the biodiversity, nature conservation, water security, deforestation, and things like that. So how a company is safeguarding the environment in which it is operating through its business operations. Social considerations is basically how a company is engaging with its employees and with its different stakeholders such as suppliers and investors on the social level of topics, such as inequality, inclusiveness, labor relations, gender inclusiveness, to be precise, human rights issues, etc. The governance is something that sets the tone from the top. So it is how the overall board of directors, the chairman, the leadership of an organization or of a company is sensitized with the topics of environment and social, and how it includes the environment and social considerations into its big business decisions. So as we'll deep dive into the different global frameworks, so as the presentation proceeds, it's, there are many global frameworks like GRI, ISSB, TNFD, TCFD, and so on. While each of the framework has its own specific focus, yet they all share the same common goal, which is to promote transparency, comparability, and accountability. And the global and the collective goal that they have is to secure a sustainable future in environmental, social, and economic terms, and to enable investors to make an informed assessments of their investee companies with regards to various sustainability issues. So like I discussed, there are several global sustainability reporting frameworks. So let's start with the GRI. So GRI is Global Reporting Initiative, which enables a company to report on its negative and the positive impacts that it is having on the environment, society, and on the economy. SASB, which is Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, is basically focused on more investor side. So it is basically connecting the businesses to the right investors on the financial stability and impacts of sustainability. So it was basically tasked to develop standards for the sustainable information for the investors so that they can use that information to drive the sustainability and to make their own informed and environmental conscious decisions. Then something very important is the TCFD, which is the bedrock of the different standards that are emerging like ISSB and TNFD. So TCFD was constructed by G20's Financial Stability Board back in 2018 with the aim to enhance and increase the global disclosures around climate-related financial information by different companies. So it has a focus on climate and environment and governance aspects also, with little to no focus on social aspects. And different kind of matrix and targets are used to assess the different kind of climate-related risk and opportunities by a company. And this data is used by the investors to make their informed decisions. Then IRIC is more of an integrated approach and integrated report. So it deems a matter to be material if it holds significant potential to create an ability to to affect the organization's ability to create value in short, medium, and longer term. So it's kind of an integrated approach. It follows that all the aspects of the, be it social, be it environment, be it governance, be it negative impacts, be it positive impacts, everything is included in just one integrated report. So TNFD, as you all know, is on the nature-related aspects of climate and biodiversity. So it's a global and market-led initiative with the mission to develop and deliver a risk management and disclosure framework for organizations to report and act on evolving nature-related risk, impacts, dependencies, and opportunities. So it enables an organization to report on the nature-related risk and impacts and dependencies and opportunities, and it includes the biodiversity aspects as well. So what is ISSB, and what is the main idea behind the construction of this International Sustainability Stability Board? So as we all know that different global frameworks, they often lead to market fragmentation, and they often lead to the unreliable data and the inconsistent and incomparable data across board. So some organization is reporting on TCFD, some organization is reporting on SASB, some organization is reporting on CDSB for that matter, but it also leads to the divergence of the reporting data that is reaching to the hands of the investors. So with that thing in mind, IFRS Foundation established ISSB to bring a streamlining into the different kind of standards that is used by the companies to assess their own performance on the environmental aspects. And one of the major focus of TNFD, which I have missed, is to also facilitate and support a global shift in the financial flows that are happening globally, away from the nature negative activities to the nature positive activities, and also aligned with the global biodiversity framework. Then, of course, we have a national framework, which are by SEBI, which are BRSR and BRSR core. And I'm sure my esteemed speakers, fellow speakers will delve more in depth about BRSR and BRSR core. So I won't go much in detail about them. So it's important to understand the TCFD now. So like I mentioned, that G20 finance ministers and central bank governors introduced the Financial Stability Board, which was established to take forward the industry-led task force on climate-related financial disclosure. So it came as a demand, as a response to the demand by the international investors that they need climate-friendly data to make their informed decisions. The idea behind the need for this data and for this information was that the inadequate information about climate-related risk often leads to mispricing of assets and misallocation of the capital, which can, at the end, hinder the financial stability of an entire economy, and as they are also vulnerable to abrupt, considerations and corrections. Then there are risks attached to any climate-related impediment, which are transition risk and physical risk. And if there are risks, there are also opportunities which emanate from any kind of risk that climate change poses to an organization. So these can be resource efficiency, use of the more renewable kind of resources, and development of the new products and services which are green and sustainable to the environment, access to the new markets, and increased resilience towards any shock of the climate-related change. So it is also important to understand the different pillars that lay the foundation for the TCFD recommendations. So these are the 4 pillars on which the foundation has been laid, which are the governance, strategy, risk management, and matrix and targets. So basically what governance aspects say, it's asked the company to disclose on the governance around the climate-related risk and opportunities, like describing the board's oversight of the climate-related risk and opportunities, describes the management's role in the assessing and managing climate-related risk and opportunities. Then the strategy aspect calls the companies to disclose on the actual and potential impacts of climate-related risk and climate-related opportunities on the organization's business, strategy, financial planning, where such an information is material. Risk management calls for the companies to disclose how the organization identifies, assesses, and manages the climate-related risk. And matrix and targets are the disclosure around different kind of matrix and targets that a company is using to assess and manage their relevant climate-related risk and opportunities which are material to the organization. So we always believe that what cannot be measured cannot be managed. So you need to first measure your climate-related risk and your opportunities. You need to assess them, and then only you can manage them. So you can also access free TCFD courses on TCFD Knowledge Hub. They are available, they're online, and they're available free of cost, and they have been powered by CDP. So all these core elements that you see under each of the pillars, they enable and help investors and others to understand the reporting organizations, consider and assess climate-related risk and opportunities in the daily, day-to-day businesses. So now let's talk about how ISSB's 4 focus areas are aligned with TCFD. So ISSB is very much aligned with TCFD, and TCFD has been a trailblazer in, in increasing the disclosures around sustainability and environmental footprint. And ISSB is to follow the legacy of TCFD in the coming times. The focus is very much similar. It's around the same pillars that TCFD recommendations are formed, which are the governance, risk, management, strategy, matrix, and targets. However, ISSB, if I have to put it like this, it's more granular in essence. And there are some additions to the kind of questions that are being asked by the companies to report on. And also there is some change in the language. So the basic, the major change that we see in the ISSB questionnaire would be around the in requirements for the companies to disclose industry-based matrix, to disclose information about the planned use of carbon credits to achieve the net emissions target. And this is something really important in today's time, because carbon credits, questions around carbon credits were not being asked by the TCFD, which now have been included in ISSB because they are gaining traction globally and also nationally. And to disclose additional information about the financed emissions, which is, financed emissions are basically the scope 3 emissions, and they are more relevant to the different financial institutions, be it banks, be it asset managers, be it NBFCs. So how a bank, how a financial institution is, leading to scope 3 emissions through its business operations. So we have questions on financed emissions as well. So the incorporation and the amalgamation of TCFD recommendations into ISSB standards provide yet another simplification of the so-called alphabet soup of the disclosure initiatives for different companies and the financial institutions. So now I'll touch briefly about what CDP does. So CDP is a non-for-profit charity that runs the global disclosure system for investors, companies, cities, states, and regions to manage and measure their environmental impacts. We are the largest environmental data platform, and we have plethora of data around water, forest security, climate change, biodiversity, plastics, and whatnot. So for over 20 years, CDP has been working closely with its stakeholders, like I mentioned, financial institutions, companies, governments, to drive industrial scale environmental disclosure on climate change, water security, and deforestation. And our disclosure framework and database is the foundation of environmentally focused investing and lending. And the data disclosed through the CDP platform provides the investment community with the high quality, consistent, comparable, decision useful, and reliable data at scale, which is also in line with TCFD recommendation and ISSB standards. We have around 700 plus investors who are asking the data from the companies. We have more than 23,000 companies worldwide reporting to us. And if I say in India, there are more than 700 companies who are reporting to us. And there are more than 1,100 cities, states, and regions who are disclosing to us. As you can see from this graph, there has been an exponential rise in the disclosure for the past many years. So this slide rightly depicts on how we work, how CDP works. So the investors and the companies, like I mentioned, like 700 plus investors. We have some big names with us like HSBC, Yes Bank, ICICI Bank, and State Bank of India, for that matter, and Everstone, Arga Investments. So these all investors, who are 700 plus in number, they request the companies and the suppliers to report through us on the environmental information. The companies, in effect, measure their impact to improve their own performances. And they take action to tackle climate change, prevent the destruction of forests, and safeguard water resources. And this information is provided to us through our different questionnaire and platform. And this information we provide in a very streamlined manner back to the investors and companies to make their own informed decisions. So this is the direct model of how CDP works. So I'll speak on the CDP's alignment with different frameworks and standards. So we have full alignment with the TCFD and IFRS S2. And we have partial alignment with TNFD and EU ESRS. And I use these logos because we have a formal MOU and association with these organizations. For CDP and BRSR, we do not have a direct linkage with BRSR, but we did, So we did an alignment exercise of the BRSR questionnaire and the CDP questionnaire, so there's a partial to full alignment of around 46%. So this brings me to the last slide of my presentation, and I would like to conclude by saying that environmental disclosure is a business necessity, is a business imperative. It's not nice to have, it is a must to have in today's time, which leads to three things, which are A, B, and C. We always talk about access to capital, business efficiency and competitiveness, and access to buyers, and the compliance. So these three are the top motto of CDP, like it's the ABC of data. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huma, for such an engrossing talk on how these frameworks are aligned. I'd also like to add that she just mentioned there are about 122 companies which are participating in the CDP disclosures. BRSR is mandated for 1,000 companies, and we've got lakhs of companies in India. It's rather sad that only 122 have still started reporting to CDP. I'd also like to add there are some indices that are there, like the Dow Jones Sustainability Index and the Morgan Stanley Capital International. Strange as it may sound, there are only 2 or 3 Indian companies which figure in these indices. So I think we need to take this part of ESG a bit more seriously. And as we talk about becoming a 5 trillion economy and, third economic powerhouse in the world, I think the process of ESG is going to be very important if we are going to go ahead in our business continuity and business sustainability plans. May I now request Mr. Rajneet Pandey. He's the former president of ICSI and chairman, and presently looking after the ESG and Sustainability Board of ICSI. He'll be talking to us about the BRSR and the applicability and what the framework is all about. So.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for responding back. It seems that in the morning, it's a very heavy dose, and EHS, ESG, seemingly a bit difficult. First of all, thank you very much, Policy Times, for inviting me and giving me opportunity to speak before the August participants. I'll not be, going very technical. I'll be speaking very simple and general terms that what ESG is all about and how it is a necessity rather than the mandate. Let's first understand what sustainability is, and I will say only 3 pillars lay the foundation of ESG. That is environment, economy, and equity. And equity here means, of course, social equity to all, whosoever is present in the ecosystem. So in the very simple term, ability to continue for the longer period of time without compromising the need for the future. So this is what, and in fact, if you talk about the sustainable development, Commission for Environment and Development Future Report, 1987 has described it, and very apt definition they have given. I'm not going into definition, but I'm just saying meeting the basic need of all, extending it to all, and opportunity to fulfill their aspiration for better life, not only in present, but also for the future. This is what the sustainable development is. SDG goals are there, everybody aware. So let's understand first that how it has all started. 1972, Stockholm Conference, Global Environment Assessment Plan has been prepared and United Nations Environment Plan has been prepared. Thereafter, 1987, guiding principle for sustainable development. Then Earth Summit in 1992. Thereafter, Millennium Summit. 8 Millennium Development Goal has been identified by all the countries. And finally, UN Sustainable Development Summit 2015. Here, present day 17 SDG goals has been identified. And if you see ESG is nothing but the alignment of the SDG goals by all the countries and whosoever is the participant into this. And this alignment has been done not only by the, say, government or regulators or businesses. Everyone has done the alignments. The institutions like CDP or IFRS, everyone who is working on this, they are working and looking forward for the alignment, best possible way how to align with the sustainable development goals of the say UN to the corporates and corporate goals. My friend will be discussing in great detail by the BRSR, but let me take you through the Indian journey of ESG and sustainability reporting. All started in year 2009, where CSR voluntary guidelines has been prepared. And these voluntary guidelines are nothing on the basis of EHS requirement, and some corporate social responsibility has been prepared. 2011 National Guidelines for Social, Economic, Environment and Responsibility of the Business. 2012 SEBI Circular first time came in on BRR. Then 2020 report of the Committee on BRR and BRR made BRSR. In fact, I would be happy to share that I was part of this particular exercise from the ICSI side. And ICSI only suggested, ICSI here means Institute of Company Secretaries of India. ICSI has suggested that sustainability word has to be part of the BRR. So BRR become BRSR, and whole exercise has been done in the Lodi Road itself, our ICSI headquarter. And the then Joint Secretary, Mr. Gyaneshwar Singh, was leading the whole show, and this committee has recommended BRSR. 2019 National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. This is more of alignment, principle-based alignment of the SDG goals to the 9 principles which have been framed in the National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. Then 2015 format of, 2020, 1,000 companies has been made, this BRSR made mandatory, and then disclosure is based on the NG-RBC. Finally, recommendation of the ESG Advisory Committee and framework for the disclosure, rating and investing is, of course, task force has been prepared and it is working on. Very soon it will also be released by the SEBI. These are the key factors for the ESG reporting. Everywhere in the world, same factors are being followed, same principles are being followed. So these principles I'm not discussing in great detail, maybe taking up in the question answer session. As far as component of the BRSR and governance and ethics, social, environment and economy. This whole BRSR is divided into 4 parts. And these parts are structured in such a manner that disclosure should be done for each of the part. Steps for ESG integration. I think what is most important for every corporate and stakeholder involved in the ESG integration, first, you understand your business. What business you are doing, how it is impacting the environment and how you are impacting the environment. So this is whether your product are impacting, whether your services are impacting, whether you are impacting the society, local community, or environment in our surrounding there. So all these things are required to be understood by the business first. And while understanding, stakeholder consultation is one of the most important factor. Till the time you are a stakeholder here does not mean the employee and shareholders of the company. A stakeholder here means that if you are, say, going onto the Uttarakhand and you are setting some project or plant there, and if some ecological balance is going to be disturbed, then environmentalists there, society there, locals, and all habitants there, maybe even, forest department and all other departments, everybody should be consulted. They all become the stakeholders. So stakeholder consultation is the first thing. Top to bottom collaborative approach has to be adopted. Second stage is policy framing. When I'm talking about policy framing, all the state companies have, say, 20, 30 policies made by them for the following the governance norms. But whether those policies are aligned to the ESG or SDG goals or 9 principle of NGBRBC, answer is no. So second task is required to be taken up is alignment of the policies vis-a-vis SDG goals and your own goals and targets which you have set up for your company, whether you want to be carbon neutral, whether you want to conserve water, whether you want to give the benefit to the society or employees and people connected with it. So this kind of alignment has to be done with the policy. Your policy should be approved by the board, should be looked after by the specific committee, maybe sustainability committee or similar nomenclature, whatever it may be. Third one is integrating 9 principles of NGRBC, test, implement, and align, and set the target and goals. Then BRSR section-wise alignment is the 4th step, and final approval and transition. Take the approval, go for the transition, and transition will not be easy. It will involve all the stakeholders. And finally, last one is that whenever you are implementing, feedback mechanism is very important, and take the feedback and go back to the board whenever policy modification and alignment or target goals and alignment is required, because BRSR asks that if you are not able to align with the certain goals, then you need to give the reason and disclose it in the BRSR report, whether it is, say, aligned or not, and why it is not aligned. I'm skipping this part because I think my dear friend is going to cover the BRSR. So BRSR has 3 parts. Of course, Section A, general disclosure, Section B, policy and management disclosure, management processes, governance and leadership oversight, and then Section C is principle-wise performance disclosure. Here I just want to highlight 2 particular points. In BRSR, 2 things are very, very important: essential indicators and leadership indicator. Just understand what is essential indicator. Essential indicator is non-negotiable. Government is saying that you have to do it. That is a mandate to you to follow. But if you will talk about the leadership indicator, as the name suggests, leadership means you are becoming the leader and following it voluntarily. So since you are following it voluntarily, you are becoming the leader and asking others to, say, follow, and you are leading by the example. These are the 9 principles. Mostly, I will not discuss 9 principles, but I will talk about the alignment. Environment, social, and governance. P1 and P6 is totally aligned to environment. P3, P5, and P8 is totally aligned to social, and P1, P4, P7, and P9 is completely aligned with the governance part of it. And here I want to say that 3 Ps, planet, people, and prosperity is, say, sequential. And sequence is only, first is planet, second is people, and third one is prosperity. If planet will be there, then people will be there. If people will be there, then only they will be prosperous and they will be able to enjoy the prosperity. So this should be the philosophy. This we should follow. Alignment part I am skipping. I'm just concluding. Yeah, I'm concluding. I think linkages has already been, discussed in the previous presentation. But I'm saying that as far as Indian context is concerned, GRI standard and disclosure and BRSR framework is completely linked, and wherever it is possible, most of the linkages has been done. And if you want to take the linkage as far as framework and standards are concerned, you can refer the Bombay Stock Exchange and GRI combined document which has been made, and document name is this only, linkages of BRSR framework and GRI standard. You can refer this document, 133-pager document is giving the beautiful index, and very efficient alignment has already been done. So that part you can take care. So lastly, last slide I will be taking up with key element of BRSR reporting. Decoding and understanding ESG parameter, multidisciplinary team should be there, align goal and performance with the value objective, materiality and prioritization of issue, data collection analysis, and finally defining reporting channels. So reporting is also one of the most important component. So implementation and reporting, these two things we are required to concentrate upon. With this, I will conclude. I'll be here to take up the question answer. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for the patience listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for covering this topic so nicely. I think you nailed it when you said that the first part of doing any sustainability reporting is to understand your own business. And I think once you understand that, you will naturally involve all the stakeholders that are there. And then, of course, like you mentioned, the approval and transition, which is the most difficult part because it is a cost. And it is only companies which will commit to this cost will probably stay in the race for a longer time. Having seen the BRSR part of it, may I now request Mr. Paras Gupta and Mr. Puneet Ragaria to cover the challenges that are there in BRSR reporting. I think they will be touching upon the BRSR framework as well as the challenges that are there in reporting.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Akram, for calling us. The thing is, the detailing is being done by the expert panel. Puneet will speak on the BRSR and the ESG have been discussed. But what is my observation with the, implementation and the mandated by SEBI for the 1,000 companies listed and then other companies to come in. So they have submitted the reports, they have made the BRSR reports, ESG reports, but yet it has to be implemented. It has to be seen on the ground level. So even not these companies, even the stakeholders who are connected to this industry, to the vendors who are attached to these companies have to make this to be aligned with the ESG standards and the BRSR. So as a gem in the recycling industry, we are very much, we are even trying to, build ESG standards, BRSR standards for the suppliers, for the washing lines, for the, even for the balers and all these things. So all these things have to build up the environment. And then we are working on, very sincerely on these things. So rest would be, taken by the Puneet and on the BRSR, and I will continue. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Parasji. Very good morning to everybody. Thanks Policy Times for conducting this forum. Such forums are required, to exchange views and learn from each other, because ultimately this is an evolving landscape. Without much ado, I'll be talking about the BRSR and its applicability completely from the Indian perspective, because it's an Indian framework, right? Now, the moment we talk about BRSR, a few thoughts, evoke. First is there's a climate crisis being faced by the world. Second is Indian government has signed Paris Agreement and we have net zero targets, and hence there are compliances which are getting cascaded down. And third important thing that comes to every corporate mind is why it is being mandated on us, why only corporates. So this is a picture, true picture, but a very partial picture, right? So I'll just take you through the complete picture which reveals the importance and significance of BRSR. So we should appreciate first what exactly is the significance of this framework, right, for a corporate perspective. Now, when we talk about environment, right? So if you look at here, there are many analyses, science-based data about carbon emissions, and we have Keeling curves, and which show that 70% of the carbon emission in the globe is being done by industries and corporates, 20% by the residents, we use air conditioners, vehicles, etc., and 10% by our farming activities. So the moment these corporates are mandated upon by such a framework, 70% of the environmental problem can be taken away. Then comes, now we are not only talking about environment in a BRSR framework, right? You have another important component of social. And if you look at the center part of the slide, corporates weave deeply into the social fabric of our society. A corporate has tier 1 supplier, tier 2 suppliers, they are all interwoven. It touches the marginalized community by the virtue of CSR funds, by sourcing from the marginalized community. It takes care of the life of a senior citizen who is probably retired, but since the PF is accumulated, his further life is taken care of, right? So all these things are also taken care of by a corporate. So corporate also impacts the social aspects. Now, these are the offerings from the corporate to the people and to the environment. What is in there for corporate then? Now, my colleague said ABC in the CDP presentation that we saw. It attracts a lot of capital. Now, if you look at BRSR, right, it's an ESG framework which is actually an investment metric. It is a risk analysis tool which gives a lot of insights to the investors. An investor who is wanting to invest in a company will look at all these components, ESG, incorporated into your working style, in a corporate's working style, and then these are rated. Higher the ESG rating, higher the chance of getting capital. So very important from a corporate perspective. It is not only the compliance. If you look at, we have two balancing factors, the compliance definitely by the regulator, but then the ask for capital. We need capital to run our show, right? So which is very important. So investment also comes into picture here. Now, so this proves the relevance. It is very relevant. Now, Ranjit ji told about he showed us the genesis of BRSR in Indian context, right? So I'll not dwell much into that. But there are few things, a viewpoint of the investor. Now, what is the investor's viewpoint? Why investors are taking so much of interest? So, from the time in 2004 when Mr. Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of United Nations, he advocated and sent letters to 50 of the CEOs, of few financial companies, saying that the Profit Planet and people should be incorporated into our investor frameworks. And till the time in the year 2006, right, when United Nations released this principle for responsible investment, a policy guideline in which, all the ESG components were taken into consideration. Now that was the time the investor community started taking a lot of interest into this ESG component. And if you look at PRI, as on date, about 4,900 investors, institutional investors are signatory to PRI. Now, why they are taking so much of interest? So I'll just dwell upon those two red points here. If you look at the BP oil spill, which happened in 2010, there was an oil leakage in the Gulf of Mexico, and this spillage it spread across 1.5 square lakh kilometers, across the sea. A major blow to the environment, and a major blow to the investors, those who had invested in BP. $40 billion they had to spend on mitigating this. Another incident which sent jitters across the globe was the Rana Plaza incident in Bangladesh. A 8-story building, 5 of which was occupied by the garment manufacturers, who were making garments for some of the finest companies, sitting in the western part of the world, right? A crack developed in the building, and there was another bank in one of the stories. One day the crack developed, bank said, no, we don't want to come here. But the garment manufacturers said, no, we want to continue working. A lot of pressure, we have production targets. And the next day, the whole building collapses, more than 1,000 people die. So somewhere in the world, we are wearing some fine suits with blood stained of marginalized people sitting somewhere else in the LDC countries across the globe, right? So that cannot be the ethos of a business. So investors losing money, companies losing brand reputation, and they realize that it cannot only be about profit. It has to be all the ESG factors incorporated in the working style of a company, which will give it a long-term sustainability. Now I'll dwell actually into how does a BRSR report look like. And so BRSR has, two subsets. One is BRSR Lite, and then there is another BRSR Core. BRSR basically is a framework, as we have been talking about, aligned to global frameworks, and companies are supposed to report them on an MCA portal. And there are essential indicators and leadership indicators, which Ranjitji talked about in the previous presentation. Now, BRSR Lite is a much lesser version, much qualitative version with less essential indicators, not mandated, meant for smaller and unlisted companies who would want to learn the process of getting into and graduating themselves up the ladder. What is BRSR Core? Now, BRSR Core came into picture in July 2023 with the SEBI guideline coming in. Now, BRSR Core is nothing but it's a more elaborate reporting standard which has more key points added. So about 9 more KPIs were added across 9 ESG attributes. If I highlight few of them, very beautiful attributes like job creation in small towns in India, gross wages, paid to women, account payable days. We are talking about taking, suppliers into our ambit. Then there should be something for them also. So suppliers get to know that a company pays them in how many average days, right? So such, parameters have been included. BRSR Core now is also applicable to the value chain. So upstream value chain and downstream value chain, both are getting covered in the ambit of BRSR Core. So this is one tricky part, probably a little complex part, where now the corporates have to do an ESG, assessment of their value chain as well. Intensity ratios added, and they are now being adjusted on the revenue for purchase parity. Now this is little mathematical, beautiful. Time does not permit me to get into much of detailing, but trust me, it is so thought through. When you talk about the revenue adjustment for PPP, now BRSR is from Indian perspective, but my investors are sitting across the globe, right? Now, how do you understand the BRSR perspective, which is for their investment, for their investment purposes, how do they analyze that BRSR, which is, getting compared with a GRI? So how you have an at-par comparison. So the purchase parity has been brought into picture. If I can give you a small example, a mathematical example without taking much of the time. Suppose a company draws 1,000 liters of water, a cola company, and X number of bottles we are making in a year, and we are drawing 1,000 liters of water, right? And we are selling it at 1,000 rupees. So my intensity is 1,000 liters divided by 1,000 rupees. This is my turnover. A second company in the USA, it is also selling X number of cola bottles for 1,000 rupees. They are drawing 1,000 liters of water, but they are selling it for say $25. Overall turnover they have incurred is $25, right? Now $25, if you make a PPP parity, in Indian perspective, it is say 2,000 rupees. I'm multiplying with 80. Now the American company for same number of bottles, drawing 1,000 liters of water and earning 2,000 rupees. Indian company for same number of bottles, drawing 1,000 liters and earning 1,000 rupees. So from Indian company perspective, my intensity is 1,000 divided by 1,000 rupees. And from the American perspective, the intensity is half, 1,000 divided by 2,000 rupees, which are $25. So are they faring better? No, they are not. They are at par with the Indian company because the cost price of the same bottle in the US is a little higher than from the Indian perspective. So it makes our BSR comparable to the global reporting standards. Very well thought through. I may take a full day session on, kind of talking about this. Will not take much of the time here. Now, one more important aspect in BRSR Core, now the companies have to go through reasonable assurance, and for their value chain, a limited assurance. Assurance is nothing but validating what has been reported. Now, BRSR per se has 3 sections, A, B, C. What I'll try to do here in the next few slides is I'll take you through some real BRSR reports, so that you get a better picture of how they are reported. Section A is general disclosure. You talk about the company. Section B is management and process disclosure, wherein you mention the processes which the company is following into its operations, which are converted to procedures. And section C is your principle-wise performance. Now we were talking about 9 principles of NGRBC. So all your operational aspects are aligned to those 9 principles that we are talking about in section C. Now I'll take you through. It's an actual report of DMART. If you see general disclosure, we are talking about section A. They have mentioned what are the activities they are into. If you look at, they are into primary food business, which contributes to 56% of their turnover. Then number of locations they are into, general aspects. They are talking about their employee presence, how many disabled employees that they have hired. And look at the transparency disclosure compliance. I find this very interesting. They have also disclosed that in the current year, they had 534 complaints coming from their own employees. So this is the beauty of the disclosure, right? So this is section A, which talks only about general disclosure from the company. Now this is section B, which is management and process disclosure. I have taken the example of Tata Steel. Now Tata Steel, if you look at it, they say that helping business demonstrate their structure and policies, and they have so many policies which are aligned to all the 9 principles P1 to P9. Affirmative action, they have alcohol policy and whatnot, plethora of policies. So which shows their commitment. Now you look at their policy and management processes, there is a website wherein they are disclosing that all the policies are listed on that website. Are these policies only on paper or have they been converted into procedures and they are being followed in the operations of the company? Yes, they have mentioned that also. Management involvement in the whole scheme of things, very important. Without the governance taking a focus of this, this will not move forward, and that is also needs to be disclosed. They are saying who are the people who are spearheading this. So directly the board spearheads this in Tata Steel. Different committees being again, headed by high KMPs, the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee, they have Risk Management Committee, etc. Now moving on to the last part, which is section C, which is very important. There are 9 principles. I'll not take much of your time, but let's try to, show you how in reality they are getting, disclosed. Now, principle 1 talks about that business should be running in an ethical manner, and there are indicators wherein you have trainings being provided to employees on these aspects, code of conduct, then you have any fine or penalty imposed on the company. All these are disclosed in the essential part of it. I'll show you, I've taken multiple industries, for example, right? I've taken a cement industry, an apparel industry, and automobile industry, just to show the interesting aspects of these, principles. Now I'm not able to open the hyperlink.
You can continue with the next one.
Yeah, 1 second. So if you look at the Page Industries Limited, which has its brand Jockey, in the essential indicators, they are showing that they have trained 100% of their employees on these policies. On the terms of fines penalty, I'll just take 2 more minutes here because one needs to understand the BRSR, right? So in the leadership indicators, Page also has shown that they have conducted these policy training for their value chain partners, and 80% of their partners are covered. Now, if you look at principle 2, sustainable and safe goods and services are to be produced by the company. So how much is the R&D expense by the company on sustainable goods? So here again we have example of Jockey. If you look at that, they are mentioning in their report that they have factored in spring beam tensioner. It could lead to reduced energy consumption. They have a Go Green machine which reduces the water consumption. So this is the beauty of the report wherein they are mentioning each and every aspect taken into consideration in running their operations. Principle 3 talks about the well-being of employees, including the employees of the value chain. So here I have taken an example of Tata Motors, if you look at it, and some interesting things that I have highlighted, and let me highlight to the audience. If you look at Tata Motors report, what they are saying is, they have health insurance policy also for their contractual employees, and probably some of the employees from the value chain, which says a lot about their policies towards well-being of their people who are working and associated with them. Principle number 4, we have to be responsible to all the stakeholders, not only our shareholders, but all the communities and people working around us. Again, I've taken an example of Tata Motors. So Tata Motors highlighted that these are their stakeholders, investors, employees, customers, regulators, even the media, community, and supplier service providers. And they have different programs around it to, for the betterment of the community. Now, principle 5, respect and promote human rights. Now, here I've taken an example of PI Industries, which is into fertilizers and pesticides. If you look at it, this particular company has an ESG rating of B, and where they probably lack on some of the parameters, one interesting parameter I found, that if you look at the trainings that they are giving on the human rights, they have 3,000 employees and only 1,300 employees have been covered on the training. So probably somewhere, some companies lack, but that also becomes a part of the disclosure. Now, principle number 6, which is very important, talks about restoration of the environment. Here I've taken an example of HEG Graphite company, which makes graphite, which will be used in the EV industry a lot. And they have indicated all the indicators on the energy consumption, if you look at it, how much water they are consuming, what is the greenhouse gas emissions they are making under scope 1 and scope 2, all these has been disclosed transparently. Principle number 7, it talks about the public and the regulator policy, that while many companies would be a part of many of the associations, they should not be influencing the policies, and even if they are influencing the policies, it should be done in an ethical manner. I've taken an example of Larsen and Toubro. If you look at Larsen and Toubro, they are associated with about 15 associations across, and they clearly say that anti-competitive conduct by the entity based on adverse orders from regulatory, so there is zero, and the company is committed to engage in the public policy progress in a responsible and ethical manner. So this is a declaration being done by them. Principle number 8, we should have inclusive growth and equitable development. It should be fair practices of competition, etc. Again, I've taken example of L&T here. So they say that third-party social audit is being conducted, to take care of the marginalized section of the society, and they have a redressal, grievance mechanism for any anti-competitive practices or IP-related issues. And last principle, it is value to the customers. What value are you creating for customers? Here I've taken a very interesting case study of Jubilant Food, and this is the last slide. If you look at Jubilant Food, which makes those pizzas, right, a brand name to reckon with, but if you look at it, there are complaints, 9,000 complaints in the year 2022 regarding their product quality, and there were 10,500 complaints in the year 2023. So this is the kind of, transparency one, I'm sure this does not dilute their brand value, right? It does not, because strength brings in character. So, but then the beauty of the BRSR framework is that it's all very transparent and for long term. Thank you so very much. I hope I could share some value. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for such an in-depth talk. I understand that 10 to 15 minutes to understand the whole of BRSR is definitely not enough. I'm sure if anyone has any questions, he'll be available for the day. You can ask him. One statement that you made, I really like it. You said corporates are deeply interwoven in the social fabric of the country. I think this statement gives it all as to why we need transparency, we need responsibility, and we need to take this concept of ESG seriously. All it remains for me now is to thank the panelists for engrossing 45 minutes. It's 1 hour, it's crossed off very fast. And I think we are breaking for tea now. So, is Akram here? Any questions? I think we'll take the questions as we are going by, because we'll run out of time otherwise.
Thank you so much to all the speakers as well as moderators, sir, for being here on stage. Sir, before we leave, we have a memento as a token of appreciation to be given away to all of you from the Team Policy Times as well as RLG Bioeconomy. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a thundering round of applause for all the speakers who really shared their knowledge on the terms ESG frameworks and BRS reporting global ESG frameworks. Also, team, I am really glad to share with all of you that as we know, that charity begins at home. The first step towards doing anything progressive begins at home. And we at ESG Summit 2024 are really glad to share with you the sustainability practices that we are taking up today. Firstly, on all of your tables, you can see the glass bottles as well as glasses kept instead of the plastic bottles. So that's our first step. The second step, as you would notice that all of you are wearing the lanyards which are made up of recyclable material. Also, I would request after the session is wrapped up in the evening, please submit your lanyards back so that they can be recycled. Thirdly, we will be ensuring that we will not be doing any food wastage during the lunch break or the tea and coffee breaks. So please take only an appropriate amounts that you can finish. Last but not the least, also the memento or the token of appreciation that we have for all the speakers and the guests today is also a plant. And may I please request the events team to present a memento to none other than our speakers. Can we please have a memento on the stage for CS Ranjit Pandey, sir. Sir, may I please request you to join in front on the stage and accept this token of appreciation from our team. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause? Satyendra, so if you can please hand over. Thank you so much, Ranjit sir, for joining with us on stage. Can we please present the memento to Mr. Paras Gupta sir? Satyendra sir, please do the honors. Can we please present a memento to Mr. Puneet Rajkaria sir? Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a round of applause for all the speakers and moderators sir. Can we please hand over the memento to Ms. Huma Saif Kazi? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a thundering round of applause for ma'am. Now, may I please request the presence of Mr. Patrick Widman, CEO, Compliant Division, Economy Group, on stage to present a felicitation token, memento, as a token of appreciation to none other than our moderator for the session, Captain Satyendra Vaidya. Can we please have a round of applause for Mr. Patrick and Captain Satyendra? Ladies and gentlemen, please do join for the group picture. Mr. Patrick, sir, please stay back for the group picture. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have a photo booth right outside. So we really request you to take up some pictures over there. Do tag our initiatives Clean to Green as well as the Policy Times. And it was lovely to hear all the leaders during this session. Shortly, we will be going on to the session 2, the track 2 that we have for the day. But before that, we all can move for a 15-minute tea break. The tea and coffee is arranged right next door. Please do come back in 15 minutes. At 11:10, we will be starting.
Developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist with 4,000 colleagues serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Reconomy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Reconomy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out reconomy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram. for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thanks to all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Time.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
No matter how old we get, we always love playing this little game called Passing the Parcel. The rules are simple. If you're holding the parcel, when the music stops, you lose. Lucky for you, we love to lose. We take your pre-loved, unwanted, unused electronics and we make it better for the world. Come, join the game where when you play with us, you always win. You can take your old and unwanted electronic gadgets and pass it on to our drop centers or have it picked up by our trusted team. From there, let us take care of everything. The legalities, the dismantling, the sorting, and most importantly, the disposal. When you play with us, you're always the winner. So be that winner, that super citizen who paves the path to saving the world. Join the Clean to Green movement.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director at Reconomy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Reconomy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist with 4,000 colleagues serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Reconomy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Reconomy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out reconomy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thanks to all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Time.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
no matter how old we get. We always love playing this little game called Passing the Parcel. The rules are simple. If you're holding the parcel, when the music stops, you lose. Lucky for you, we love to lose. We take your pre-loved, unwanted, unused electronics and we make it better for the world. Come, join the game where when you play with us, you always win. You can take your old and unwanted electronic gadgets and pass it on to our drop centers or have it picked up by our trusted team. From there, let us take care of everything. The legalities, the dismantling, the sorting, and most importantly, the disposal. When you play with us, you're always the winner. So be that winner, that super citizen who paves the path to saving the world. Join the Clean to Green movement.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director of Economy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Economy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist with 4,000 colleagues serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Economy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Economy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out economy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thanks to all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Time.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the tea break was a great one. Please grab your chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is outside the room, please do come in and grab your seats because we are going to start with the second part of the ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementation. May I please request everyone in the room to grab your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of RLG Bioeconomy as well as Policy Times Chamber of Commerce, I extend a hearty welcome to each one of you at ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we all are here to improve on sustainability, to educate more and more number of people, we are glad to share with you that as charity begins at home and we are actually doing some sustainable practices here at the ESG Summit 2024. That includes all the glass bottles on your tables are totally made up of glass which can be easily recyclable. Lanyards that is there in your necks is totally of the recyclable material. Also, we would suggest that while you are going away from the session today, please submit your lanyards so that these can be recycled. Now, may I please have the honor to invite on stage our next set of leaders who will be sharing with us the global learnings and ESG convergence. For that, can we please have Mr. Patrick Widman, CEO, Comply Division, Economy Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please have a round of applause as Sir joins with us on the stage. So please do grab your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be having an address by none other than Mr. George Atkinson, Head of Policy, Valpak. Can we please request Sir to join with us on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let us please continue to have a thundering round of applause as leaders join with us on stage. Also, in this session, we will be having a special address by our guest of honor for the day, who is Srimati Roop Rashi Ji, IA and AS Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please have a thundering round of applause as ma'am joins with us on stage. We also have our guest of honor, Mr. Moza Harul Alam, Officer in Charge, UNEP India. Can we please have a thundering round of applause for Mr. Alam sir as he joins with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the session here will be moderated by none other than a very renowned name in the room, Mr. Akram Hoque, who is Secretary, PT Chamber of Commerce. Can we please request Mr. Akram to join with us on stage? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I please request everyone to raise from their seats in honor for the national anthem that will be getting played. May I please request even the speakers to raise from their seats. We will be having the national anthem played in the room and inaugural of ESG Summit 2024.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय जय हे.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please keep standing. Please do not sit on the seats yet, because here's a small activity that we will be doing. We totally understand that we are on a mission-driven way in order to ensure sustainability reaches to every nook and corner of the country. But before that, I would like to appreciate someone, and that person, that individual or a group of people is there in this room itself who are actually driving this sustainability goal. First, I'll wait for 30 seconds to see if there can be any guesses from the audience in the room, all the delegates, speakers, moderators. Do you have any guesses who is that person who is actually ensure that sustainability through this ESG Summit 2024 actually reaches every nook and corner of the country? No, not just Akram sir, but actually it is everyone present in the room. So can we have a thundering round of applause for every single person in the room? And ladies and gentlemen, we have also heard of a कहावत in Hindi जिसे कहा जाता है बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है. Every single drop counts when we are building on an ocean. So we must appreciate the people who are sitting or standing behind us. So may I please request a wonderful pat on the back of the person who is standing next to you. Please do pat on the back of the person who is next to you, because it is with all of our efforts that we have been able to achieve this. Thank you so much for standing. Please grab your chairs, and over to Mr. Akram for leading this session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Akshay, for the wonderful exercise that you have led. I want to thank first Radhika ma'am for inspiring, motivating, guiding, and supporting for this wonderful program, ESG Summit 2024, that we are organizing today, and all my partners. I'm also very happy to host and welcome two of our international experts on this subject. Also our co-organizer from our co-organizing team, Patrick sir. Last year when actually Policy Time started doing this program on sustainability, Patrick sir was the one who blessed us and bestowed us. And we are again very happy this year we have him in this August gathering. He's an international expert on this subject, bringing immense amount of knowledge and expertise, practically actionable knowledge and expertise in terms of how we can achieve ESG. ESG is a very, very huge, vast, large term which needs immense or huge amount of introspection, analysis, understanding. Though we are talking on this, but finding the actionable agenda or defining the actionable agenda, which we often call SOP maybe, we are yet to decipher that SOP, standard operating procedure, in terms of how an organization can achieve it. There are many models. GRI can be one model. There are many models that individuals are also discovering. But there is a need of convergence between all these models. None of these models are bulletproof or fine-proof, but all the models are being active, being practiced by different organizations. In this conference, today what we are trying to identify or find out, how can we build a convergence between all the models that are available so that they become more pragmatic, more practical, more actionable, and which yield the results that SDG, United Nations SDG, aspires to achieve. Various governments, like Government of India, aspires to achieve under its net zero mission or Panchamrit goals that we have. So that is what the objective with which we started this session. So without taking any more time, may I request first Patrick sir himself to give the global learnings and ESG, special remarks on global learnings and ESG convergence. Patrick sir is the CEO Comply Division of the Economy Group. Sir, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here. And I got the question yesterday around how many times I have been in India, and I tried to count, and I don't get to an exact number, but I think it must have been between 30 and 40 times in the past 7 to 8 years since we are active in the country, and I love being here. It's wonderful to see how things are developing and how we're moving forward with all the challenges that we have about bringing all these concepts, and thanks for saying that I'm an expert in this. I would say I've got a lot of experts in my organization in that part. I'm much, much more a practical guy on that. I'm not academic around this. I'm in the way of thinking of how can we bring this to real life, and that's also what I want to look at in the ESG framework of saying, well, how do we make this all happen? And this is what I love seeing here in India, that there's a lot of approach and thought about how can we deal with all these issues in the environment that we have, and how can we make this reality and not just keep it what I call a paper tiger, to just comply with things on paper, but really thinking about how can we make this a real life change in the approach how we do things. So giving you a little insight about the Reconomy Group and RLG, who are we? And in principle, we are at the heart as our business purpose and our business concept to help brands, producers, and PBOs, as we say, the obligated parties around EPR concepts. But in the end, everybody who is in business, how can we enable circularity and circular solutions in real day life with practical solutions that help to close the loops, that help to drive a much more sustainable business process and business setup. And I always call it in the way of like we've driven dramatic efficiency to the point of a linear economy, professionalizing supply chains on a global scale over the past 100 years. And now we've got to reinvent that concept into a circular setup. And going away from a linear economy, efficiency-driven process into a circular-driven process that will have the same efficiency or even a much higher efficiency. But it also requires breaking up processes that we have established so far, rethinking them and thinking about how can they be brought into a new perspective to make them more circular and through this way more sustainable. And this is the heart of what we do at the Reconomy Group in 3 verticals: on recycle, on comply, and reuse. So recycle is really focused on everything that is waste management focused, construction business, facility management, all the streams of materials, and I hate the word waste. It's all resources that we have here, but still it is called the waste management industry and it is disposal, but it is really to say, how can these streams of materials that are generated in certain operational processes be taken back in an efficient way and being brought back into the supply chain, and how can we close the loop? So that's what we're doing under the recycle part. If I jump over, reuse is very much focused on returning products, in driving back online return mechanisms, where we're all driven by being, well, very lazy and getting things delivered to our homes in that part. So convenience factor is a big, big thing, driving a lot of business elements. So online shopping and all of these parts that bring new challenges of like, how do I efficiently return a product? And yes, if I can't try my clothing and it doesn't fit, well, I'm not going to keep it. So I also need an efficient process of return and all of this. So this is what we're driving under reuse, while at the same time making sure products are going back on shelf, products are being reused, products are being going into not a disposal stream, but moving forward. And I will come back to the textiles as a big, big thing coming on an EPR horizon, but very much driven with the thought about how can we be much more sustainable when we talk about textiles and fashion in principle. And the Comply Loop, which is the division that I'm heading within the Reconomy Group, we're focused around all kind of services for extended producer responsibility driven elements, and how can we use those in an operational part to again close the loops of what we're doing. And regulation is only an initial element that is fostering a level playing field for all the actors, but it's all about how then we then operationalize those parts. But a big driving element in this for ESG is data, and I will come to that in a second. Well, we are ourselves, as said, an enabler for circular solutions. That's the purpose and at the heart of what we do as a business. At the same time, we're looking at ourselves internally of how can we drive all of the ESG elements, how can we enact in our own organization to reduce our carbon intensity, to have renewable energies in there, reduce our CO2 footprint that we have internally, but also drive all elements of social value that we're generating with our own employees. We're a 4,000 people organization, but also how can we enact with all our subcontractors out there, where we've got 10,000 of people working with our subcontractors, and through this again, become an enabler to foster an ESG concept with the holistic approach to it, of environmental, social, and the governance part, to be part of how we drive businesses and moving that forward. And a big part of moving the industry towards a circular economy is very clear, where we see an impact strategy that we're doing as a business under our own ESG setups. Within RLG, well, it's all embedded into the Reconomy Group, and beside being the Comply CEO, I'm running still RLG as a CEO on a global scale, which is our local business here that we started back in 2016, 2017 in India. So we're driving all the same elements and are focusing very much into how can we have an impact in our own organization, but how do we have a big impact in the materials that we're handling? How can we divert a lot of materials from landfills into recycling streams, into recovery and processing of these setups? And another element which is very much to help our customers of how to enact on ESG is what we do under assessment part. So it's to the point that it's a consultative element in our business, but it's very much about not just reading a regulation and saying how can you comply with the regulation itself, but really finding the ways of, well, what does that exactly mean to me and how can I embed those into our processes? And ideally, you're driving circular solutions as a business, and your compliance element under an EPR regulation just becomes a side product, because it's a documentation that you generate by doing a sustainable business concept. And it's not driven by, well, how do I fulfill my compliance on paper and focusing on the documents. It's more driven by focusing on changing the processes, bringing products back in the loop and establishing circular elements, and then your documentation, as said, becomes a side product. So let's look into a couple of practical solutions of how we as a business try to embed the concepts and try to help industry and society to enable to set up those things. One latest example is a deposit refund system on beverage packaging that we're just implementing in Uruguay. It's the first country in Latin America that's going for implementing that, and we will go live by mid of 2025. And it is, again, a holistic approach of how to bring such a new mechanism with the right technology behind it that is driving it to drive efficiency, but also with all the operational concepts that are needed to enable a deposit incentivized system, which in principle means that everybody who is buying packaging with his product, the drinks in this case, to return the empty bag packaging, and a 15-cent deposit being put on this is the incentivation that helps us to achieve 90% and more collection rate in a very controlled environment of quality and contamination, which means a bottle can become a bottle again when we talk about PET, and we can drive an efficient setup. But it requires an embedded element to look at it holistically. How can we drive the efficiency? How can we enable the consumer to follow and be part of that system in a responsible way? But also we do know there is an informal sector today that is collecting cans and bottles because it is a valuable material stream. So if we take it away and formalize that business, we also need to give them a home again. So it's again looking under an ESG concept about holistically how can we bring such a program to life that will benefit all elements and will not exclude other parts. Will it require change the way things have been done? Yes, absolutely. Will it be much better than what is done today? Well, very clearly as well. And will it drive a sustainable setup, how to handle those packaging materials? Yes, very clearly. So this is what we're looking at in a complete holistic concept, using technology, but also using efficient processing while we understand I can't do a copy-paste of what we do in Germany in a deposit mechanism. Because it's a different geography, it's a different infrastructure, it's a different setup from a cultural perspective today. So we need to adapt to those systems, use a core concept that becomes scalable, but adapt it and localize it so that it can successfully be established in the environment of Uruguay in this case. Another part is the Blue Box program in Ontario, which has been a very interesting transition journey where the municipalities historically and classically are the ones who are driving waste management solutions. So Ontario had established a separate collection of plastic waste and packaging or lightweight packaging materials in what they call the Blue Box. So every household has a bin beside their black solid waste bin, a blue bin where packaging materials are being collected. Similar to what we call in Germany the yellow bin. As said, driven, managed by the municipalities and cost 50% reimbursed by the industry who is booking it to market, but it was only a financial involvement for the industry. The EPR regs changed 3 years ago to completely say this is going into industry hands. You set up a PRO organization from industry side, municipalities step completely back. They will not manage that material stream anymore. The industry has to manage it, and the industry has to pay for it. And by the way, we're moving from collection targets to recycling targets. We don't only want you to collect a certain amount of material, we want you to achieve certain collection targets behind, certain recycling targets behind that, which is driving a total different view into things, because suddenly it's not just collecting it and proving, well, we did our percentage on collection. No, suddenly it is to the point, how do we collect? How do we drive efficiency? And how do we drive quality and reduce contamination, because the contamination avoids recyclability in those collection streams. So we've stepped in with RLG. We're driving 100% of this collection. We're taking this completely over from the municipalities. And we've thought about how can we now get into data quality that helps us to drive efficiency permanently in that setup. And the data is we're sampling every truck on a regular basis. We're sampling all the materials that are coming out of these yellow bins to understand what's really in those bins. And interesting wise, there's a lot of stuff in there that shouldn't be in there. Which is to the point, can we raise awareness? Can we educate the people to do that better? And a lot of material that is in there contaminates so strongly that you can't recycle it anymore. So the recycling targets become obsolete if we can't manage a better collection process. Driving that data is extremely valuable to really understand how can we now have an impact of the mix that ends up in those bins, and how can we have a targeted education, because it's not just generally saying to everybody, please don't put your solid waste, organic waste into the blue bin. Then everybody says, yeah, it's not me, I don't do it, it's everybody else. Well, we are able to go down and say, well, it's collected in your road because we're sampling the truck that is coming there. So we know exactly it is in your neighborhood. So suddenly you can have a much stronger impact on awareness for people to really change their behavior and support the system in a better way. And then we can continuously monitor if the actions that we've taken, if they have an impact, and if the mix that shows up in those bins is changing or not. So we also see the efficiency of what we're doing on an awareness campaign and all of this to really drive, again, a more sustainable concept and a much higher recovery of materials. So it's while regulation prepared the floor, it was thinking about how to change the overall concept, beside now all the other elements of like, well, the municipality thinks in their borders. Well, we don't care about the borders. We're thinking now about efficiency in the overall process and how can we reset the collection mechanisms so that they become more cost effective, that we can drive the part of not just having milk runs. So we're looking at changing the system of picking up the bins when we know they are full, which we can do through simple mass flow and data management. We've proven those concepts in other areas. today already, where we don't need the people to tell us when the bin is full and we need to pick it up, we tell them. Because we've got all the data of how much material is being generated on a daily basis for a single household or a single waste generation point, and through this we can predict when the bins are full. So we can move away from milk runs and only pick up the bins when they are full. And if there's an exception, there's an app where somebody can say, oh, we had a big birthday party on the weekend, our bin will be full on Monday, can you please come and pick it up? And we'll just embed it in the process. Or they say, we're moving for 4 weeks out of the country, we're going to our cottage or somewhere else, we won't have any waste, you don't need to come and pick it up, so we can exclude them from the process. So again, looking at how today's technology can help us to drive efficiency overall in those processes, which is saving cost. And this is to the point, I know we're talking about of environmental concepts, EPR being a cost driver, which in a certain way is true at the beginning, potentially. But if we drive sustainable concepts in the right way, it'll become economical, beneficial in a tremendous way. Also to the point that resources on virgin site are way too cheap. If we're really honest about the whole environmental impact, the climate change elements, the floodings and awkward weather situations and everything else that we are getting, if we look at the bill that this is generating and the negative impact this has, our virgin material is way, way, way too cheap because it's not embedded there. So we're comparing to a cost level of materials that is not the right concept. And this is why the whole ESG elements, making it measurable, the disclosure parts and so on that are coming into play are all facing and forcing it towards like, let's look at reality. Disclose it, make it measurable, and then change from a different basis into new concepts in that way, so that also the commercial part of how investors, the whole financial industry and everybody and shareholders and all the stakeholders in the industry are looking at things, that this perspective is being changed. So we're trying to, again, help in these change processes with the way how do we operationalize it. Another part, the VDI platform, which is a Valpak product, has been established out of a reporting element to help retailers to calculate the materials that they're putting to market. Well, this was the starting point. We now have 50 million SKUs of items with granular data of packaging material in our database. Well, the new concepts around that is around ESG to help brands and obligated parties to understand, well, what is my footprint of packaging? What is the recyclability of this packaging? How can I list out unwanted materials that are not good for a circular solution, and how can I measure that change process on an ongoing basis with accurate data? Not just assumptions, not just rough estimations of what I have, accurate data where I exactly know when it's changed from one day to another, it's updated in the database, and I can see how my footprint is changing. And we see a lot of brands using those services now in optimizing their footprint, and as said, saying, well, this is a low recyclable material or a non-recyclable packaging material. How can I phase it out? And knowing this is a process over time, and how do we monitor it? So these are things that we're driving here, and we will bring those same concepts, and that's going to be my last example in here, because that's a big element coming, is around the textiles. And the same concepts about, well, if it says 80% cotton, 20% silk on the label that we have in our clothing, how accurate is that? Is it a rough thumb? How much can it vary? Because all of this information becomes very important when we think about either reusability concept, even more so when we think about a recycling concept. And today, textiles recycling on a global scale, less than 1%. So it's a massive amount of waste that we're generating out of textiles, but we don't have concepts to handle it, and we don't even have the data today to understand what is the composition of all of this. So that's the element that we're working on, to say how can we bring concepts that we've already established in a well way on packaging material and on other products now into the textiles part. And the European Commission is driving textile regulations heavily, which will mean it's impacting the whole supply chain of how to handle data and how to handle textiles going forward, and again, bring textiles and fashion into a sustainable concept and in a sustainable setup. So that's the next challenge that we're looking at, and we're very hopeful that we will also master that challenge with everybody being involved, with all the stakeholders that are working, everybody in the supply chain today, where we again have to start off where it's happening. Well, a lot of production and the supply chain is happening here in India, so you become a very important player for us to establish concepts on a reverse element then afterwards, because we need to understand from the beginning of the supply chain how this all works and how we improve to manage then the back end of these whole processes. So a lot of challenging elements ahead of us, but exciting times, and how do we make ESG a real part of our daily life for us personally and in every business that is acting out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patrick, sir. It was really wonderful to hear you. Last year, I just wanted to remind you, last year we were at the outskirts of the city. This time we are at the heart of the city. That shows the progress that we have made in just 1 year, just for your knowledge. So, yeah, now may I request Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, Managing Director, GRC India, who has been again an instrumental inspiration. Mr. Paras Gupta from GEM Enviro and Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh from GRC India. They have been my pillar with ma'am, who has been consistently supporting me and Policy Times in terms of organizing many of these very, very brainstorming interactive sessions so that we contribute something back to the society in a very, very sustainable manner. So Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, for your remarks, sir.
Good morning to all the esteemed guests, honorable delegates and speakers who have come across from pan-India and abroad and have gathered today for this ESG Summit 2024. I am the Managing Director of GRC India. It's an environmental consultancy organization based at Noida, serving the industries for last 18 years and more in the field of environment and EIA, and contributing our parts in reduction of carbon emissions since our inception. It is our pleasure to have the presence of a lot of eminent dignitaries, and today we all have gathered here to explore the vital topic of environmental, social and governance framework. The genesis of ESG can be tracked back to the increasing recognition that sustainable and ethical business practices are crucial for long-term success. ESG frameworks emerge as a way to measure and manage the impact of business activities on the environment, society, and governance structures. Globally, several frameworks guide ESG reporting, including the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, SASB, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Each framework offers unique methodologies for assessing ESG factors, helping businesses align their operations with sustainability goals. However, data collection and reporting pose significant challenges. Accurate, consistent, and comparable ESG data is often difficult to obtain due to varying standards and methodologies across regions and industries. Additionally, integrating ESG data into traditional financing reporting system requires substantial efforts and investment. The environment impact assessment regime plays an important role in the ESG framework by evaluating the environmental consequences of proposed projects before they proceed. This proactive approach helps in mitigating negative environmental impacts, thereby supporting carbon emissions, reduction efforts, and fostering sustainable development. As we advance, it is imperative to overcome these challenges through collaboration, innovation, and commitment to transparency, ensuring that ESG principles drive meaningful change across the globe. As the renowned environmentalist David Attenborough once said, the truth is the natural world is changing, and we are totally depending on this world. It provides our food, water, and air. It is the most precious thing we have, and we need to defend it. With this, I would like to conclude and let my others learned friends to guide us more on this aspect of ESG and its framework, and would like to thank all the sponsors and related committee members for giving me this opportunity to put forward my words in front of this wonderful audience. I will now hand over this proceedings of this session to our moderator, Mr. Akram Haq, and wish all the success to the summit. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh. It was actually, I have been thinking कि आपसे मिलने का मौका कब मिलेगा. We have been working since many years. I think 4 or 5 years now. Before Corona, we started. This is the first time we are meeting physically. So that's also the benefit of technology and virtual world that we have got into. So thank you so much, sir. I wish that you please stay with us for the whole day to understand this concept, because now we will be working very aggressively towards ESG implementation of the framework. Now, moving ahead, or moving forward, may I request Mr. George Atkinson, Head of Policy at Valpak, to kindly give your address.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Akram, as well as the Policy Times team and my colleagues within RLG for inviting me to Delhi and to India. It's my first visit here. I was the gentleman who asked Patrick how many times he'd been to India, so if you're wondering who asked him, it was me. And I'm absolutely delighted to be in this magnificent country. When talking about ESG and the transition of it from a concept into practice, building upon what Patrick just discussed about the actions that RLG is taking across the globe to operationalize the sustainability objectives into actual initiatives, one key way that those come to the fore in many countries across the world is through extended producer responsibility, or EPR. And hopefully over the next 10 or so minutes, I'm going to be giving you an overview as to what is happening in the UK, because we are in the middle of an important transition in the UK from recycling systems that have been in place for a couple of decades at this point in time, yet they are plateauing in terms of the performance they are achieving, and therefore we are looking to extended producer responsibility in the UK to really push to higher recycling rates, greater levels of circularity never before seen in our country, potentially even across Europe and hopefully across the world. So some learnings from the UK, which I hope will help inform policy directions across many other nations in the UK. And apologies, of course, Patrick mentioned practicalities there. I'm going to be touching a little bit more on the academical side, which is, of course, a very, very important. It sets the direction that industry must follow in order to deliver greater circularity. So just a quick overview of who Valpak are. We are part of the Reconomy Group, as was shown on previous slides. We're part of the Comply Loop that is led by Patrick and colleagues within RLG. At Valpak, we're based in the UK. We are the UK's largest PRO operator. So we help brands and retailers across the packaging sector, across the electrical sector and the batteries one too, comply with their requirements to finance the management of those materials at end of life, albeit to differing degrees, and I'll provide an overview as to what those are. In practice, that means that we're helping business accumulate data. Ranjit earlier today said it's so important to understand your business and the impact your business is having on the environment for you to then look to see what you can do to bring ESG into your business's growth strategy. And we're very happy to facilitate over 2,000 businesses now at this point in time in the UK, accumulate their data and interrogate it to understand what they can do, to the extent that our database, Patrick referred to the VDI system there, holds data on over 50 million products going onto the UK market, as well as in overseas contexts as well. Overall, we're responsible on the packaging side for about 40% of the total volume of packaging that the regulations in the UK require brands and retailers to recycle. So we play an important role as a broker, ensuring that waste material that does arise gets to recycling, and that the producer members of the Valpak PRO ensure they are meeting their targets to recycle waste where they're responsible. And we're doing that on behalf of a number of industry leaders. Of course, many UK brands on there, but many international brands. So we're very happy to facilitate their compliance in the UK as well as overseas. Now, in terms of the UK system in respect of packaging, our system, that's been in place for about 27 years at this point in time, focuses on providing funding to those actually recycling packaging waste. So, of course, packaging can be collected, it can be sorted, and then hopefully it is recycled, and then it's at that end of the system that producer responsibility in the UK provides its funding to the waste management chain through what is known as packaging recycling notes, or PRNs. Now, these are a market-based mechanism, and essentially any recycler that is managing UK-sourced packaging waste recycles that material, be it plastic, metal, wood, for example. They can then write a certificate, if they are accredited to do so, to say, I have recycled a given tonnage of a given packaging waste material. And the regulations in the UK require packaging producers to purchase these PRNs, a given number of PRNs, which is equivalent to the amount of material they have previously placed onto the UK market. So say you are a big grocery retailer, you might be responsible for purchasing hundreds of thousands worth of tons of PRNs, and you go out to the market to recyclers to obtain those certificates from them. Now, those certificates, of course, they're going to be a commodity-driven mechanism in the UK, and that means that the price of them can vary. And that ensures that actually it adds additional revenue opportunity to recyclers in the UK, because if you're handling packaging waste, you can generate these packaging recycling notes and sell those recycling notes to in-need producers who are obligated by the regulation, then you can access greater levels of revenue than if you were just recycling the material and sending, well, for the example of plastic or flakes or pellets to the market. So you're getting additional revenue there. So the PRN system in the UK has helped expand recycling facilities. To take an example, back when the regulations were introduced in 1997, plastic waste recycling was about 5%. Most recently in the UK, we've reached 61%. So we've seen real high levels of recycling of plastic achieved as a result of producer responsibility, providing investment opportunities to the waste management sector. And in terms of who is actually obligated within these regulations in the UK, well, we have a threshold. So if any businesses with a turnover of over £2 million, as well as those businesses needing to have handled at least 50 tonnes of packaging, well, they are obligated by these regulations, as I said, to contribute towards the cost of reprocessing the material through obtaining these PRNs. That results in the UK in about 6,000 businesses responsible under these regulations, and they're placing about 11 million tonnes of packaging onto the UK market. It's, of course, a far smaller market than that in this country. And as a result of the targets that are being set by governments, and I'll come on to targets and the importance of them later, That sees these regulations ensure that about 8 million tonnes of that material is recycled each year. And I've got the targets on the slide which show that for each material there are varying targets. However, they are increasing each year, and not once in the 27-year history of these producer responsibility regulations for packaging has industry failed to meet those targets. So they're an incredibly important driver of action by producers obligated under producer responsibility. However, of course, we're not going to just focus on packaging today. We've got representatives who are looking at how to take these initiatives towards new waste streams, and that's the case in the UK at the moment. We're seeing, got some animations, let's just bring those up. We've got producer responsibility mechanisms in place for packaging, waste electricals and batteries that Valpak operate in within the UK. We've also got an end-of-life vehicles system in place too. And EPR, hopefully you are all aware, it's that policy mechanism to ensure that those placing items on the market are responsible for dealing with those items at end of life. At the moment in the UK, as I said earlier, we're looking at packaging EPR at this present time. We're set for implementation of that at a cost of around £3 billion to industry from late next year. We will then have our government turn towards the problem of e-waste, where we still have 155,000 tonnes of e-waste going into general waste that either gets incinerated or it gets landfilled in the UK, something which should not be happening. E-waste contains so much critical raw materials that we need to get those back into the recycling systems and enhance the circularity. And on batteries, well, we think around 2027 for action from our government. In respect of batteries, we're seeing over 1,200 fires in the waste industry that are resulting from batteries that are going into general waste, and then they're then going into compactors or shredders, and those batteries are exploding, causing fires, and that's a risk to life as a result of improper disposal of these batteries. So we need to get as many systems, as many batteries out of that waste through EPR systems. And we're working with the government to set the policies in place to ensure that producers play their part to establish these systems and hopefully, as I said, enhance circularity. Returning to packaging, of course, businesses need to identify the exact type of material they are placing on the UK markets, and that comes to the fore not just in the UK but across the world as well. We've recently seen the European Union pass a new waste regulation in respect of packaging that includes a topic called eco-modulation. This is where materials that are considered as undesirable, be it they're incredibly costly to recycle or they're actually unrecyclable, they're going to be, the producers of those materials will be disincentivized from placing them on the market through the government applying higher levies to the producer of that material. In the UK, we're looking at a number of packaging designs, characteristics that are considered undesirable. They're not compatible with our existing waste management system in the UK, and as a result, in the very near future, we're expecting to see the government introduce very high new fees for producers of these materials to ensure that the economic costs of managing that material at end of life align with the environmental and negative environmental impacts of them. Crucially, an interesting mechanism, those that pay these new penalties for placing one of these types of material on the market, well, they will actually subsidise any payments that need to be made by those placing desirable packaging on the market, packaging that is less costly to recycle and more recyclable in turn. So we're seeing eco-modulation in the UK and across the European Union that's really going to see packaging designs and formats that as citizens interact with change over the next few years, hopefully quite rapidly so. So look out for that. But of course, all these systems, all these policies can be put in place, but ensuring the circularity of these materials is dependent upon citizens participation in these recycling systems. And there is a good quote that is often used in the UK. If 90% of citizens recycle 90% of the time, and 90% of the time they recycle, they get it right. And then once the material gets to a recycler and 90% of that material is actually recycled, well, in total, only 65% of that which has been placed on the market will actually be recycled at end of life. That's a really shocking statistic, even when 9 out of 10 times the right process is being done. That helps underline why we need to get as many citizens as possible to do the right thing, to dispose of these items right, so we can maximise the circularity and reduce the environmental impact of improper disposal here. In the UK, we're seeing mandatory on-pack recycling labels coming down the line for packaging. We're also going to see them come down the line for batteries, as well as electricals at this point in time, to help citizens participate in these recycling systems. We're very fortunate in the UK. We have curbside recycling systems, so every householder has a bin, and their local authority, the municipality, is required to collect that waste. It's usually fortnightly, every 14 days, but sometimes it's every week. But you can see from the statistics on the slide, for example, all of the over nearly 375 municipalities in the UK collect plastic bottles for recycling. However, only 63% get recycled. So there's a gap in terms of the services on offer versus the citizens' participation. And it's hoped that from 2027, these new labels we're going to see on our packaging in the UK are going to help drive that participation and help us reach recycling rates never seen before, certainly in the UK. And this, and the very significant cost of extended producer responsibility in the UK, seeing businesses want to interact, want to introduce ESG and new strategies, because EPR is a new lens through which they must investigate their product or packaging design and its impact upon the environment. So we're seeing businesses redesign packaging to reduce it, make it leaner and greener for the environment to reduce impacts. We're seeing businesses seek to reuse as much packaging and as many items as possible, be that setting up take-back systems in place or actually working with suppliers to get material back in. And we're also seeing businesses take recycling into their own hands, and that self-management of the material, showing direct producer responsibility for that, is another key area that in the UK businesses are able to undertake in order to mitigate the scale of the contribution they need to make to the government as a result of these EPR schemes. Now, Patrick touched on the VDI, the Valpak Data Insights System, so I won't go into this slide in great detail, but at this point in time, extended producer responsibility as an ESG initiative is a wave of regulatory action across the world, and we're seeing that within Valpak. We're working with over 100,000 suppliers from across the world, many of which are in this country, uploading data to ensure that businesses understand their impacts for the environment. Just last year, that resulted in 3.5 million lines of data going into our databases. And we help businesses see that data, so that screenshot from our platform on the top right goes down to component level. So take a plastic bottle, for example, we're able to tell you the impact of the cap, the label, and the main container it is. This is a level of data analysis unseen before that's helping businesses, as I said, optimize their items, optimize their packaging in this respect to understand the impacts it is having, not just in order to be regulatory compliant with the law, to also then drive their ESG strategies that they are pursuing themselves. I won't go into this example in too much detail, but we, within Valpak, helped a well-known chicken restaurant within the UK look at their packaging portfolio and see how could they minimize it, how could they compare it against that which has been reported as best in class in order to reduce their financial exposure to EPR systems in the UK. And this restaurant, they also sell sauces, chicken rubs in grocery retailers. They wanted to reduce their impacts as much as possible. And through the analysis of this packaging data at component level, we were able to show this business that they could achieve real reductions in the impact, carbon, weight, plastic usage, by significant percentages if they pursue best-in-class designs. And we're seeing many businesses, as a result of these initiatives, want to get involved in this interrogation exercise to understand things in greater detail. So where does that leave us in respect of EPR? Well, if I was to take some learnings from the UK and suggest core efforts that must be pursued in many nations in order for the successful implementation of these EPR schemes, broad consistency of policies within nations is really key. In the UK, we're seeing EPRC producers be responsible for funding the household collections of, be it packaging, be it batteries, be it e-waste. We need to see that in order for businesses to understand what they are funding and how they can get involved. And ideally, we'd like to see international consistency there too. Patrick mentioned the Toronto system where we've got, where there are household collections as well. I mentioned consistent communications to consumers, be it via advertising campaigns or actually on the material itself. We need to get that material back, so we need to tell the consumer what to do. Robust enforcement is absolutely crucial. From a regulation perspective, it's all well and good the biggest businesses doing their bit, contributing to these systems, but they might lose an appetite to participate if smaller businesses do not comply with the law themselves. So we need regulators to enforce the rules in a consistent manner, and also to ensure that recycling operations, well, they're doing what they say. They're not over-reporting, they're not falling lax of environmental performance standards. And then lastly, I think in terms of operationally, we need a mixture of market-delivered functions, be it via the PROs that are run throughout the world, that, for example, RLG run across the world, or those that Valpak run in the UK, but we also need central direction for those entities too. So we need central registries, we need data flows going into the government so the government can report its performance. We need producer-led government structures. We need to reduce admin burdens. So from a compliance perspective, maybe multiple PROs in the sector. We've seen that work really successfully in the UK because we have competitors in the UK, so we're incentivized to go and find even the smallest business. If they're obligated by these regulations, it is business for our business. So we are incentivized to bring as many businesses as possible into this EPR realm. So that would be one of the learnings that I would suggest is followed internationally. And I hope that's been a really useful overview of the UK situation. We're not perfect. As I mentioned, we still have waste that is recyclable going into general waste. Packaging, well, we're at about 64% recycling rate at this point. We're targeting near 80% by the end of this decade. So we do still have a way to go, but my hope is we can get there in the UK, and these policy learnings can help inform nations across the world to improve on their own efforts to enhance sustainability. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, George, for the wonderful session. Again, very, very elaborative presentation on the experience of UK, bringing that experience. Moving ahead, I'm really very happy and honored to welcome two of our dignitaries, especially Srimati Roop Rashi ma'am, who came all the way for this specially program. Despite her very busy schedule and time, Roop Rashi ma'am is the Honorable Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textile, Government of India. Ma'am has been, she has been in various other ministries, including short duration of at the Financial Inclusion or Ministry of Finance, Secretary for Finance FR, and she has also represented India in the Coffee Board. She was the board of director with the Coffee Board of India at the Ministry of Environment. As Textile Commissioner, ma'am brings immense experience, and working especially in the textile value chain. She has been contributing immensely in the policy perspective as well as program delivery across fibers and domains covering traditional, modern and technical textiles. Ma'am has again brought a lot of innovation in in streamlining the flagship schemes for the ministry, textile ministry, targeting credit facilitation to MSMEs in the textile. In addition to MMF and in the technological textiles, she has done under the 13 segments, she has been doing extensive work. In addition to again R&D, academia, and collaboration with the industry. So without taking any more time, may I request Honorable Textile Commissioner of India to kindly give your special remarks, and I request everyone to give kindly a big round of applause for her too. I also see Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee sir entering into the room. Sir, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Akram. I guess that was too long and not really required introduction, but then, yeah, personally, I feel privileged to be part of this discussion which we are having today on ESG Summit, Convergence of Frameworks Implementation. One, I like the topic. One question, all of your sponsors here, anybody representing them present here? Anybody present here? Who are the sponsor for this? Okay, good. I'm from which organization? Okay. So at least that organization which must be signing off in its own accounts that they are supporting in their ERBR declarations or ESG compliance, that they are supporting any academic as well as a policy program initiative like this, also have somebody representing them actually showing the alignment to the goal and not just sponsoring an activity for the sake of bookkeeping and reporting. Welcome here, and I'm very, very happy about it. To see somebody, because see, I come from 1994 batch of Indian Audit and Account Service, so I have a lot of experience on compliance, reporting, strategies with United Nations and like organizations. So I feel there has to be, one needs to walk the talk when it comes to the issues relating to sustainability, and it shouldn't be in itself, sustainability, circularity, only level of creating another set of jobs, because we need to deliver. It shouldn't be just job creation. Now, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Patrick Widman and George Atkinson to have given such interesting insight into the whole domain, and signing the way Patrick signed off on saying textiles is one domain which definitely needs a lot of work to be done. And today, thankfully, I've been with textile sector for some time. Just to give you, for case of India, this is $165 billion industry with about 120 domestic consumption and about 45 as of now for the exports, and we target to reach $350 billion by 2030. Going to, that means up to $250 billion domestic consumption and $100 billion exports. And this is the industry which provides largest employment after agriculture. As on date, as for the PLFS surveys, PLFS is the labor survey, which says about 5.4 crore people are directly involved and equal number indirectly involved. So one can imagine the, the width, depth of the industry. Historically, India definitely remains a major player, so we do get a lot of insights in terms of how do we look at textile sector. From, we are lucky to be an industry in India which has all points of value chain. That is from the raw material, from fiber, from the farm to fiber to fashion, as Honorable Prime Minister Sir puts it, to factory, to fashion, to foreign. I mean to say the whole value chain when it comes to the natural fibers, we have it. In case of man-made fibers, one of the maybe the biggest producers in some of the fibers are here. So you can imagine that kind of integration, kind of requirement of when we ESG, which is more in terms of the reporting and compliance, etc. Before that, let us get into the responsible manufacturing part, which underlies this whole concern on what we understand as of now. I mean to say, don't understand, all of us don't understand fully, except theoretically, but what we say about to look at the concerns on the environment, social governance, and how the investment needs to be targeted, to look at what are the risks, and to sustainability of enterprise while aligning to sustainability of the planet. Now, some statistics, just to put another perspective to the way textile sector is spread in the world. The global apparel market size is going to reach US $2.6 trillion in 2025 with a projected rate of 4%. Global fashion companies produce 100 billion garments annually. H&M normally carries about 2.5 to 3 billion garments with an inventory every year. US generates 25 billion pounds of textiles per year, translated to 82 pounds per resident. 15% gets donated or recycled. 85% goes to landfills. And that is where the pejorative thing comes, that textile, which is, I consider, being in this sector, I wouldn't like to call it waste, but it becomes waste. It's actually a resource, and we have not been able to look at it as a resource, and it becomes part of waste. And in terms of policy perspective also, we end up looking at it as a waste recycling, waste retrieval. So that on that I'll come after some time. And 2 to 8% of greenhouse gas emissions are from textile sector, 1 billion tons annually. 8,000 chemicals are used, or rather 0.58 kg chemicals per kg of textiles. 250 tons of textile waste is deposited in landfills. Now, why I'm saying it, these are the statistics which are definitely very, very scary. But one of the things which was told to me when we started working on it is what 8.5% of the world's textile waste gets accumulated in India. I got, yes, scary. But then I realized we are 16% of world population. That means we are more disciplined than more consuming ones. And that gives an idea to look at who is polluting it and who all need to take the burden to help reduce this pollution. If we call it pollution, or rather make the production cycle so responsible that we can keep on using the resource, keep on increasing the life of what we say end of life for the cloth, and how do we achieve that? Now, not that everybody has any answer, it's just that interestingly I came across that all of us must have read, all of us, I think there are a lot of these interesting studies starting from 22nd October to now, starting with, I think, one of these 4 big consultants study in 22nd October. Even last week, somebody else came up with saying that the new generation is looking at supporting recycled materials, or they are very, very environmentally conscious, and they are willing to put the funds. And both studies are more or less, I would say, I would really take them with a pinch of salt, because they are hardly covering a sample of 6,000, and that doesn't really speak of what's the regular consumer behavior when it looks at the usage of a particular product, in our case, textiles. But then, yes, that's a good thing to look at in terms of how a production cycle, we can try to create demand pull for better practices to make my textile manufacturing more conscious of the impact it is creating while it is producing the goods. So that's one of the strategies. We did work with UNEP to look at the consumer end. And in case of India, I would just say it's not that it is not an issue. It's just that, like all other sectors, as Patrick also mentioned, we don't have all ready-made solutions, but we are trying to work on different verticals together. Both of you didn't mention, but you must have studied, all of you must have read this or wondered why Apple stopped giving charger with its phone. Anybody? It was a very, very sound business decision. It has helped reduce their logistic costs tremendously, their packaging costs tremendously, and at the same time, not having, you really don't need that many chargers. So as a consumer, one used to feel very, very uncomfortable about it because one just feels that the whole set be with us. But packaging, yes, Valpak may have some data on that their packaging costs have reduced, their they have been able to, so much space has been created in terms of their shipping their handsets. So one business decision, how it can help all verticals. What I'm trying to say, if it is not a good business decision coming back to the balance sheet, all my morality of it should be done will never be done. So we need to look at wherever we are. Like today I'm in textiles, maybe 15 years back I was with coffee or any other, in government also, whichever sectors. How do we do something which brings value to that particular cycle to be sustainable? I mean to say, I cannot just say textiles is polluting, stop producing volumes. It is not going to happen. There is a rate of growth of population too. Maybe if we see the consumption pattern, there is a need for that kind of, in terms of typical fabric plus a lot of functional textiles wherein we will need. On the lower end, when we go to the handlooms, etc., they support huge number of livelihoods. So we cannot simply say stop producing, go slow on production. That is not an option, particularly for the developed countries where there is huge amount of livelihood support which it is giving. What is an option is, how do we get to them, to various clusters, understand their gaps, and get all of us who are sitting here together as well as others to help them improve what they are doing. Now, data. Yes, data is an issue. And in my view, yes, EPR is a good thing, but at the same time, EPR has not to be looked at as a coercive thing, because then the chances are, bureaucracy being bureaucracy, I'm part of that, like in case of certifications, there are chances that certifications lose beyond a point if it is not done very well. Certificates themselves become an end rather than supporting or giving assurance on the product. I don't know whether I made it clear. See, people will end up developing certification regimes just to satisfy the compliance requirement, and can happen, systems, however strong. We had a bad outage with Microsoft. Things can happen and people can. So important thing is that I need to be able to tell a person that if I take a business decision, if you get into more responsibly using your inputs and getting into, as you say, recycle, reuse, it will end up giving you better value. Not just because, because the government says so. You need to do it because it brings it more value to you and for your own sustainability. Little challenge, or rather a lot of challenge in textile sector, because it is MSME driven. And it is a low margin industry. Now these two things, and it's a long value chain, wherein if you look at it, let us take cotton. From farmer to ginner to spinner to the fabric, the garment weaver, knitting, then garment making and sale. If we check each point, the highest margin is only at the retail end, which is about 40%. All others have very thin margins. Now, and all others are the ones we would ask them to use better water, better energy, better chemicals, without really compensating anything. So where is the onus? Finally, the onus has to be the one who is sourcing. And at least as of now, my understanding is in case of textiles, if it doesn't get brand driven, it will be very, very difficult. I have a very typical example in case of water management, because when we look at, when Akram asked me to speak, I said, see, ESG is an area I wouldn't like to delve into. I would rather talk about what are the challenges we are facing in the foundation of getting into a circularity mode or sustainability for textiles. Now, we have technology. Some of you who might be part of academia or who must have been part of various discussions, we have been having technology of waterless dyeing for more than, I think, almost now 15 years. Some of them, Nike, Adidas, are using it, wherein they are using activated carbon. So you use less, less water, or almost, and your water requirement for dyeing goes down by 80 to 90%. But the adoption of that technology doesn't come about because it is definitely costly. And when you are producing so much and there is an additional cost element, who is going to foot that bill? I won't take the names. I did take the names with some of the friends here, but we had a world's largest event, BharatEx, in February 2024. Then one of the biggest sourcing brand has signed up with one of the biggest fabric manufacturers, and they, combined with National Technical Textile Mission, would be adopting that technology so that we can conserve water. Now, logically, all of us know water we need to conserve. Technology is costly. Who puts the bill? It will not be able to, we will not, as on today, be able to pass it off totally to the consumer. I hope I haven't gone off tangent. I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. We need to have brands who actually take the biggest margin in the value chain. They need to drive this change in terms of responsible production, help us develop the traceability, and then sell that to this enlightened younger consumer which is willing to pay little more compared to the traditional consumer. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Now, I would say what other thing we have been doing, what Patrick mentioned about getting the urban, the municipalities. Since I am, as an officer, I am the field officer for the Ministry of Textiles. That means I interact with the stakeholders at various clusters, and the challenges and the kind of support we gave yesterday, our minister has also tweeted about it in terms of technology, upgradation support, processing support, water support. What we do is we try to get into interactions and help and handhold the industry, or help tie up funding for new projects. Now, in case of waste recycling, I have a problem. Why I don't want to keep on calling it waste, because we should look at it as an aspirational good, whatever comes out of recycling. Now, in recycling, what I understand, I may be corrected by all of you, when we look at recycling, there could be recycling in loop, that is getting the product back to raw material stage within the loop, or outside loop. That means we get into another domain, it becomes a raw material for a different kind of product, and that's how we go for better resource efficiency. We launched a pilot project, largely out of, again, the CSR funding of a foundation, because government doesn't. Taxpayers, as of now, don't have, we don't have that kind of taxpayers collection to start supporting this. So this, at the Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation, post-consumer textile waste. Pre-consumer, we are doing good job of it. Reasonably good job, I would say, because it's like from factory, whatever other cuts, even from Bangladesh, we get it back, we convert it. Our spinning is amazing, maybe actually one of the best in the world in terms of spinning. And we have the machines also, so we do everything, and we sell back the thread. And then thread gets into the weaving, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But post-consumer waste has been a challenge. And I think only one other model as of now which has been able to take the post-consumer waste back to the textile production cycle has happened. But we are doing it. I have a vertical called Textile Committee. We have developed, and we are getting a foundational support. Municipal Corporation of Navi Mumbai is going to operate it through the resident welfare societies. Now, why I say we need to create interest and incentive in the system. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So they are going to do that, and once we are able to, we have developed all the SOP, all the protocol, and how it would give value to everybody in the value chain. And once, of course, there are technical interventions. We have some scanners. Somebody is taking cost of that. Those scanners have to become more efficient because what you said, whether 80% cotton and 20% silk, it could be anything. It could be 80% cotton, maybe MMF, polyester also. In case of polyester, India is a very good success story. 91% of PET bottles are actually being recycled back to thread and back to cloth, and our Honorable Prime Minister actually wore one of them, which is called through Pune. Pune means they have called this thread as reworked thread out of polyester bottles, PET bottles. So we are able to recycle that back to the value chain. But yes, when it is a cotton-rich thing, there can be only two ways to recycle. One is, if it is high cotton, then the cellulose chain, the viscose chain can take it back through chemical decomposition to the fiber, or we look at getting into upcycle products. Now, what happens with upcycle product? It's not enough that we involve n number of micro enterprises creating it's a very, very important ESG element in terms of creating lot of employment, particularly women SHG groups. But kya hoega? We will end up creating products. Who is going to buy them? And due regards, if we call it's waste product, yes, people feel good, but we need to create an aspirational value about it. And that's where what we have done, we have tied up with our government e-market portal that all these agencies which get into upcycling of textile products can become a vendor on GEM. And who certifies that this is actually the product? So we have our own agency which is certifying them. We are developing a protocol. One of them, Amraja, is with touch with you, with full traceability of calling it a recycled product, which could be a usable product. And I have exhorted to all the big players that they should create shelf space for all these recycled products, so that one is not inundated with another set of product for which you don't get buyer, because people do end up buying only the branded product. So one needs to create that space when a brand says, I am sustainable, I am circular. So it should end up saying it in two ways. One, I'm taking the thread back to my fabric on which EcoVera or something which you are wearing. Two, I am also giving you these products which are made out of all those which could not go back to the production cycle. Now, interesting things which happen is there is a lot of work happening. Like in Italy, they are able to take out, in chemical recycling, they are able to take out of used oil certain mordants, Revicol. Now, again, it's a costlier chemical. My thing is, finally, we have approaches, we have solutions. What I would need, this house, is to give me models wherein somebody takes, of course, led by the brands or larger companies, takes the tab of advocacy to the producer at the last mile, different points of the value chain, and also help market those products. Otherwise, it will not get marketed. And if it doesn't get marketed, the demand cycle doesn't become sustainable. And to say that you stop producing, you start consuming, I don't think that's an option, and that's not even a desirable option, except that what you consume should be responsibly produced. I'm very enthused about what George has said. Definitely we will like to work on the packaging thing, because for that matter, when I say technical textiles, lot of packaging material comes, which is actually a textile material. So it's that is one of our biggest component of technical textiles. And one would like to see how one is, you are managing, and how do we find our own verticals in terms of support. Now, what more I would like to share here is, yes, on the policy side, what we look at is we work with, we have in the ministry, we have created, somebody must have interacted with Prajakta Verma, our joint secretary. So we have a ESG task force. We have a task which is dealing with also, we have a traceability component, looking at branding, traceability, certification. Primarily in case of cotton, we have a brand, but we are going to replicate it across the board in terms of traceability and assurance to the buyer. Circularity, information and capacity building, innovation, and looking at how do we go forward. We have worked with UNEP. We are working with UNEP. And one of the interesting things which I would love to share with you, and maybe you will also feel good that interestingly, Patrick, interestingly, one of my clusters, yeah, this I forgot to mention, that in India, textiles have largely been distributed entities. It's not like my neighbors or China or Vietnam, wherein you have very, very big, you can have data points because it's very, very integrated. In our case, it's a traditionally grown thing. So we have traditional clusters. Largely, we look at 9 to 10 regions, which are very, very specific gaps or strengths, both. So we need to work like that. So in textile clusters, we are working with UNEP. And some of the preliminary studies show that our water usage, even in generally we look down upon Surat as the man-made cluster as, being not very sustainable, but our water usage is 1/3 of international average. So I want everybody to clap for that our people are actually doing a good job, though once the report comes, I think it can become a sale point for them, and that is what is going to sustain the cycle. What I am trying to drive point is everything which we consider as should have a, should come to the balance sheet. Kisi bhi business mein, if it doesn't come to the balance sheet, it will just remain as a static disclosure element. And regulations do help. Plastic, it has helped us a lot. But then in textiles, because we have very, very small producers, about 70% of the fabric part comes from the decentralized power looms. So we need to upgrade all of that and look at how efficiently they would be able to do the work. Yes, alternate fibers, as on date, we are seeing about 6% growth on bamboo, hemp, flax, rami, sisal, coconut, banana, and I hope we would be able to strengthen that alternate thing. In case of cotton, everybody in textiles, whoever been in textiles, looks at, oh, cotton is water guzzler, which obviously I take it with a pinch of salt because it is fight of two fibers. I am with no one, I am with the sector. But cotton as the fiber, cotton starch actually fixes maximum cotton back to a carbon back to the soil. So it is itself contributing to what we say sustainability, circularity. So we have started with the International Cotton Advisory Council, which is the United Nations of Cotton. We are looking at some projects in our cotton growing areas so that we can look at a good cotton economy. Japan produces through cotton linters. It's a very, very small fibers of cotton. When the main cotton is taken away, they produce certain fiber, which is very, very sustainable. We are trying to, some of the companies are already doing good job, but the volumes are not really helping as of now. So we are trying to replicate that here. But I'm very, very hopeful of this municipality-led initiative in India because that would create a lot of recyclability as well as upcycling of products. And I hope in our next conference when I meet, I can share it as NMMC model to be replicated, rest of it, because Surat has shown interest. Then I have Nagpur, then I have Indore, who want to, and this is all through a competitive model, because what happens under Swachhata Mission, this is one of the verticals they want to work on and show themselves as distinct from others so that they can run the race of being the best municipality. So one is trying to leverage that. And I would like to just sign off saying that, yes, textile is polluting, but it's not that particularly India, I believe we have a history of reasonable circularity and increasing the life of end of life for the product. So we have those models hidden somewhere. We need to kind of upscale them, validate them, upscale them, and I'm sure we can actually show light to a lot of other manufacturers on how to handle their resources and do the delivery in a very, very sustainable way. On ESG, our model as of now, of course, our bigger companies are themselves reasonably clued in and they are doing everything because they have a lot of professional setup. For the smaller ones, we are looking at cluster support from a lot of academia. students, helping them, because these people, it's an additional cost, additional skill to fill up even basic formats. So the data requirement by maybe about, I think the last, or 35,000 are in the ASI, and more than 6,41,000 are the units which are involved in various activities. So now imagine all of them getting into a very, very responsible manufacturing thing. Yes, it's a huge task, but we need to create a lot of value for them. And I'm sure with your insights, joining our insights, we would be able to take the mandate forward. With these words, I hope I have not exceeded my time, and if I have, I'm sorry. But textiles is an area, yes, people create a lot of fear, but I'm hopeful that in India we would be able to find solutions and develop the models for application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, I introduced less. I mean, I could not do justice in introducing the work you have done. The way you explained things, it was really wonderful. And the excitement, the passion that with which ma'am was describing and sharing her initiatives and tasks, that shows we are with you, ma'am, PT Chamber of Commerce and all our organizers. On behalf of them, I would like to tell you that whatever initiatives you are taking, we will be upfront in terms of addressing a lot of this. We would, since we are an industry interface organization, we would take a lot of your initiatives and products to our main producers, and we will do necessary advocacy on that, ma'am. And we are also compiling a lot of SOPs or best practices in the textile circularity. Soon we would be expecting one EPR on that. If it comes so, then our task would again multiply, and we need your guidance and support in that sense. So we are already exceeding a lot of time. I mean, we started 15 minutes late. So this is the most important session. That is why we will extend a bit. So kindly bear with us, because the next session would be a little shorter. Now, introducing our next guest of honor, and for his special address, Mr. Mujahirul Alam, Officer in Charge, UNEP India. Before joining UNEP India, he is shortly, in a short duration to be in charge for India chapter. Before that, he was with Bhutan and Nepal. He was in charge of UNEP Bhutan and Nepal. Sir has been also working with government of Bangladesh Ministry of Environment. So during his entire tenure, he extensively worked on reducing carbon reduction strategies from the UN point of view. So I request sir to kindly share your wisdom and some of the practices that you have been guiding countries to adopt.
Thank you, Akram, for introduction. Before I basically talk, Akram, you mentioned about the different models, and I'm not going to talk about any models. Let me mention that first. But before that, I'd like to thank all the distinguished the panel here, as well as the participants. You have heard a lot, and I think we are singing the same song in terms of the circularity, the value chain, the recycling, the recovering, all those things. The United Nations Environment Program, we have our own environment and the social safeguard framework, which we apply for any of our projects when we are implementing in any given country, including the support that we are providing to the different sectors. And 8 things that we consider as a part of our environment and the social, the safeguard framework. One is the biodiversity conservation, meaning that any of our effort must not degrade the environment, rather ensure that we are getting the services from the biodiversity conservation and the services. The second one is the climate change, both in the context of reducing the greenhouse gases, as well as addressing the adverse impact of climate change. Third area is the pollution prevention and the resource efficiency. I think we have heard a lot about the resource efficiency. The fourth area that we address in our framework is the labor and the working condition. and we have heard a lot about that. We also considered the community health, the safety, and the security aspect, and protecting that. And also the indigenous people that we also use as a part of our framework. But in many cases, we are also seeing that the resettlement aspect during the project implementation, but it is more of the minimizing the involuntary settlements. It is more on talking to the community and how to basically resettle if there is a need. The 8th number is the cultural heritage, and often we forget that that is another area is also important to protect. Now, so that is the framework that we use. Now, the two aspects that I would like to mention in the context of the circularity, the environment, sustainability, and the governance. One is the climate change and the pollution aspect. And if we look into climate change and what the global community agreed that there is a need for deep, rapid, and sustained reduction of greenhouse gases, and call parties, among many other things, is tripling the renewable energy capacity globally, as well as doubling the energy efficiency, as well as transitioning away from the fossil fuel. So what does that really mean in the context of environment and its sustainability? It means that number of sector is going to go through the transformation and accelerating the cleaner energy. And when we are talking about the acceleration of the cleaner energy, we are also talking about using the critical minerals. And this is something is going to come to us in future, and how we are going to address the critical minerals, not only in terms of its use, but also starting from the mining up to the recycling and putting it back. So that is the whole aspect of the circularity that we need. And if we look into that particular aspect, in terms of the energy production, bringing the renewable energy more in the energy system, we are talking about the solar, we are talking about wind, that requires the use of those critical minerals. If we look into the transport sector, we are talking about the electric vehicle or the hydrogen as a fuel. So if we look into what is going to require in future, if we look into the World Bank report, they are basically saying the technology that we need to deploy to keep the temperature below 2 degrees is the 3 billion tons of the critical minerals that we need to deploy in terms of the technologies. So it's a huge amount of the resources that we are talking about. Now, obviously, if we look into only the transport sector, is obviously, if we look into the global context, the 14% of the greenhouse gases coming from the transport sector globally. If we look into the India with the growing number of the middle class and the demand is growing, obviously the transport sector, particularly the individual car, is going to increase. And if we put the electric vehicle as a part of that equation, it is going to be huge area that we need to address. Obviously, if we look into the electric mobility, electric vehicle, it brings obviously the multiple benefit in terms of reducing the pollution at the city level. It reduces cost in a long term. So it brings the multiple benefit, but it comes with the critical minerals that is going to consume, and obviously we need to address that critical minerals. Now, if we look into the Asia and the Pacific region in terms of the critical minerals, about 70% of the global mining output processed and consumed in number of countries of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. So it is not the small amount if we look into Asia-Pacific as a region in terms of the volume. So this is where we are seeing that the new groups are emerging in terms of managing the critical minerals in the region. And obviously, the circularity is important. And if we look into India, and we have heard about the extended producer, the responsibility. In India, yes, we have the EPR, the guideline the Niti Aayog has basically introduced, and UNEP, Asian Development Bank, we are working with Niti Aayog how to expand that extended producer responsibility to this, the critical mineral management in the transport sector. So we'll be working with them in the coming years to see how best we can bring that circularity when we are talking about the e-mobility and the critical minerals to use. Let me end by mentioning what you have already heard about the textiles. I'm not going to talk a lot about that, the textile and the number and the volume, as well as the importance of the textile in the context of the Indian economy as well as the job. But the ESG that the madam mentioned, the UNEP under the India Tex project, which is supported by the Denmark, will be working very closely with the Ministry of Textile to see how best to address the different aspects in the textile and the apparel industries, and working with also the brand, because the new rules and the regulations are also coming from the importer point of view. So how to enable them, create the readiness of the sector so that the Indian export don't get impacted. So we'll be working with the textile ministry in the two clusters, which is Surat and Karor. We have basically discussed where to best work on. So we'll be working with them, and we'll be trying that how to bring the sector ready so that the export don't get impacted when the new regulations are coming from particularly the EU side in terms of the importing the textile, where they're looking not only at the production, but the whole value chain that they would like to see. So with that, I'd like to thank the organizer for the invitation and giving me this opportunity to share some of the work that we'll be doing in India and what we consider under the environmental sustainability aspect of the UNEP work. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Alam sir, for your wonderful remarks, and also bringing the knowledge of UNEP and your vast career into this platform today. Now, today I'm really again very happy and honored to welcome and host Honorable Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpai sir. It was really, I was behind sir. Sir, kindly give us some time, because sir is totally occupied because the parliament session is on. There are a lot of questions, a lot of work at office, but on our insistence, sir has got some time for us today, and we will hear. In fact, the agenda that we have drafted, it is his brainchild. The first agenda that we drafted, he was not happy at all, as it was lacking the direction and focus. So we reworked on that, and with the help of RLG and us, we have somehow could bring something to his expectation. Sir was very, very particular and clear about there are a lot of different models. We need convergence. How do you bring convergence? So direct your agenda, direct your discussion in such a way so that we can bring all models together and bring something new for the country and for the world. So I would request our special guest of honor, in fact, of this evening, with a big round of applause for his special address in today's afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed panelists on the dais, participants. First of all, apology for being late. As Akram said, that because of the ongoing parliament session, I was a bit late. This topic is very close to my heart, and as Akram said, that it was very difficult for me to agreeing to the agenda that he proposed, and yes, we did. I did agree to a part of it, and then we decided to go ahead with the agreed agenda ultimately. So this ESG thing has been in vogue, I will say that for last around 20 years or so. But as far as India is concerned, that I do believe that environment and sustainability has been in our blood for ages, and we have been advocate of sustainability since we have been since our culture our culture was born. And sustainability is something that it is in our blood forever in our mythology, and every time we read about our mythology, we see that sustainability is ingrained there. The only thing that it has been there in different forms. And if we talk about modern days, when the industrialization began in India, and when the EIA process started in 1994, and then in 1972, if you talk about Stockholm Conference, first time 1972, the sustainability word was coined. Sustainability word, India heard about sustainability in 1972 when India, Indira Gandhi talked about 72 in sustainability. But sustainability word is something Mahatma Gandhi talked about sustainability before that, you know. The world started talking about sustainability later, you know, but we started talking about earlier. So that is how India has been. So everything started getting codified much later, and so India has been, as I said, that codification started later, but it has been in practice. So codification is something, so it takes time. So that is how the codification started in form of EIA notification. That is how 1994, you can say that codification started taking place in 1994 in form of EIA notification. So if you see the EIA notification 94, so it takes care of everything that, you know, our UNEP gentleman, he talked about everything about the the ESG framework, everything. It takes care of everything that EIA notification takes care of everything that ESG talks about. It talks about the environment. It talks about the social aspect. It talks about the climate change. It talks about the labor issues. It talks about the rehabilitation. And then gradually it started evolving. And then we evolved into the EIA notification 2006. And gradually, if you see the EIA notification 2006 goes into the transformation, and then after so many amendments and everything, now here we are in 2024 with more than 100 amendments in 2006, and we have full-fledged EIA notification, although we could have gone into a full-fledged notification, but still we are in EIA notification 2006 with almost 150 amendments. So it takes care of everything that the world talks about ESG framework. We have everything that the whole world talks about ESG framework. So what I mean to say about that ESG reporting that world talks about, we have in form of the EIA notification. So the reporting framework that now the SEBI talks about, BRSR framework, that GRI framework, when I talk to Akram, that now the GRI reporting, that BRSR reporting, you will not be able to even decode those forms even. If I talk to the the people who are actually asking you to fill up those forms, they will not be able to understand those forms. I have even, I have been, discussing those with those people, and many times I have been talking to those peoples. I had opportunity to discuss those people about the biodiversity component of those forms, and they have not been able to understand that what those parameters mean. So I asked them, if you can't understand those biodiversity parameters, how do you expect the people who are filling up those forms to understand those forms? So this is the time for us, for the industries, for the stakeholders, to decide ourselves that what actually, what is important for us, because ultimately it is us who is going to take care of the earth, planet Earth. Because when you say this environment sustainability, when you say the business sustainability, it is actually the sustainability of the Mother Earth, sustainability for you, sustainability of the, not sustainability of the business, it's your sustainability. So your sustainability depends on the sustainability of the business, sustainability of the earth. So business will sustain only if you sustain. You will sustain only if the entire ecosystem sustain. So if you are able to decide that how the ecosystem sustain, then you will be able to understand that what will be the parameters which will be necessary for the whole ecosystem to sustain. For example, if you are suppose you are into textile business, like Madam was talking about the water circularity and the water requirement, the water balance and other things. So the water requirement, suppose water is one parameter. So how water efficiency can be increased? Water is one criteria. So if you are able to understand that how you will be able to optimize the water requirement in the textile industry, if you are able to understand that thing, so automatically you will be understand the sustainability, how you will be able to sustain your textile business. If you are able to understand how you will be able to optimize the energy requirement for your textile business, then you will be automatically understand the efficiency, resource efficiency for the textile business. So automatically you will be able to understand the whole sustainability framework for that particular industry. So automatically the ESG framework for a particular industry you will be able to define. So this is how the particular industry will be able to define the framework, and no BRSR framework, no GRI framework, no ESG framework will be able to understand that. So that is how the particular industry, particular the sector, and ultimately the country has to decide their framework. No country, no Western country is going to guide you that this kind of framework is going to be the standard framework that all countries have to follow. And this is where India has to take lead for decide their framework. We are not going to be guided by the Western countries' framework that how we have to start reporting for being sustainable. But unfortunately, what is happening that we are going to be swayed away by framework given by the Western countries. Although our norms are much more stringent, much more, you can say that practical than the other countries' framework. But since we are not able to understand the nuances of those things, we are not able to follow those. So I'll request all the industries here, try to understand the practical aspect of it. Try to, I'll also request the people like Akram and the people who are working with you to understand the practical requirement of the sectors and work with you to decide the actual requirement of those things, ESG requirement and sectoral requirement, and work on those ESG framework and devise those sectoral requirement, and then work on those ESG sectoral specific framework, and so that we are able to devise our ESG framework, so that we have a common framework for the country, and so that we can guide our industries, and so that we have our own country's framework, and we can tell the world, no, we'll tell that how our ESG should work. So on this note, I'll thank again the organizers to for this kind of workshop, and thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Joint Secretary, sir. In fact, we have noted all your points, and after this discussion, we will compile all the outcomes that are coming up. We will do again further research on all the points, all the parameters or frameworks that we have, and then we will try to redraft something in the form of an SOP, which we will again discuss with you after this in a form of a report. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I will hand over the mic to Mr. Akshay now to take over the session for a short, small briefing, and then we have the next session, which will be again very short one. Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, sir, who was the senior director at MeitY, sir has got an extensive presentation in terms of how we can take this SOP discussion forward, ESG discussion forward. Over to Akshay.
Thank you so much, Akram sir, for leading this session. I would like to thank all the speakers who joined us for the session. It was really delightful experience to learn from your experiences and how you plan to make the movement ahead. Also, as Patrick sir mentioned in between, that there are many more experts in the room and not just you. And Dheeraj sir also mentioned that we are learned experts. That's true. We all are the learners who continue to learn and progress. In fact, there's a saying in Hindi, ये नजरें ना होती ये नज़ारा ना होता अगर इतने विजनरी लोग ना होते तो ये sustainability का सपना पूरा ना होता. For the people who have joined us all the way from outside, had there been no eyes, there wouldn't have been any vision. Had there not been visionary leaders like yourself, we would not have been able to achieve the aim of sustainability. So again, can we have a huge round of applause for all the leaders who have joined us today. With that, may I please request the honor of Ms. Radhika Kalia ji to come up on the stage to present a memento as a token of appreciation to all the leaders. I request all the leaders to come here. Maybe please request Ms. Radhika to extend a memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Dheeraj sir. Can we please have the memento? Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a big round of applause for all the leaders as they receive a memento as a token of appreciation from Policy Times, Chamber of Commerce, as well as RLG Bioeconomy at ESG Summit 2024. With great pride, we present this memento to Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, sir. Sir, thank you so much for your words. Can we please request ma'am to present it to Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpai, sir, who is Joint Secretary, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. May we also request Ms. Radhika ma'am to present a memento to none other than Mr. Patrick, sir. Can we please request her? Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a round of applause as leaders receive a memento. Can we please request the memento to be given to Mr. George, sir, who is Head of Policy at Valpac. Next, may I please request Ms. Radhika to extend the memento to none other than Srimati Roop Rashi ji, IA and AS Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Last but not the least, can we please extend the memento to Mr. Alam, Officer in Charge, UNEP India. Thank you so much, Ms. Radhika ji, to join with us on stage. Let us please have a group picture. And with that, let us please invite on stage none other than Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, former Senior Director, MeitY, who will be joining with the set of speakers to felicitate all the awardees for the ESG Summit 2024. Dr. Sandeep, sir, please stay back with us on the stage as we present the ESG Champion Awards at ESG Summit 2024. I request all the leaders to stay back to give away the awards at the ESG Summit 2024. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, whatever work we do, in order to ensure that all of us are motivated and self-driven towards achieving the mission that we drive for, recognition plays a key role. And for the people who have done amazing work when it comes to being an ESG champion, we are going to facilitate a few winners here at the ESG Summit 2024, Convergence of Frameworks Implementation. And ladies and gentlemen, I request all throughout the award ceremony, let us please have the thundering round of applause as we will be having the winners joining us here at the ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award here goes to none other than Captain Satyendra Vedya for championing ESG advocacy and awareness. Let us continue to have this round of applause as Sir joins with us on the stage. Congratulations, Captain Satyendra Vedya, sir. Thank you so much for joining on stage and for the invaluable work that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please invite on stage the next awardee for championing plastic pollution-free world. With that, can we please have Dr. Sameer Joshi joining with us on the stage? Congratulations, Dr. Sameer, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us have on stage a leader who has won it for championing in waste management. With a thundering round of applause, let us please welcome Dr. Sanjay Gandhi. As Sir couldn't join us today, it will be Mr. Udayji who will be collecting the award on his behalf. May we please request Udayji to come up on the stage and collect the award on his behalf. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move to the next award for the day. That is for championing in carbon emission reduction. And the award goes to none other than Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh. Can we have a thundering round of applause for Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, sir, who has already joined with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award in the ESG Summit 2024 is for championing in energy efficiency. And this award goes to none other than Jaimit Kumar Patel. Can we please have Jaimit Kumar Patel ji joining with us on the stage? Very congratulations, Jaimit Kumar Patel, sir. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award at ESG Summit 2024 is for championing natural resources management, and the award goes to none other than Meet Patel. Can we please have Meet Patel ji joining with us on stage? Congratulations to all the winners so far for contributing to the ESG Summit 2024 and helping us drive the mission of sustainability reaching every nook and corner of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please welcome on stage the next awardee for championing in recycling and waste management, and the award goes to Mr. Paras Gupta. Can we please have Mr. Paras Gupta joining with us on stage? Congratulations, Mr. Paras. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award here at ESG Summit 2024 is for championing water resources management, and it goes to none other than Rahul Parmar. Can we please have Mr. Rahul Parmar ji joining with us on the stage? Many congratulations, Mr. Rahul Parmar. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, in the day ahead at ESG Summit 2024, we have the award for championing natural resources management, and it goes to none other than Mr. Rajesh Prajapati ji. Can we please have Mr. Rajesh Prajapati ji joining with us on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a thundering round of applause as we congratulate and honor all the winners, all the awardees at ESG Summit 2024. The next award in the day at ESG Summit 2024 goes to the person for championing in waste management, and it goes to none other than Mr. Romansh Patel, sir. Can we please have Mr. Romansh Patel ji joining with us on the stage? Congratulations, Mr. Romansh. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, next award in the ESG Summit 2024 is for championing in recycling and waste management, and it goes to none other than Mr. Shiv Challa. Can we please request Shiv Challa ji to join with us on stage?
In fact, today is the birthday of 3R Zero Waste, which he started 4 years before. So also happy birthday to 3R Zero Waste and Mr. Shiv Challa.
Congratulations, Shiv, sir. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award at ESG Summit 2024 is for championing in green energy in rural India, and this award goes to none other than Syed Rehman ji. Can we please request Syed Rehman ji to join with us on the stage? Congratulations, Syed, sir. Thank you so much for all you do. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final award at ESG Summit 2024. Let us please make a thundering round of applause for the next award, that is for championing in energy efficiency. For that, let us please welcome on stage Vijay Kumar Baria, sir. Can we please have Vijay Kumar ji joining with us on the stage? Last but definitely not the least, let us please have a thundering round of applause at the ESG Summit 2024 as we present the award to all the winners, all the awardees at ESG Summit 2024. It is your invaluable dedication, quintessential efforts that has really led us to the success and ensuring that we are able to deliver on the mission that we aim at ESG Summit 2024. Once again, with that, I would like to thank Mr. Akram and all the leaders for joining with us on the stage. Please grab your chairs. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining on stage. And Also, at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, let us again have one bigger round of applause for all the winners who have won these awards at the ESG Summit 24, because achieving the award really takes in a lot of hard work. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will be having another round of discussion here on the stage that will be on environment impact assessment, what it means and where it is required, as well as nuances of environment impact assessment. For that, let us please have on stage the speakers for the session. May I please request Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, sir, to please join with us on stage. Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, sir, is advisor, Siri, and ex-group coordinator and senior director, Ministry of Electronic and IT. Can we also request Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja, sir, to join with us on stage, who is Chairman, Confederation of Biomass Energy Industry of India, President, the Clean Energy Network, and CMD of Pressville. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also invite on stage the moderator for the session, Dr. Sameer Joshi, Vice Chairman, Indian Plastic Institute. Can we please request the speakers and moderator, sir, to join with us on stage?
हेलो नमस्कार एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट है लेकिन पेट का भी इम्पैक्ट देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा in the interest of time I would request that we cut down a little session and let me just begin little briefly about this session. A mountain higher than Everest to meet at that point at the top that symbolizes zero environmental footprint, zero environmental impact, sustainability that takes nothing, but sustainability is everything. Environmental impact tool is a tool to assess the significant effects of a project, development, proposal, or environment. This makes sure that project decision and the implications are taken into account to avoid and reduce the effects of playing around with the environment. History is such that the EIA notification evolved in 1970. And in around 86 in India, the global agreements are now being formed in over 100 countries. And we have the modified draft of 2022. Companies, their carbon footprint, their environmental impacts, all are important. Today we have two illustrious speakers among us, Dr. Chatterjee and Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja. I would request Dr. Ahuja to please take the stage and give his remarks. Time 15 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja. I'm the Chairman Managing Director of Pressville. If the slide can be put on. Yeah, thank you. And I'm also the Chairman of the Confederation of Biomass Energy Industry of India. I'm the elected President of the Clean Energy Network. And very recently, 2 weeks back, taken another office as the joint president of the MSME Business Forum. Why I spoke or why I talk about these organizations is because while we continue to be focused in work in the biomass bioenergy sector, and this work that we do is creating an environmental positive impact across the value stream from agriculture going to the air that we breathe. And we also replace fossil energy in what we do. But one of the key aspects in my journey of the last 14 years plus in this sector is that it has evolved into a complete ESG compliant business. It has evolved into an environment impact assessment study to be done every day. It has evolved into sustainable business practices, not only for ourselves, but for our clients or for the ecosystem. And continuing to do this work, working with government for policy, for regulation. I think a point came a couple of months back where one fine day I found my name in the newspaper as the nominated chairman for State Environment Impact Assessment Authority of Haryana. And I was baffled. I said, nor did I apply for anything, nor did I kind of go to seek a position. And why am I being nominated as the chairman of a State Environment Impact Assessment Authority? And what does it entail? And to be factual, I was absolutely blank. I did not know what that EIA Act was. I did not know why I was nominated. And once this happened, I tried to find out. And believe me, nobody in the state of Haryana knew me, nor did I know anybody, but my name was nominated and recommended from state of Haryana. So somebody picked it up, somebody nominated it for the work that we do, and I guess it was a reward or an award for the sustainable work that we continue to do. Fortunately, I did not finally reach that office, for whatever reasons, because I am a business entrepreneur, and taking an office of government office would have meant that I would have to close down my business or conflict of interest situation. But why I kind of referred it here is it is relevant. It is relevant in the work that each one of us does. It is relevant in, as we say in Hindi, boon boon se sagar banta hai, every drop matters. And in each of the space that we work in, be it land, air, water, environment, health. Today, EHSG parameters need to be at the forefront. They need to be mapped for the risk that it causes to businesses. And more importantly, the risk that it is now caused, or we have crossed those thresholds for humanity or survival at large. And the rules are fantastic. Because when I got this nomination, I started studying it and went into detailing. What we have in India is by far one of the best in the world. The challenges are around implementation. Challenges are around regulation. Challenges are around the penalties for non-adherence. How do you kind of have a carrot and stick kind of a situation where you want industrialization to happen, you want roads to develop, forests will have to be cut down somewhere, you want mining to happen, you need sand, for your buildings. The air is polluted, you need to clean it. But you cannot stop your growth. You cannot say that we as a country will not move forward. And hence, good rules have been made. So I think I will focus now for about next 5 minutes in what we do as a journey and kind of relate it to how we impact the environment and how we take it ahead. So we are one of the companies, in a short period of time, have been able to get marquee names from around the world invested in the business. So they are our equity shareholders. We are positioned around 5 segments of business. We have a climate consulting division. We have a bricketing and pelleting densification division. So we are, one of the largest in India today. We do more than 650 tons per day. And this is farm agri residue 100%, which burns in the fields. So the avoidance of that burning and taking it to energy value for replacement of fossil fuel. We do operation and maintenance contracts for third-party clients, thus decarbonizing their scope 1, scope 2 emissions. We work with the future of biofuel. So India is, again, one of the formation chairs of the Global Biofuel Alliance. And if you look at the 9-10 September last year's photograph, where all the heads of states are, holding hands, it is the launch of the Global Biofuel Alliance. Now, that's the kind of leap of faith for sustainability, for work to be done for fossil fuel replacement, for clean energy, and thereby, at some point of time, ensuring that the work we are mandated to do under the environment rules, laws, is done. And then there is a plethora of new fuels that we are moving towards. So we have a pan-India footprint. We are in 18 states in India today. A very strong board. We have our investor shareholders and 2 independent directors of repute, ex-director HPCL and ex-secretary Government of India. So we have taken a business which was, like a mom and pop store into a corporate venture and corporatized this segment for the first time in India. Another unique thing, most of our management or key management personnel, we are all ex-defense people. So we didn't study business. We didn't go to B schools. We did not, compete for jobs. But we started doing things ourselves, and we have set up this company and multiple more organizations. So again, it's not difficult. Today in India, the startup culture, the work that people are doing in this space finds merit, finds good governance, finds capital moving towards it, provided we don't do business the typical old-fashioned way of Lala companies, so to say. So we work with the farming community, and we support them for being able to find a value for the farm agricultural residue waste. It has no economic value, and hence the farmer burns it. But if you are able to create an ecosystem to find value around it, then the farmer would earn more. You would not burn it in the fields. The environment will be cleaner. You would have good air to breathe. You would have situations where the industries which are using fossil fuel would get replaced in a carbon neutral cycle. Today, there is a big rush globally for CCUS, carbon capture, storage, utilization. Why? What are we trying to capture? We are trying to capture the carbon which we are removing from the Earth's crust and putting it in the atmosphere, and we are saying we need to do that, and thus we should capture it and reuse it. Photosynthesis is the natural way of carbon capture. In grade 5th, 6th, we all learned it. A crop of 4 months of crop growth cycle, and we don't compete with food, is natural photosynthesis. You have captured carbon. Use it. But we don't. Because the large corporates, and I heard a couple of presentations with their disclosures, fantastic, but they use fossil fuel energy. Easier to get. Supply chains already set. So the shifts will have to happen real time and big time. It cannot be small. So, this is our model. So we create a decentralized renewable energy network across, rural India. And that's the energy now which is carbon captured, is what we take to various forms of energy. And now look at some of our clientele. And why I show this slide is, yes, change is happening. The end users of energy are becoming conscious in their reporting, and thus they are moving to cleaner fuels. We are decarbonizing and working with the entire cement sector. So what's our strength, right? Our strength is a village level entrepreneur who is a farmer, who we are getting into a mode of entrepreneurship. They don't understand the EI aspects, but yes, once they start doing it, they understand that if they don't burn it, their immediate families which are staying close to them would get cleaner air. And once we provide them the solution, these farmers are the backbone of the work that we do. So there is an adage in India, if you colleagues from foreign countries are here, which is Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Honorable Prime Minister Modi has added Jai Anushandhan. So, Jai Jawan, I showed you, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, that's science that we are working with, and Jai Anushandhan is the R&D that we are doing to develop all these processes. System processes, technology processes, delivery processes. And here, if you see the last two photographs, that's a farmer who, working with Prespel in 18 months, has bought a car and 2 new tractors. That's the kind of money through the banking channel is going back into the farmer's pocket. Okay, we invest in supply chain management equipment. It's different for different types of feedstock. It moves in all forms and comes to us across India. We do storage, and hence we store energy, and this is the carbon capture and storage. We create the entire supply chain, value chain, so that just in time, 24/7, 365 days, energy is available in a clean form to our clients. Okay, we are L1 tender winners across every tender of the oil marketing companies, different reasons that it doesn't go through. We have briquetting plants, so if you see different types of biomass, right from urban waste going to different feedstocks, and we manage everything. So it's actually what we say, vocal for local, local product, farm product, energy moving now from the absolute bottom strata to the large energy consumers. Supply chain management, we build stocks, warehousing, again, bring that. And this is how we deliver energy. We are actually a ESCO company now. So right from the consulting part to building the supply chain management, we build and own and operate, invest in assets, and deliver this energy to our clients 24/7. And all these are assets which are operational. And this has replaced coal, LDO, diesel, and furnace oil. And there's a big environment impact that we create taking this carbon stream. So this gives you a snapshot of how it is growing, and how we envisage over the next couple of years this segment of energy to grow. These are our assets, some of the photographs. So these, it's not that these assets are not good. It's as good as sitting in this room. You need to maintain it that way. You need to invest in it to be that way. It's not a utility asset, which is in one corner in a plant. No, it's bread and butter for us. And hence all our plants like this awarded within India and globally. And now the carbon stream, that carbon which we captured in photosynthesis, finally we take it to paver blocks. And hence there's no carbon which is going back. And that's, now what we do and what we work. We start taking the EIA studies to this business model and start reporting them, start delivering them. Apologies, I'm just running through. We're conscious of the time. So another thing, we like to get our hands dirty. So we build all our projects ourselves. It's not that we outsource the EPC to somebody else. We have our own in-house teams. So we have project teams which develop all our projects, and the thesis there is we have to live with these assets for 20, 25 years. And hence we must know them better than anybody who's kind of delivering it to us. So we are a ESCO company. We are a grade 2 ESCO company. And by that, we also deliver, besides the EIA, the energy, on energy efficiency. And the simple example there is, look at coal moving from continent to continents, crude moving from continent to continents, and there is a global published number which is called as EROI, energy ROI. And this used to be 1:6. Presently, the number is 2:7. Going forward, this will move towards 3:4. And it means for every 5 barrels of crude equivalent that we as consumers use, 2 barrel equivalent of crude is spent in the transportation, extraction, and for it to reach us. How inefficient can we get? And here we have biomass, which in a 30-40 kilometer radius only moves, gets utilized. So even on the energy ROI matrix, we are about 20% efficient on the energy. So leave alone, the cleaning of the carbon and things. We are not burning fossil fuel and moving it around continents. It's only 50, 60 kilometers. And India, as an agrarian country, we have 1,500 million metric tons per annum of farm agri residue available to be utilized. And today we don't utilize not even 0.5% of it. So look at the potential. Again, sustainability. We say, somebody said in the earlier session, plantation. We are a Hindu society, one of the largest in the world, the largest population in the world. And with every death, we cut down 2 trees. And what are we talking about, a forestation plan? What is 1 crore trees, saplings that you plant in a day? But if you look at our death rate, with every death, we cut down 2 trees in an unsustainable manner. So where is the EIA? Where is the notification and policy around it? Where is the control on cutting down of a tree for, the death that we have? And every crematorium has it. So what did we do when we started this 3 years back? And look at the numbers, look at the societal change number. We said, can we replace this farm agri residue briquette in burning? Because if we burn it in a boiler, why can't we burn it or the body be burnt on this, replacing wood? But nobody was willing to bite the bait, because what would society do? How would society change? So we said, we will put our money, let's see how it behaves. So Aurangabad city in Maharashtra, we started putting out numbers in November 22. We started about 6-8 months before that from scratch, 0. Number of April 24, which is here on the slide, 93% of cremation in Aurangabad is 100% briquettes. Wood has moved away from the crematorium. Nothing is forced. Societal acceptance, societal change. What does society want? Agni Moksha. One of the 5 pillars that we must give, burning, cremation to our family. So we're providing that. And this societal change now that has happened, look at the cities, and there are many more where now this as a wave is going. So this has got recognized by government. It is now a part of CSR. It is allowed to be done. The urban local bodies are now taking this up. Tenders have started coming up. And there will be many more principals of the world who will do it. Why not? So sustainability. The carbon sink which is there, we are cutting it down for death, for cremation. So we have to progress as a society to be able to implement and do. Key important. Again, multiple projects, we replace fossil fuel. We are in all these opportunities replacing fossil fuel and bringing sustainability and EIA reporting, working with partners, working with academic institutions, research institutions, both government, public, private, and there are many more things there. All these projects are UNFCCC registered, and hence there is carbon credit for it. And what I'm engaging with government here is, today we have said, let us give carbon credits for planting a tree. What about carbon credits for the tree not being cut? So let's say a family chooses for cremation on briquettes, then give them carbon credits which could be shared, which could be available. And there's a market which is getting created over there. I spoke about CBI. Please go to the website, have a look. Most welcome to join. Now, socio-economic impacts. Lee said, everything fits to the T of what we want to do out of the SDGs. Women across our workforce. And out of the 17 SDGs, 10 get delivered by the business model itself. We don't have to work and strive to, get the SDG tick boxes. That's the message here. Fortunately awarded within India, globally, there is, everything is on our website. Please do have a look. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. My apologies. I have to rush for another meeting. I am already delayed. Happy to answer questions. 2 of my colleagues are here, Ankur and Arvind Sharma. Please do interact with them. And, thank you so much for inviting me. Appreciate everybody's time. Jai Hind.
The man who is the electronic czar. नहीं, electronic का czar बोला मैं आपको. Over to him.
Dr. Joshi, and eminent Patrick, Akram. I'm really grateful to Policy Time and RLG for giving this forum. If you see the last few decades India's growth, we are going into the $1 trillion club. And if you see last 11 years progress, actually you have shifted our growth path in a different dimension. Thanks to our Digital India, we started in 2015 in July. And with this Digital India push, digital public infrastructure and taken a different level. You must have seen Aadhaar enrollment, 1.38 crores, 1.38 billions Indians biometric data. You must have seen 830 million DigiLocker enrollment. You must have seen within a month 30 trillion documentation is being validated through DigiLocker. And you all must have been seen that UPI innovation and endorsement by 590 banks to the UPI. And we are now, June 2024, are transacting to 83 trillion rupees per day. And this evolution is not only, experiencing by India. UPI now has been endorsed by 12 plus countries in the world. What I'm trying to actually say here, this Indian growth story has been fueled by digital economy now. Digital economy will come with the best performing of our electronics. We cannot just sit around and reuse our own electronics and is not functional. We continuously will change our device for staying into the business. Okay? And for last 5 years, you must have seen another revolution started with the emerging technology, that is AI. This AI revolution will take over entire IT space for the service. And for that, any LLM model will require huge data set. For storing that data, you require a huge space, huge storage space, and continuously, since you know that this emerging technology is changing in months, not in years, we require to upgrade your device. Being an Indian, and also you are the leader in Global South, you are providing solution to the entire world now. You have a youth population. We will bound to use electronics. You're bound to change our device very fast. But what responsibility you are having to dispose this in a sensible manner? I'll be giving some, thought-provoking data so that this August gathering will start thinking on this direction, so we'll be having a better world tomorrow. So if you see the one snapshot of figure, with this revolution of the economy, unfortunately, we are the third largest electronic waste generator. Okay? So now already we have generated in 4.17 million metric tons of electronic waste in 2022 by an international report. And we are growing almost 18%. We have a e-waste rule in the country. We have started from 2012, 1st of May. We have another version in 2016. And the third version has started from 1st of April 2023. So the second version, we have a EPR where we are saying that collection is must. So we have a collection target, but we found that collection target is not going to help us. So we come to the recycling target. is good. Now we are talking about EPR credit. But this aspiration is not the fact that you are changing your recycling business. Where is the investment? Where is the infrastructure? So whatever the data captured in a government website like CPCB, we are having lots of metals, steel, gold, silver, and what is the reality? Because once the government policy will based on those data, because those data is the government data, we'll be placing it to the parliament, we'll be placing it to the different ministries, because the CPCB data. But in reality, the metals are coming from market and showing into the figure. There is no investment in the infrastructure, and there is no environmental practice in being maintained in any of the recycler. But they are in the CPCB website. So there are almost 219 recyclers now. Very few are actually extracting metal, but showing metals as extracted. So if this is some challenge recently we have studied, what are the challenges the recycling industries are facing, or if you go through the better recycler who are having a ISO standard or other things, there also you will be finding mostly they are still in a collection stage or dismantling stage or a segregation stage. You do not have any connectivity to the downstream vendor. You do not have any, peoples are doing the refurbishment. There are only 4 refurbishers into the CPCB portal, but there are 500 plus refurbishers are working in the country. If you see about the EPR authorization, what are the legal requirement, that type of sensitization, awareness, critical understanding of the entire story is not known. CPCB registration rarely found the downstream recycler. Downstream recycler means if you are not having a extraction facility, what are the refinery you are attached to it, they are standard or not, or it is going to the informal hand. So those things are the some snapshot I have shown. This is the reality. We have just studied few months back. Another important stakeholders, no rules, no policy taking care of them, but I think, it is my personal view, without taking them as one of the stakeholders, you cannot solve the problem. There are 2 million informal operators are working, and they are well networked. They know what they are doing. Only problem is there is no proper training or skill set, and not having appropriate technology and processing machine to do the good job. So this is the scenario, and if you see the entire recycling ecosystem of our country, recycling and processing practice are inadequate. Worker safety training, I'm just highlighting some of the things which is most important for entire ecosystem of recycling. Environmental control, waste management, waste aggregation, storage, documentation, record keeping, and improper disposal and electronic fraction, or especially the hazardous fraction. Now, I'm giving you some thought-provoking slide. Already you have generated 4.17 million metric ton of electronic waste. So that means you are talking about almost 2.09 steel and iron. Almost you are talking about 0.54 million metric tons of non-ferrous metal, where gold, platinum, and others are available. And also there are almost 0.67 hazardous million metric ton of hazardous material that requires a better handling. And there are also 0.87 million metric tons of plastics. So this is the repository or asset we are having in the waste stream. And what we are doing, majorly 95% is going through formal hand or through consumer and bulk consumer to the informal hand. and where one CSE study shows that 1 kilometer around Muradabad is the largest informal hub in the Asia at least. So 1 kilometer away from the Muradabad, there is a late 736 ppm level where the standard is 140. Cadmium, very deadly, is 13, standard is 10. Chromium, 136 ppm, standard is 64. So this is the informal hub where the environment, and also if you see your breathing during winter in Delhi, we are having a lot of heavy metals from Muradabad and Silampur. So you cannot stop that. So what is the solution then? So if you see the present rule, it's a very beautiful rule. It's drafted beautifully. Everything is there in the rule. So it is applying, they have cut down the stakeholders. Now they are focusing on manufacturers, producers, refurbishers, and recycler. They have taken care, bulk consumer, PRO, all those things they have taken from the system. Schedule 1, enhance the number, because if you are talking about electronic waste, Europe was focusing on 642 items, but in our rule from 2012 to till 2023, we are talking about 20 items. So informal guys do not know what 20 item is. So they know everything working, in electronic sector is electronics for them. So it is going to the informal hub, but those things are not actually coming onto the rule. Now, so this is the things we are actually taking. So now it is going to the, all of a sudden from collection target to the recycling target. So in the recycling target, without having a recycling facility, it is not possible to actually recycle all of a sudden. So they have started doing some primitive practice. So that has to be changed. But government's commitment is already seen. You see the 3 different documents our ministry has come out with: resource efficiency along with Niti Aayog, another report for taking care of the rare earth from electronic waste, and very recently 2021 there is a action plan for circular economy for electric and electronics sector, where we are talking about green public procurement, green skilling, owning government in government offices, not owning the device in a in a service mode. Those things we are pushing. So what I am interested to see, that what are the better way of handling this? Like responsible recycler, that in global practices are already there. Can you go for a responsible recycling, the standard practice, R2, which actually a voluntary sustainable standard. So present version is R2 V3. SERI is the organization who is owning that standard. There are already in India, there are 43 companies already taken these standards, but it is growing. Initially started from USA. Now there are 43 countries has come out with these standards. Now it is now 2,000 plus companies has entered the world. Now what these standards talk about is, depending on your operation, the standard is having around 9 different core objectives, and then depending on your process, there are some appendix. So there are, if you are talking about the recyclers, then appendix A, downstream vendors should be important. If you are actually refurbishers, then the data sanitation. This is one of the important point. I should take 1 minute more time. We have now Data Protection Act in the country. So if the data is being compromised from your recycler end, who will be responsible? Let us take Aadhaar server is going to the hand of a recycler, and their data is getting compromised, biometric data. So who will be responsible? So, and if you are damaging your hard disk, from the part of a hard disk also data can be retrieved. So these are all some of the issues. I'm just trying to sensitize the community. So in future, we should be responsible if we are talking about recycling. So from the data sanitization to the extraction of the critical raw material, because last year, Ministry of Mines come out with a 30 critical raw material. Without that, our economy will not come up. Even copper is also there in that 30 list. So copper is there in our printed circuit board and in other wiring and other things. So those material is required for our country for future economy. We should actually do the better job where we can create the employment, but we should do with a international standard so the recycling industry can actually thrive with the better possibility, and we can upgrade our informal workforce to the formal level so that we should create more critical raw material and extract it and do the better business for the country, and also we can handhold global south for those technology and the skilling. Thank you very much.
Just a closing statement, in our younger days, we have heard of the story of Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, So, and there was also a story of a witch and a queen who saw the mirror. एक ज़माना था mirror, mirror on the wall, who is fairer of them all. आज ऐसा है mirror, mirror on the wall, who is greener of them all. How green the environment is, that is the assessment needed. And last few words, the economic survey of India, just 2 days before it was released, chapter 13 talks about environment and mission life. It's how important the environment is. Ecology and economy, they are connected. That is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sameer sir and Dr. Sandeep sir, for sharing your words of wisdom as well as your plans. May I please request Uday sir to join with us on stage to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our moderators sir as well as speaker sir. Can we please present the memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please have a thundering round of applause as sir receives this recognition. Now, may I please request Mr. Udayji to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Sameer Joshi, sir, who is Vice President, Indian Plastic Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a thundering round of applause for the speakers and the moderator, sir. Now, we will be breaking up for lunch. Please be back here by 2:30. The lunch is right next door. You can go out of this room and have the lunch.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director at Reconomy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Reconomy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist. With 4,000
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you are wearing your lanyards for you to get the lunch plates. That's a mandate from the back end. Please wear your lanyards at all the times.
All sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Reconomy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Reconomy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out economy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thank all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Time.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
No matter how old we get, we always love playing this little game called Passing the Parcel. The rules are simple. If you're holding the parcel, when the music stops, you lose. Lucky for you, we love to lose. We take your pre-loved, unwanted, unused electronics and we make it better for the world. Come, join the game where when you play with us, you always win. You can take your old and unwanted electronic gadgets and pass it on to our drop centers or have it picked up by our trusted team. From there, let us take care of everything. The legalities, the dismantling, the sorting, and most importantly, the disposal. When you play with us, you're always the winner. So be that winner, that super citizen who paves the path to saving the world. Join the Clean to Green movement.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director at Economy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Economy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist with 4,000 colleagues serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Economy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Economy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out economy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thanks to all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Time.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
no matter how old we get. We always love playing this little game called Passing the Parcel. The rules are simple. If you're holding the parcel, when the music stops, you lose. Lucky for you, we love to lose. We take your pre-loved, unwanted, unused electronics and we make it better for the world. Come, join the game where when you play with us, you always win. You can take your old and unwanted electronic gadgets and pass it on to our drop centers or have it picked up by our trusted team. From there, let us take care of everything. The legalities, the dismantling, the sorting, and most importantly, the disposal. When you play with us, you're always the winner. So be that winner, that super citizen who paves the path to saving the world. Join the Clean to Green movement.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director of Economy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Economy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist, with 4,000 colleagues, serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Economy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Economy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out economy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance in the timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thank all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Times.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
no matter how old we get. We always love playing this little game called Passing the Parcel. The rules are simple. If you're holding the parcel, when the music stops, you lose. Lucky for you, we love to lose. We take your pre-loved, unwanted, unused electronics and we make it better for the world. Come, join the game where when you play with us, you always win. You can take your old and unwanted electronic gadgets and pass it on to our drop centers or have it picked up by our trusted team. From there, let us take care of everything. The legalities, the dismantling, the sorting, and most importantly, the disposal. When you play with us, you're always the winner. So be that winner, that super citizen who paves the path to saving the world. Join the Clean to Green movement.
I'm Tony Munro, Marketing Director of Economy, and I'm excited to tell you a little about our brand refresh. Economy has been developing its proposition, adding significant new capability. We're an international circular economy specialist, with 4,000 colleagues serving over 7,000 customers in over 80 countries. We have a tech-enabled, people-powered approach to help our customers across all sectors to think circular. Our multiple platform-based capabilities are arranged into our 3 loops: recycle, comply, and reuse, delivering a comprehensive solution to help our customers to close circularity gaps through their business operations. The thing we love most is being able to deliver both commercial and sustainable benefits, providing great data that you can include in your own reports. We're passionate about our vision for a waste-free world and proud to be helping to work towards that. And now, our updated branding is representative of the diverse business that Economy is today. We've refreshed our website to reflect what is most important: our customers, colleagues, community, and environment, highlighting how we add value and positively impact each of these. Whether you're looking to solve challenges with on-site waste segregation, find closed-loop recycling solutions, prepare for extended producer responsibility, or manage omni-channel product returns sustainably, Economy and our specialist brands would love to help. So, if you're ready to think circular, why don't you check out economy.com or drop me a line.
Especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here.
Policy Times have organized this event because this is something which has been talked of, but I think has been left untouched for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Akram, for those very kind remarks, and I hope that your effort today will bear a lot of results, will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners.
To thank the Policy Times for organizing such a wonderful relevance and a timely conference, South Asia Education Conference 2021.
Thanks to the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akram Haq, the founder editor of the Policy Times.
Thank you, Akram. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Akram. It's a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone who has not come in the room so far to please complete their lunches and be inside the room as we begin the second half of ESG Summit 2024. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the ESG Summit 2024, which has been conceptualized in the backdrop of Panchamrit Goals, Inspiration for Sustainable Living. Panchamrit Goals and regulatory frameworks related to environmental, social and governance need a substantial convergence among various agencies which are entrusted with various roles as per the provisions laid down in the several regulatory frameworks. The ESG Summit aims to foster dialogue and drive actionable insights on the scope of convergence among different stakeholders with agreed to frameworks implementation. The event will feature keynote speeches and tracks that cover a broad range of topics. Ladies and gentlemen, so far in the morning we have covered 2 tracks and now we are going on the 3rd track for the day. For that, let me please invite on stage the speakers for the session. May I please request Ms. Sangeeta Robinson to join with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please make a round of applause as Sangeeta Robinson, who is CSO PVR Inox, is joining with us on the stage. Next, let us please welcome on stage Mr. K. Ganesh, Director, Sustainability and Corporate Affairs, Bisleri International Private Limited. We are honored to have you, Ms. Sangeeta and Mr. Ganesh, sir, with us. Also, let us please have on stage Syed Safiq Rehman, who is Director and Board Member, SSR Green Tech Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this track is going to be on energy and water management, need of a cleaner energy, energy management, and then focusing on the water resource management, regulatory compliances. For being the moderator of the session, we also have on stage with us Captain Satyendra Vaidya, who is Navy veteran, GRI certified sustainability professional. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are beginning for the track 3 at ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementations. Please grab your chairs. Over to sir. Yes, what I'll do now, I will go off the screen.
Ask Akram there. He's going to give the first presentation. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch. And there is a common adage that goes, water, water everywhere and not a drop to drink. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this. And the question is not about availability of water. The question is about availability of potable water. And that is what water conservation means. There is enough water in the world, but there's not sufficient water which we can consume. And as you are aware that water is essential to any kind of life. The second topic in the track is about energy conservation. We do it daily in our households. You know, you pressure cook rice. Why do you pressure cook rice? Because cooking it in the open causes usage of more gas, and that is energy. We also do the exact opposite in our homes. We put on the AC at 20 degrees and then take a big blanket and go to sleep. So wouldn't it be better if we ran the AC at 24 or 26 degrees and shed that blanket? So these are the issues that we need to handle in the households. But energy and water are the prime drivers of most manufacturing processes. And unless we conserve them, we learn how to regenerate them. A day is not far when we will run out of drinking water. And we've heard a lot about fossil fuels, etc., and the pollution levels. So non-conservation of energy and non-conservation of water is only going to increase issues for humanity as we go forward from here. We have today a very qualified team who will brief us and give their views about water conservation and energy conservation. May I call the first speaker, Mr. Saeed Rahman, who's the director and board member for SSR Green Tech Energy.
PPT.
पीपीटी ऐड कर दी चला दीजिएगा.
Honorable dignitaries present here, honorable decks, all other members present here. First of all, I would like to give thanks to Mr. Akram sir for organizing such a great event, which is a concern of nation and also concern of global. And most of the organizations is very much concerned about these kind of things, that is ESG, environment, social governance. And from energy point of view, I will explain how it integrate the corporates and how the difficulties and challenges we are facing to integrating that with our organization's activities. So I am Sayyid Safiq Rahman, Director, SSR Green Tech Energy Private Limited, and we are working on most of the government projects in rural India, and serving around 27 or 28 communities as on now, and around we installed more than 2 gigawatt of power in different rural segment. It is not in a single manner, it is in a segregated manner. And we are just connecting people and aware about the renewable energy technologies, renewable energies, how to use renewable energies, and how it is correlated to sustainability, and how it will affect net zero target, and how it will contribute something on that. So we will go about different types of energy, what is energy, from starting to what are the changes that transition of energy in day-to-day manner. Then we'll go for the energy management, then need for the clean energy. So first one is the energy. What is energy? Okay, so we'll discuss about different importance of energy, energy resources, role of energy for sustainable development. Then we will go for the sustainability. What is sustainability? The need for clean energy. Then what is Sustainable Development Goal 7? Then we'll go for the climate change. What is global warming issue? Then what is UNFCCC? Then renewable energy and ESG, challenges and benefits. What are the future direction of ESG? Framework integration in corporates with case study. And finally, conclusion. It is a huge topic, but I want to complete within time allotted to me. So first one is the energy. So what is importance of energy? So importance of energy, that is energy based on our day-to-day activities. Nowadays, it is fourth basic need for all of us. So for the mankind of human being, the fourth basic need besides food, shelter, and clothing, that is energy. Second one is what is energy in terms of the life, that is driving force. In terms of world, that is steam engine. I am just giving a picture on that, how energy is transited from starting to the different stages for industrialization. Okay, so energy is the driving force for life. Then energy is the huge requirement of energy is there for the industrialization for the present world. And what are the modern society from starting from the agrarian society, Neolithic revolution to the modern society, that is industrial revolution, increase in the use of energy consumption and production. It shows that then energy from a central force to drive all the system that link to human systems. Then what are the different energy sources? So second one is the different types of energy sources. We know that is renewable, non-renewable sources of energy, or we can say that is conventional or non-conventional source of energies. So the basic energy distribution in the global energy mix is around, most of the part comes from the fossil fuels, that is natural gas, and after that, that is oil and fossil fuels, different oils, coal, and then we go for the different biomass, nuclear, natural gas. But the total energy scenario shows only 12% when we will go for the renewable energy or sustainable energy. So it is a matter of concern, because we have to increase that, because we have in India around we have 500 gigawatt target by the government, and as on now we already installed around only 13.5 to 14 gigawatt as on date. So for that there is a huge requirement by 2030, and the total energy, where it comes from, because though there is no sources is present, there is no fossil fuel is present to meet that demand. So that comes from the different renewable sources, or we can say the India government is targeted for the green hydrogen fuels. Okay, so that will come from 500 gigawatt meet from the renewable sources like generation from the green hydrogen through the electrolysis process, and second one is from the renewable energy, that is 25 gigawatt approx. So 500 gigawatt, that is the combination of 375 and 125 gigawatt. So that totally a kind of new energy we are introducing in India in near future, that is green hydrogen. And for that also there is a huge requirement of water. There is a process required for the electrolysis process, huge electricity required for that. So these are where it comes from, and how we will meet that demand. That will be a matter of challenge to achieve that much great target in near future for all of us. So what are the different types of strategies or policy we will implement to adopt that, or we will adopt in our organization, so that we will achieve that much great target. So next we will go for the role of energy for sustainable development. Role of energy for sustainable development is directly linked with energy and water, health and energy and health, that is through the energy and biodiversity, energy and agriculture. So the supply and use, what are the different challenges we are facing during the use and consumption? That is also a part, because we are in most of the part we are not getting energy in a frequent manner. So this is also a matter of concern, because most of the people are in India, they are not means they are not even getting energy for their day-to-day life activities. They are not getting energy to light up their homes. So these are the things that is a measure of, that is a matter of concern for the sustainable development. So in energy and water, to provide safe drinking water in the form of different segments, then water pumping for irrigation, then acidification of water bodies. These are the energy and water related sustainable development point of concerns. Then second one is the energy and health. To improve health care facilities, traditional fuel use can harm women's health. You know that health is the most of the important part when we are talking about the greenhouse gases and all different effluents coming out from the different generation plants. So energy and biodiversity. What is bioenergy? To revive degraded land, hydropower impacts on species and ecosystem, then energy and agriculture, increased productivity through modern energy sources, bioenergy as replacement for the fossil fuels. These are the different types of sustainable development goals which are directly or indirectly impacting due to the human activities. Then we will go for the what is sustainability. Sustainability, you all of you know about the normal definition of sustainability, that without compromising your current demand or current need, without compromising this, you will preserve something for future by environmental, then societal and economical point of view. So that is a normal definition. But is it that much okay to say that it is sustainability? No, because sustainability defines action and activities that are environmentally friendly and compliant, then socially equitable, dignified and justified. Third one is the economically developing and progressive. Then only we will achieve the sustainable development goals. So what is development? Development not in the terms of only by the nature only or by the environment only. Development without compromising the ethics, without compromising the society. We have to also earn the money. That is development. So we have to care about the environment, society and economical prospects for the development. So what is sustainable business? Okay, the business that adheres to the sustainability norms, that is called as the sustainable business. So these are the different concept of sustainability and how we will going and transit towards sustainable business and ESG. Okay, so then why there is a need of clean energy? You all heard about the energy, need of clean energy, but what is the main reason why we require that need? What is the need for the clean energy for day-to-day activities and for the future? For the first one is the security of supply. You will get the security, there is no over dependency, that's why it is independent, that's why there is a need of renewable energy or clean energy. Then it will not impact environment and due to the environmental impacts, we can say we want the clean energy. Then there are societal conflicts over inequitable distribution of resources, then depletion of critical resources. Then that goes towards the requirement of affordable, reliable and sustainable and modern energy. Then these are the whole things. That's why we need energy or need clean and green energy for the future. I had given a graph on that. In 19th century, industrial revolution happened. In that time, we are very much intensively use energy for the industrialization and industrial development. But in 21st century, due to that, we have facing lot of difficulties. That that is lots of environmental complications are there in the 21st centuries. So at that time, we are think about the need for clean energy. So in 21st century, global environment crisis occurs. At that time, energy for sustainable development is happened, and we knows the what is the importance of need and what is the importance of clean and green energy for the future and the present. Now, SDG 7, you all know about the different goals of United Nations. That is, there are 17 goals, and out of that, goal number 7 that provides the affordable and clean energy. So what is the target? There are different targets set by the United Nations and affordable and clean energy that directly to address the universal access to modern energy, that increase global percentage of renewable energy, that double the improvement in the energy efficiency. So these are the different prospect of the SDG 7. Then what is SDG 7 in a brief? I'm talking about. So what are the different indicators in 2010 and in last year? Around, I have data for the last time which the survey is conducted and research is done. So proportion of population with access to the electricity is around 1.1 billion people without access to electricity in 2010. And in last year, that is around 675 million of people without access to electricity in 2021. So these are the different SDG 7 goals. And there is a, what is climate change? Climate change, you know about the climate change and what are the main emissions of climate change, that is carbon dioxide, methane, etc. You know that. Then we'll go for the global warming issue. You all knows about the global warming issue. I want to put some data related to that. According to the International Energy Agency, the energy sector contributes around 84% of the global carbon dioxide emission and 64% of the world global greenhouse gas emissions. So these are the different effects of the global warming issues. And you all knows about the UNFCCC, because UNFCCC is the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, is the agreement that is limit dangerous climate change. This is a kind of a convention that happened in the United Nations. And if you go for the detail, you will able to know what are the importance of UNFCCC for the current scenario for the clean energy. Then I have to complete, that's why I'm not going through that in a detail. Okay. So then we will talk about what is the main objective of UNFCCC and what is Paris Agreement, that is co-linked with each other. And for the time, the main objective of that is limit the rise in global temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade, above levels before the industrial revolution, and even aiming to hold it at 1.5 degrees centigrade. It is the main concept and main consent of the UNFCCC. So then we will go for the renewables, energy and ESG. What are the renewable energy and ESG? We have to think about three prospects, that is environmental, social and governance point of view. What are the, how we can implement that strategies in our industry to get benefit of sustainability and go to the future direction for the adoption of ESG in different forms. So renewable energy and ESG, investing in renewable energy offers several benefits for the business, that including the reduced environmental impact, enhanced resilience, cost savings, improved reputation. Then renewable energy and ESG, we can say case study, then Microsoft, Google and Tesla, these are the leading companies. They are adopting the renewable energy and they have set a goal or target for that. And Microsoft has set a goal to be carbon negative by 2030. And Google has committed to operating on 100% renewable energy by 2030. Then Tesla is the leading manufacturer of electric vehicles. You know that. The company is helping to accelerate and transition of the renewable energy efficiency. So these are the data I am representing. Then challenges, when we are going for the integration of the renewable energy in ESG, what are the challenges we are facing? Lack of awareness and education, integration with business strategy, short-term focus, data quality and availability, inappropriate or inadequate materiality assessment, regulatory compliance and reporting, absorbing ESG related cost, cultural and social factors, complex and underprepared supply chains is also a cause for or challenges that we are facing. Inclination towards greenwashing, that is also a challenges. Then benefits, that is what are the importance or benefits to integrate ESG with the renewable energy? Building trust and credibility, enhancing investor confidence, engaging stakeholders, then driving performance improvement, fostering innovation and collaborations. These are the different benefits to integrating renewable energy in the organization that will help for the sustainability. Then what are the future direction? Set clear goal, ESG goals, then develop an ESG strategy, get buy-informed stakeholders, then invest in ESG training and capacity building process, partner with ESG experts. These are the future direction. You all heard about the Patagonia, that is a textile company in US, and they are basically doing their total process in a sustainable manner. So that Patagonia theory is a very impressive theory, And you will go through your Google also, you will able to know how they will merge their different strategies with the sustainability and their day-to-day activities with the sustainability, and they are doing the business in society. Okay. Then we will go for the conclusion part. Corporates integrating sustainability matrices in strategies can mitigate risks related to environment, regulations, resource scarcity, and challenges in consumer preferences. Then corporate participation in sustainable strategies by integrating sustainability matrices help companies to comply with regulations like Sustainable Development Goals and ESG criteria. The integration of sustainability metrics into financial reporting is becoming increasingly important as business worldwide recognize the impact of environmental, social, and governance factors on long-term profitability and corporate responsibility. Last, I want to say that when we'll think about the sustainability, 3 C's you should know, that is 3 C's. C for consumption, C for conservation, C for climate change. First, you think about this when you are thinking about the sustainability in your day-to-day life or in your organization or anywhere in the world if you are thinking about that, then you should know that is 3 things it will directly impact, that is conservation, consumption, and climate change. So you have to decide how you will consume, you have to understand how you will conserve, and you have to understand what is greenwash, what is greenwashing. You have to think about that, and also you have to know about the green gases, how it impacts the environmental sustainability. So with this I concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evan, for giving us a ringside view of the importance of renewable energy and how it affects sustainability. We have with us Ms. Sangeeta Robinson. She is the Chief Sustainability Officer for PVR Inox. May I invite her to give her views on energy management as well as water conservation. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Challenges, of course, to keep you all awake. I don't claim to be an energy or water expert. If there are any questions, I might be able to answer some. I might need to refer some to our engineering team. Nevertheless, we see energy and water management from a cinema exhibition point of view, exhibition company point of view, is that at the first stage we need to prevent wastage and reduce consumption, which goes hand in hand. At the next level, we work on enhancing efficiencies. And at the third level, we look at renewing, renew, reuse, recycle philosophy. I'll take a little while to share with you what all are the initiatives that we are doing under each of these. So basically, of course, since we are a decentralized kind of a business, whatever we need to get done at ground level, it happens all through our cinema staff. And hence, employee sensitization is a key aspect of being able to conserve and save energy and water. So while we do have systems and processes and technology that supports this, we do believe that employee sensitization is a very key factor. The second initiative that is practiced across all cinemas is that we make sure, so basically if, just for understanding purposes, there's certain equipment that is under cinema management, then there's other equipment that is under mall management. So for instance, the gensets and others are all under the mall management. So we make sure that the equipment under mall management is regularly audited. We identify inefficiencies and suggest operational and equipment changes to reduce energy wastage. Under this, we've been able to actually be able to influence the mall management quite significantly and effectively in many cases, because sometimes not all of them have the same kind of view as we would have being the end consumers. LED lighting implementation, of course, across the board. You know, we use lots of lights. We try to create a larger-than-life atmosphere for you, so all that requires a lot of lighting. And we've moved to LED lighting across all facilities. In our washrooms, we have occupancy sensors, we have water flow restrictors, we put in place the hand sensors that ensure that the tap goes off once you stopped using it. So these would come under prevention of wastage and reduction of consumption initiatives. In order to enhance efficiencies, we have the oversight of a certified energy auditor who oversees and leads the implementation of energy conservation initiatives. We also engage external consultants to provide additional energy saving measures, such as optimizing energy usage, lux levels, and design aspects of electrical and HVAC systems. We regularly conduct energy audits. Periodic third-party audits are conducted to ensure equipment operates at optimal efficiency levels and to identify inefficiencies and areas of improvement, both in our operations and within the mall management structure. So while we don't have control over the mall management, we certainly can influence behaviors, and certain initiatives do get taken when we request for them. We maintain a power factor above 0.98 with the help of automatic power factor correction systems, ensure low reactive power in the systems, and receiving rebates from power supply companies. We also achieve load optimization through the use of timers, mechanical timers in areas of intermittent usage, occupancy sensors in washrooms, and laser projection technology for energy savings and sustainability. In the last financial year, we have ensured that more than 50% of our projection systems have been moved to laser. Efficiency of chillers and HVAC systems are critical. New and efficient screw chillers have been installed. HVAC plants and subsystems are closely monitored to ensure decreased breakdowns and increased energy efficiency, contributing to energy conservation greatly to a great extent, because they do form a large, even if there are two people sitting in a cinema, the air conditioning and supporting equipment runs at full blast. Efficiency of lifts and elevators. Company-owned lifts are equipped with V3F drives for energy efficiency, while automatic start and stop mechanisms are implemented for escalators to conserve energy. And we have state-of-the-art energy monitoring, temperature monitoring, and fire hydrant pressure monitoring systems across all locations for proactive energy management and conservation. Under the renewable projects, last year we were able to convert 12 standalone properties to solar, thereby producing 4,52,389 kilowatt hours of solar power, resulting in carbon emissions, reduction in carbon emissions of about 3,61,911 kgs, calculated at 0.8 kilograms of CO2 per 1 kWh, which is the standard mode of conservation. So next year we do plan to move this number of solar-powered standalone properties to 20. We have a constraint on this because we do not own roof rights of most of our cinemas that are in the malls. We can influence and have stakeholder consults with the mall authorities, but that's as far as we can go in terms of influencing their decisions. However, we do forge alliances with similar like-minded companies that are committed to net zero targets. So next year, and of course, this number that I'm talking about is not full year operations, because various sites came live on solar at different time periods of time in the year. So that's as far as PVR Inox's energy and water conservation initiatives are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said sensitization comes first, because technology can only do this much in terms of water conservation and energy conservation. But unless the last person using water and energy is sensitized to the need for conservation, I think we will not move much forward, and very glad to know that PVR is actually focusing on that last mile. We also have with us Mr. Ganesh. He is the Chief Sustainability Officer for Bisleri. And who better to talk about water conservation but Mr. Ganesh himself.
Akram, you have the presentation here? Yeah, I mailed you. Okay. I can start. Okay. Good afternoon, esteemed speakers and audience. It has been a pleasure being here today on this ESG Summit. Thank you so much, Akram ji, for inviting me here for the discussions. So good to hear lots of actions taken on the energy part and on the PVR cinema part. So we will go into industrial, actual things which has been captured. Okay, so Bisleri, the synonymous name for packaged drinking water. So we are in the business from 1969, and we manufacture packaged drinking water. And sustainability has been a part of our DNA from the day of inceptions. Okay, so water management, why we wanted to talk about water management? Because water is an important resource for us for the manufacturing, and also important for each and every one of us. So without water, it's difficult to survive. So if we see the overall water requirements, there are three important functions where water is required. One is the agriculture sector. Next is the industry and the domestic applications. So overall, 100%, 85% of the water is for the agriculture purpose, which is used for the agriculture and irrigations. 5% for industries and 10% for domestic. Maybe here and there it can be a little bit ups and down, 1 or 2%. I think we have the present. India is a vast country with the various climates, and then we have waters. But the water is not sufficient for us. Okay, because we have 140 crore people, so water is not sufficient, and we are a water scarce country, to say like. So I mentioned about the agriculture, 85% of water is used for the agriculture purposes, industry 5%, and domestic 10%. See, 18% of the world population, India has, and we have a 4% of the fresh water. That's why we are water scarce, and it's a very critical situations for the country, to say like actually. So government of India has come out with various schemes to have a control on the water management, and they also introduced the lifestyle for environment, green credit programs, which also mentions about the water saving and water incentives. So watershed is the place wherein the water during the rainy times gets collected and then percolate inside the earth. So this water percolating is been available. It's like a water bank or reservoir, like the water whichever is been coming through the monsoon is getting in the dams, or it is going to the watershed, and then it's been used for various purposes. So this I had mentioned you on this part. The Life Mission and Green Credit Program, see, water has been one of the part here. Okay, so that's why we need to save water. So we had been inspired from the carbon credit systems so carbon credit is if an industry is using their equipments and boilers and other thing, there is a huge generations of carbon dioxide which is being emitted. To mitigate that, they go in for carbon purchase, carbon credits, carbon trading and other things. So we thought that why we cannot do that for water. So we started that exercise, and then we did that collaborative study with the Terry School of Advanced Studies. So water, we have three different things. One is the water audit, virtual water, and water footprint. Normally industries or anyone here, we discuss only about the things happening in the fence. We don't talk about which is happening outside the fence. So interestingly, we have made a study which is going to talk about both inside the fence and outside the fence. That's why the water audit is specially on the plant level audits, which tells about the efficiency, how the water is being used. Virtual water is the water, you purchase a raw material from a vendor. So the water, how much water the raw material vendor is going to use. You are purchasing electricity, you are purchasing a diesel to run your boiler. What is the water requirement for that? So that has been captured in the virtual water. The water footprint also talks about the area where you are. Maybe you are in a critical area, you are a safe area, where a water-rich area. Based on that also there has been a point. So based on this, we had made a framework, a structure, so that easily an industry can put in their data and then find out where they are standing at. Okay. So you see the operational water use, supply chain water use, and overhead water use. This mentions about the waters which is being inside the plant for the manufacturing process and for the utilities purpose, domestic purposes, and also from the supply chain. It includes the logistic parts and also the overheads of the electricities and power consumptions. Okay. So like carbon, the water neutrality, if industry wanted to become a water neutral, they need to net off whatever water they are taking, they need to see that the water is being recharged or harvested. Water credits, if I have more water harvested, then that credit can be transferred to the other industries, or I can use it actually. So, and water trading. So this is similar to the carbon trading. We also now coming with this report, and the report will be presented to the Ministry, Jal Shakti Ministry, to implement the water credits also, water trading, water credits and other things. So it will be very useful, and this will also help to control the water, because we control the water in our house, but we don't know what the water consumption is happening around us. Okay, so in this process, we took two of our plants for the study. So one is we took a plant in Ghaziabad where there is a water scarcity. Another one we took a plant in Kamshet, that is near Pune, where here water rich. And this was observed for a year, what are all the things happening. So this is the quantitative details of how much water has been used in different overheads and other thing. And okay. So interestingly, when we see here, for 1 liter of water we manufacture. So we were thinking that we used to have 1.1 liter of water. The 10 ml of water is being rejected or wasted, because we think that 10% is the wastage. And we try to control, and then we brought it to 5% wastage in the plant. But when we had this study, we found that for 1 liter of water in Kamshet, it's 10 liter of water is required. This is inclusive of the packaging material, transportation, electricity and diesel, everything put together, A to Z. That means start to end of product coming out to the table is 10 liters of water. When I take it in the stress area, it is 14.6. Similarly, I compare this with the carbonated soft drinks, which is for making 1 liter of carbonated soft drink, it requires 56 liters of water. Okay. So because the carbonated beverage, we use sugar. Sugar is coming from agriculture product, so the water requirement is more for that actually. So this is really very interesting and alarming. So this will be our scale for us to reduce the water consumption in the next level. Like this is similar to the scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 in the carbon chapters we speak about. Similar, this is for water. Okay, so just a small example to just bring in the knowledge to all the audience here. 1 kg of chocolate requires 17,000 liters of water So we think that 1 kg of chocolate we are having, maybe it requires 5 kg, 10 kg of water. But from the dairy, from making it to a chocolate, it requires 17,000 liters of water. Even where you see 1 kg of rice is 2,500 liters of water. So we know now where we are. We think that we are taking 1 kg of rice, like maybe it consumes 5 or 10 kg, 10 liters of water. But this is the actual fact, like actually. So when we wanted to have any audit, if we have the complete details from the raw material sourcing to the end of the product, then that is the way of right study and then controlling of the required resources. Okay. So this is the summary of that which I explained to you on that both the plants. See, interestingly, 91% of the water is being used outside the fence. Only 9% of the water is being used in the plant, which we have a control, we fight and then tell that it should be 95%, 99% like actually. But the actual things is there are lots of scope outside the fence. So this report has opened our eyes and it's a very interesting report. So this will also help other industries. Now we are talking about the water industries. Similarly, there are other industries also. This will be a very turning point for them also to control the water. If everyone is having a control on this, definitely we'll be able to manage the water crisis. Okay. So what are the reasons how we able to manage this? We have a comprehensive treatment for recycling. You see regular RO process, reverse osmosis process. 60% of the water is a permit water which can be consumed and 40% is rejected, which we normally use in our houses. So when I go to the industrial RO, it is 70-30 ratio. But what we did is we went for a sequential RO wherein 95% of the water is being taken as accepted water. Only 5% is being rejected. That 5% water is going for washing and for the cleaning purposes. That means it is like a zero liquid discharge systems like. So everyone, if wanted to have a control on this, they need to see the technical mechanism, the technology which they are doing, and then they can easily control this also. Second is, we have extensive measures of water saving. We have water meters at all the places to monitor on a daily basis where the water loss is there, how to control it. Investment in energy efficient processes. See, we are filling a water. If my filling wall is not filling properly and then there is a leakage, that may result also in a water loss. So we had fixed that point. We had ensured that the water for the filling machine, it is going through a volumetric and this is a controlled flow. The metered flow is going there. If 1 liter means it will be 1 liter only, it will not be more than that also, or less than that also. So wherein we are able to control, otherwise the overforce was there earlier 10 years back. So we also have a water harvesting system in all of our plants. Addition to that, we have adapted ponds outside our factory premises, outside the fence. So which had also helped us to become a water positive company. Actually, we are replenishing more water to the nature. We also take check dams, restore and repair the check dams, and still till date we have repaired around 280 check dams across the country, and 25 billion liters of water have been saved by these processes actually. So this the case study which we did is really a very good things. I would request that all the industries here should also see that how we can control on the scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 in the water level, so that the water crisis is managed and then we have a water for the next generation to come. Thank you. And this is the water credit book which we have collaborated with the Terry School of Studies, and this will be presenting to the Jal Shakti Ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh. Really a nice point of view of scope 3 water concept. I think in times to come we will have to start looking at it as to not how much water I am consuming, but what is the long chain of water consumption. Also, it's very heartening to note that you are a water positive company. I think we need more companies like this in the country. Request a big hand to Mr. Ganesh and Bisleri for that. We also have with us today Mr. Uday Pagedar, who is the from Gujarat Fluorochemicals. Let us hear his views on the subject.
I thank you, Policy Times, Mr. Akram, RLG Re-Economic for giving us opportunity to speak over here. Actually, my subject is a kind of business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Challenges in the reporting. What are the challenges we observe in this kind of reporting? So next, please. Okay. So I would say that this is a post-lunch session. So don't be worried. It will be hard, heavy only. But again, I will tell you, I will not bore you much more. And जैसे we can understand कि post lunch श्रोता सोता है और वक्ता बकता है. लेकिन I will not be like that. So it will be okay. Eminent leaders, speakers, and participants of the dais, on the dais, thank you very much for this opportunity. Now, what is the full form of the BSRS? So we all know it is kind of reporting, okay? And since morning, we are discussing on the technology, framework, ESG, this and that. And by the end of this session, we again come to the zero. We again come to the water, air, hazardous waste, soil, etc., etc. So then we would like to recognize the basic things we need to adopt. And for that, if a kind of reporting requirement, it not be a complex. It should not be a complex one, so reporting should not be a hard one. So that is what the requirement is. Here, business responsibility and sustainability reporting report is a eligible company are required to file with a SEBI. Most of all the companies are filing their report. And hence, it is required for the SEBI purpose. Now, what are the challenges? If you see, the data collector obstacle encompass collecting, verifying, consolidating data. Why it is so? We are having some system, we are not having system, and the understanding about the system, about the environment, about the sustainability, it is different from the different person to person, it may vary. And that is why we need to collaborate with an organization, with a value chain partner that makes sense for accuracy purpose. Another challenge is the adoption of the BRSR practices. See, we are very much aware, and we are technical person, we are aware about our work at shop floor. But the thing is that the tools which we have to use, or the person who is using this tool, they may not be realize what are the requirement at the shop floor. And that is why the understanding, coordination between channel partners and the technical person is very much needed. Hence, there are two kind of things. One is intrinsic challenges and one is extrinsic. Outside challenges, rightly mentioned by Mr. Ganesh, ki water which is used outside the organization is 91%, where inside the organization 9%. So major challenges we face in intrinsically and extrinsically whenever the requirement we need to fulfill. And the environment impact assessment, see, this kind of assessment require particular skill, and that every person may not have. So we need to hire such kind of agencies. So already we have mentioned number of reporting standard framework that are available that needs to understand and needs to implement. So we, first of all, we need to change our mindset. If our mindset is changed, then we can implement whatever the framework made in the country, made in internationally, that we can adopt. But if mindset is not that, we cannot adopt that kind of changes. And that is all from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for putting it very brief and succinctly that gathering of data is probably the biggest challenge, and not having a qualified pool. Like we spoke in the morning, we need ESG specialists. We need people who understand the concept of materiality. We need people who understand what they're reporting. And of course, the point of greenwashing, well, the less said, the better. I hope certain regulations come upon this kind of false reporting. And I think with that, we can end this track about energy and water management.
Thank you so much to all the speakers for joining with us on stage. Now, may I please request Mr. George Atkinson to join with us on stage to present a memento as a token of appreciation to all the speakers. With that, I request Ms. Sangeeta Robinson to please step ahead and receive the token of appreciation from George, sir. Ms. Sangeeta Robinson is CSO at PVR Inox, and it was lovely hearing you on the stage, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a thundering round of applause for the ma'am? Next, may I please request to present the memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. K. Ganesh, Director, Sustainability and Corporate Affairs, Bisleri International Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. May I also request Mr. Atkinson to give the token of appreciation to none other than Syed Safiq Rahman, sir, who is Director and Board Member, SSR Green Tech Energy. Also, sir, may I please request you to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Uday Padigar, EHSF Head, GFL Cholva. Congratulations to all the speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. May I please request everyone to please join in for the group picture, all the speakers, moderator, and also Mr. George Atkinson. Please join in for the group picture. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at the ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementation, we are going to have the next track, for which we will be having the moderators as well as speakers joining with us on stage. The next track is on GHG emissions accounting and reduction strategies. Session will cover the carbon accounting frameworks, GHG protocol, accounting for scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and CDP and SPTI. For the same, let me please have the privilege to welcome on stage the speakers for the session, who is Ms. Umit Bhatia, Senior Director, Sustainability Strategy, Asia Pacific, GLL. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please have a thundering round of applause as Ms. Umit Bhatia joins with us on stage. Also, may I please request the presence of Mr. Kaustab Pakre, who is India Head, Global Cement Concrete Association, GCCA, India. May I please request Mr. Kaustab, sir, to join with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we also be inviting on the stage the moderator for the session, who is none other than Mr. Praveen Bansal, Director, EHS and Sustainability, Regal Rexnord Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please give a thundering round of applause to the speakers as well as the moderator for the session. And over to Mr. Praveen Bansal to lead the session.
Hello. Very good afternoon, all of you. So good that our session is not just after lunch. We have consumed energy, we burn it also. So this burning we will talk today now, because our topic is GHG carbon accounting and reduction strategy. So before starting, I would like to thanks to Policy Times to inviting me and giving this opportunity to speak up. And I would also like to congratulate Policy Times for conducting this summit. And it is huge success, I would say. It is very much visible. It is a huge successful. Coming back to the topic, what we are having, the carbon accounting, GHG emission. Since beginning or maybe childhood, we are learning, we have listened this topic of GHG, greenhouse gases. Somewhere the greenhouse effect also we have heard about it, and a lot of plantation happened because of the greenhouse effect. But what exactly is the greenhouse gases? We also aware, since we are the ESG expert, sustainability expert, so we also aware what are the greenhouse gases. It is primarily definitely CO2, but apart from CO2, there are other gases as well, which is nitrous oxide, SF6, hydrofluorocarbon, or many other gases as well. So why these gases are important? These gases naturally present in atmosphere. What will happen if these gases will be removed completely from atmosphere? Do we know that what will happen if these gases, like we are talking about climate change is here, temperature is rising, extreme weather is coming. What will happen if we remove all these gases from the atmosphere? This earth won't be livable. The temperature would be in the minus, maybe minus 40 or minus 50, I'm not sure. Because this greenhouse effect is important for our life as well. So these gases are important, but not that much what we are having now. Some gases are available in the on the atmosphere, I would say, because of natural process, but some are anthropogenic as well. Even I was reading a book of this How to Avoid Disaster, written by Bill Gates. He mentioned the grazing animal, which are cow and buffalo especially, when they burp, they release methane. And these methane are too much to increase the greenhouse gases. So this accounting, to come to the point of the accounting, why it is needed. We heard this phrase, what gets measured, get monitored, and the things which get monitored can be improved. So here, again the topic, greenhouse gas accounting. In industry, we are having many gases, but do we know how many gases, what are the sources we are having? So today we will discuss on this topic in detail, greenhouse gas emission accounting and reduction strategy. So before starting, I'll introduce, even they will introduce themselves. So Kaustav is there. Please, Kaustav, introduce yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Policy Times and Akram for having me here and to share with you what me and my organization are doing. So I represent the Global Cement and Concrete Associations. So it is one of the first association to announce a decarbonization roadmap at a sectoral level way back in 2021, almost 3.5 years back. And we announced at a sectoral level that we will be able to reach a net zero CO2 at a concrete level by 2050, following the Paris Climate Agreement and also the SBTi, that to meet or limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degree, to limit within 2 degrees Celsius and strive for 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I'll be happy to share few things what I know about cement and concrete industry and how we are doing the GHG accounting.
Thank you Times, and thank you Akram for having me here in this forum. My name is Umid Bhatia and I represent JLL. JLL is an American company, more than 250 years old. We are a real estate professional services firm, and part of my role is to spread awareness in terms of and thought leadership around what JLL also does. So a lot of you must be knowing JLL, must be associating it with facility management, but we have various business verticals, and energy and sustainability services is one of the vertical, where as a part of my role as a senior director for sustainability strategy heading Asia Pacific, I customize and curate strategies around ESG and sustainability for any corporate under the sky. basically help them either ideate, onboard, you know, handle any of the challenge or obstacle that they are struggling with just now in their journey, and help them have a strategic roadmap and progress and implement that. That is basically accounting, and then coming up with a reduction roadmap and implementing it. That's what I do in my role. Thank you.
So I'm Praveen Bansal, heading the Department of EHS and Sustainability in Regal Rexnord, the US MNC. From last 20 years, I'm into this same profile. Typical EHS sustainability person, the corporate person who implement the sustainability requirement, BRSR, GRI, SB. We are implementing the things in the company. So let's move in the topic. And I have written some question definitely for my team member. So going to be, luckily this group is quite diverse. And what we have decided, it won't be any presentation. So we will not let you bore, I'll say. We will discuss together, and you will get also involved in this activity. If you're having any question related to this one, end of the session, you can also ask. So maybe Costa, first question to you. Like we are talking about this GSG emission accounting, and how important it is for you, or maybe let's say first ask, are you doing this activity or your organization doing this activity, and how important for you? Plus, if yes, you are doing this, then what are the driver you are using or the tool you are using for this?
So coming to GHG accounting, as we've been talking about the GHG or environment impact assessment since the morning part. So, and also a few speakers before our session talked about how they are doing the GHG mapping. So cement sector is not different. So cement and concrete sector, which I represent, you may get surprised, the cement sector is measuring the GHG accounting or the GHG emissions since 1990. So when the GHG accounting or the GRI was not in place, that time the cement sector was reporting and measuring how much is the CO2 footprint per bag of cement or per ton of clinker since 1990. And we have an excellent database which is called as a GNR, which is getting numbers right. So it's a global database available on website free of cost. Anybody can access it. So you will come to know how is the progression of GHG reporting or GHG emissions from the cement sector since 1990 and how the sector has progressed. So as I talk about the India as a cement sector, if you take into consideration, so India has reduced the GHG emission intensity, that is CO2 emitted per ton of cement by more than 40% since 1990. So that's the enormous number. If you see, it is coupled with many other things like moving from the wet process to the dry process, implementing the energy efficiency, the PAT mechanism, which the cement sector was and is in the forefront. So that's how the GHG accounting has been happening in the cement sector as India. Globally, same, we have those numbers, and globally the CO2 footprint per ton of cement, that is intensity, has reduced close to 23%. And at GCCA, we measure and monitor these numbers year on year. And based on that only, when the first, or you can say the roadmap which we released just before the Glasgow COP26, and there we announced at a sectoral level that we'll be able to reach a net zero CO2 at a concrete level by 2050. And it was nothing like just an announcement. We also announced the target which we will be achieving by 2030. So what we call the 2020 to 2030 as a decade of action, where the major drivers for the new technologies, the policy requirements, as well as improving the cement manufacturing will implement. And post 2030 to 2050, in 20 years, both developed and developing countries will move in tandem, taking learnings from the developed economies and also supporting technology implementation, especially in the decarbonization part, and how it can be reduced the CO2 footprint or a CO2 intensity at the cement level per bag of cement. This, as you may be aware, that cement is called as a hard to abate sector. So hard to abate sector means it's very difficult to eliminate the CO2 emissions because the CO2 is intrinsic to the manufacturing of cement. When you manufacture cement, that is when you manufacture clinker, that is you basically heat the limestone till 1400 to 1500 degrees Celsius. Limestone is calcium carbonate. It gets decomposed into calcium oxide and CO2. So while manufacturing clinker or a cement, you release CO2. So if you want to manufacture cement, you will release CO2. Otherwise, that material is not called as a cement. So that's why the cement has almost 60% as the process emissions. That is, per ton of cement, the 60% of emissions comes from the decomposition of calcium carbonate to calcium oxide. And balance 40% of the emissions are from the fuel, which is used for heating up the limestone. So now, if you come to the fuel, what are the fuels being used? Very logical, very simple, coal, and nowadays a pet coke as well. So coal and pet coke being the most affordable fuel and which has the highest CO2 footprint, so that contributes to 40% of emissions. Mind you, there is also, anybody of you, are you aware how much is the cost of cement per kg? Any guess? Around 400 is a bag of cement. That is a 50 kg bag. So cost of cement is only 8 rupees a kg. So you tell me any other manufactured material which is 8 rupees a kg. Even salt is 20 rupees a kg. The water bottle which we get, the Bisleri gentleman present, it is 20 rupees. So you tell me any other material which is so cheap, has the highest CO2 footprint, but also has the highest pressure from the investors, global stakeholders, that you're a hard to abate sector, you need to reduce your CO2 footprint, but without increasing the cost. So that's, you can say, both a dilemma as well as an opportunity is what the cement sector looks at in terms of the decarbonization.
Thanks, Kaustubh. Many things are coming here. What I heard clearly, can you repeat this one? CO2 in India reduction from 99 to 40% and globally it is 23%. Yes. So one thing is coming here clearly, that Western country which are telling to us repeatedly, reduce your carbon footprint, reduce, we are much, much better than what they are doing. But still somewhere we consider ourselves as a back foot, but actually we are not. And we know our history. We are more sustainable, whether it's the circular economy, whether it's ESG, whether it's ethics, whether it's diversity, we are much better than other country. But this is the bad luck, I would say, the Western country teaching us. And many things you mentioned, this policy requirement, definitely it is needed, that we have started, an implementation. And it is also learning for me and maybe this guest as well, that is a hard to abate sector, 8 rupees kg, even though we are demanding, but yes, it is highly polluting industry, undoubtedly we cannot say this one. So good thought on this one. So Amit, same question maybe to you, like you are serving to different customer, your customer is not fixed. So how you are doing, is it different from what Kaustubh told, or it is the same process what you are following?
It is a little different. So any industry, it has two components to carbon emission. One is embodied footprint and one is operational footprint. And what Kaustubh explained was more around the embodied, because he's into the manufacturing, cement manufacturing setup, and which is why for him, the energy being consumed to manufacture a bag of cement is more important, is more significant for him to manage and reduce, channelize his efforts over there. For me, when I deal with customers, they are industry agnostic and they come up with a different challenge statement, or a different problem statement. Being a part of the real estate professional services firm, our niche lies in helping our clients understand their real estate and reduce their carbon emissions when it comes to their real estate footprint. 40% of the real estate, the built environment, like it said, is responsible for 40% of the carbon emissions globally. And urbanization is happening at such a phenomenal rate that as per United Nations, 68% of our population is going to stay in an urban setup by 2050. Which means between now and 2050, we're going to double the built environment from what it is today. So if it is 40% today, you can just imagine, run your math in your mind. It may not be exact math, but that just imagine how much carbon emission it is going to contribute in the near future. And which is why it is absolutely important. And as a real estate professional services firm, our clients are also into the process of coming up with new, we have occupiers, we have developers, we have investors, all kinds of segments. These three segments primarily clients coming from. And an investor looks at it from a different lens. Why I'm starting from investor is because they eye in terms of how the real estate footprint is coming up. Let's say a World Bank or a sister concern of World Bank, when they're coming up with a debt fund around real estate, then they would be concerned about whether the building that is getting constructed is green or not, which also means like whatever goes into building it, the embodied footprint, the cement, the key components, be brick, cement, steel, and glass, and aluminum as well. The key components are these key components, you know, what is the standardization for considering them as green? Investor looks at, you know, what are the practices that the developer and the occupier is following in terms of doing that. And this is where it is important for an owner to have the ESG matrix, because then it is making it meaningful for the investor and increasing the value of the property as well. From a occupier perspective, they are mostly present in a leased premise. All the corporates, they don't invest in their property. They don't occupy, they don't buy it. They lease the property. They have limited resources at hand to then do anything about it, because the landlord is the owner of the property and they do not have much in hand to work around to implement strategies to do the capital investment. They've just occupied a part, some area in a big multi-tenant building. Their strategies, their challenges are very different. So how to understand where they are coming from, what is their group-wide target that they have set for themselves, and how can I help them achieve by coming up with a renewable energy strategy, transition to renewable energy, or it could be a net zero carbon strategy. It could be signing up at a holding company level to the SBTi frameworks and the likes and helping them do their GHG accounting, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and then coming up with a strategic roadmap and in terms of how to reduce that. And so those are the typical challenges that they come from, and that is how I navigate, and I just listen to what their problem statement is, and then customize a strategy for them.
So generally we say that mera dukh sabse bada hai, and I am feeling the same here. Like when we talk about the cement industry, they will say that my pain is biggest one. When we talk about the JLL, they say that my pain is bigger one. And it is same with everyone, I believe. Because when this Umit explained, it is not energy, but everything green is required. And that is need. That is need. So I understand.
Absolutely, you know, and you made a very good point. You know, most of the times when clients used to come to me, their statement used to be, oh, we have transitioned to LED lights, oh, we have this water sub-meters. So they will talk about the initiatives that they've taken in the operational space. They don't understand that you need to have a starting point. Unless and until you measure and baseline your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and know that this is my starting point, this is my base year, and the base year selection is also, there is a science behind it. You can't just pick any year and say that I'll choose this as my base year. When you do baselining, after that, then you say, okay, now this is, let's say hypothetically 23 is my base year, and from here, I want to achieve net zero by 2050 or 2040. JLL is targeted and committed to and signed up to SBTi to achieve net zero by 2040. So from here to 2040, what is my checkpoint, my near-term target, and what is my long-term target, and what do I need to do to transition from here to there?
I understand, because everyone having the different journey, it doesn't matter where you want to go, when you have started, that also matter. So I'll stop here. Akshat want to announce something, I believe.
Thank you so much, Praveen sir, Umit sir, Umit ma'am, and Kaustubh sir for being here on stage. Now, may I please request Mr. Amit Verma sir from Niti Aayog to join with us on stage to give away the memento as a token of appreciation to all the speakers and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause as Amit Verma sir joins with us on the stage, as well as for an engaging session by none other than Ms. Umit, Mr. Kaustubh, and Mr. Praveen. Mr. Amit sir, I request you to please present the memento as a token of appreciation to Ms. Umit Bhatia. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a round of applause for Ms. Umit Bhatia for sharing with us her thoughts. Now may I please request to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Kaustab, sir. Now may I please request Mr. Amit Verma sir to please share a few words for the special address. Mr. Amit Verma sir is IFS Director Green Transition, Environment and Climate Change, Economics and Finance, Niti Aayog.
Thank you so much, and you know, it's almost like a gate crashing in your discussion, but it's a bit delayed and I'm kind of constrained with time. I have an important meeting to attend after this. So, you know, I'll kind of make it short. I had a you know, small presentation, but I think you make a PowerPoint when you have no point to make, so I'll not make a PowerPoint and make my points otherwise. So, so coming to you know, discussions, what I'm sure since morning you would be having a lot of insightful discussions, and ESG is what we have legally in India as BRSR through SEBI. But ESG is a bit larger than what we have as BRSR, because you know, that is limited to the top 1,000 companies on the stock exchange, whereas ESG framework applies to all the companies who are willing to disclose their own carbon footprint. So, and also it is more globally accepted in terms of the different frameworks we know of, like GRI, and you know, and all the different approaches we know about circularity and sustainability, you know, cradle to cradle approach, and you know, PPP or pro people planet, and all those terminologies are very well known now in the corporate circles. But I would, as a government officer and as coming from Niti Aayog, I think I must touch upon Mission Life, which originated in Niti Aayog, which is also, as our Honorable PM puts it, about the frugality of Indian lifestyle and how climate friendly our lifestyle is, and what we can teach to the world in terms of living a sustainable life. So, I mean, I was part of the program where it was launched when near, you know, at the banks of the river in Kevadia, when our Honorable PM and the UN Secretary General had launched this program. So it was quite an insightful thing, and one thing which Mission Life focused on was about reducing consumption and also about the circularity which is inherent in our lifestyle. So I was supposed to come at the next session, which is mainly focused on circularity, so I've prepared my remarks mainly related to that, and I also look after circularity in a detailed way in Niti. So my discourse today would be mainly about what is being done at the policy level as far as circular economy is concerned in India, and that's what I want to share with you right now. So I'm sure most of you would have come across the reports which had been released by Niti Aayog around 21-22, in which we covered about 11 sectors, in which agri sector was dropped later on, but we had reports which were generated by the respective secretaries of various nodal ministries, and the main areas which we covered was ELV, solid waste management, gypsum, hazardous waste, scrap metal, e-waste, lithium-ion batteries, tires, used oil, solar panels. So, so there were very detailed reports about circular economy which were prepared by Niti Aayog. There were action points which were generated out of these. And Niti Aayog, as a nodal agency of policy, was monitoring them from time to time. The action points were in terms of you know, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, which varied from 2 months to 2 years, and which included various activities like bringing up EPRs for vehicles which are in the draft stage right now, and you know, coming up with eco-label schemes, rationalizing the standardization process of how we extract the material out of the recycled materials, and you know, many such activities. But over a period of time, I think everything needs a new impetus, and Niti Aayog kind of went out from that regular monitoring, and it is now kind of taken over by MOEFCC, which is the main regulatory body in this. And they are mainly governing, the circular economy is now mainly governed through the EPR regime in our country. So most of the EPRs are, you must be aware of, about plastics and other things which are already there, and also the draft EPRs or ELVs which are currently under consideration. So while we were discussing about all these things about a year back, there was a strong impetus on vehicle scrapping policy, and that came from none other but our Honorable PM himself, which kind of, while he had in his own address from the Red Fort, he had focused on the concept of waste to wealth and circular economy, and also in his Man Ki Baat address, he has touched upon issues related to e-waste management and water recycling and other things. And in terms of circularity, which tells us that it is in the minds of the highest decision-making body of our country. So, so when we shifted to ELVs, there were many areas which there are many pain points in that. I mean, we have had detailed discussions about that you might be aware of. The registered vehicle scrapping facilities and the automatic testing stations and the ecosystem which needs to come up, all the informal sector which is existing in India regarding scrapping, but it is not able to formalize itself. There are issues of road safety, there are issues of environmental degradation when we continue using old vehicles, when we dismantle them in an environmentally unfriendly manner. So all these issues have to be taken care of, and we have had consultations with industry on that. So to begin with, we thought that the government should take the lead, and of all people, instead of forcing a common man to scrap their vehicles after a certain point of time, we decided that to enable a scrapping ecosystem for vehicles, we should have government vehicles get scrapped after 15 years. So a geo was done so that the Government of India vehicles, after 15 years of their life, were mandatorily to be scrapped and only scrapped at the registered vehicle scrapping facility. So that did provide some impetus, and from about 10-15 RVSFs across the India, now that number has risen to almost about 90 now, and many more are in pipeline. So MORTH has been leading that effort, and we have been consulting, helping them in terms of policy decisions. So that's ELV about a year back. So another year has passed, and so one of the things which our respected CEO has observed, that despite EPRs being in place and a strong belief that market forces will take its place and the EPR certificate ecosystem will develop, we feel that the pace of adoption of EPRs and the way it should have worked there are still things which can be done better. So he has asked us to focus on 5 areas specifically now, which are ELV, e-waste, tires, scrap metal, and lithium-ion batteries. So currently, Niti Aayog is in the process of industry consultation. We have formed working groups for each of these 5 committees, and we've had multiple discussions with OEMs, with recyclers, and other industry players as far as ELVs are concerned. And by the end of this year, we plan to come out with solutions which are coming directly from the industry. So we've had policy papers earlier. There are a lot of policy papers, there are a lot of think tanks which come up with status reports on how we can do it. But right now we are very focused on exact action points, exact pain points which needs to be taken care of, the policy levers which will press to make this ecosystem work. So it's more of an open, consultation kind of a thing, and I mean it's open to even all of you to contribute to that. And most of the industry bodies are involved with us. So as a part of an industry body, anybody is welcome to come up with suggestions to contribute to that, because that's going to be an important step as far as action for bringing in circular economy in action in India is concerned. There are many challenges which I feel like in terms of discussions we've had till now, in terms of the enforcement capacity of CPCB. Everybody says that there are not enough feet on ground, and there are many recyclers which are actually not recyclers, but they would just register as a recycler. So people who have actually invested capital in that are not able to get a good return. There are ways to deal with it, and we are coming up with certain solutions. There are issues on taxation. There is a very vibrant informal sector which doesn't pay taxes. There is a issue of reverse taxation that the people who pay GST to an informal person, the person may not actually file their GST returns and may have issues with that. So there are a lot of taxation bucket issues. There are legal issues in terms of compliance, especially when for things like e-waste and the kind of facility you develop. For example, you have a facility which just dismantles, or you do precious metal, or you do a rare earth metal. It depends on the kind of facility you have and what is the capital investment you are making. And you must have seen the budget speech itself this time, in which the critical minerals have been specifically mentioned, that there would be a EPR regime, which will specifically favor the critical minerals recycling and the EPR regime in that. So, so there's a lot of things happening if you look at the larger landscape in terms of policy. There is a thought process in terms of the rare earth metals, the EV transition, the RE transition, which is going to happen on the back of many metals which are not there in India, like lithium, molybdenum, and other things which are magnetic, which are part of the battery and magnet and motor ecosystem, and solar panels and other stuff. So recycling of all these items is very important, and we need to really gear up our ecosystem so that any of the metal which is imported in India once is not lost at all. There is also an issue of downcycling and upcycling. The lithium ion batteries which are recycled in India, and the lithium which is extracted, what I've come to know is that the quality of the lithium extracted is not of, it's only at best of pharmaceutical grade and not of the industrial grade. So there are issues of technology, there are issues of collaborations, and these are challenging issues, and it's not easy to get those technologies in India. Recently, I went to the UNSDG forum in New York, and we had bilaterals with many European countries. And circular economy is one of the first topics which everybody mentions, and I think European world has definitely taken a lot of lead in that, and it's high time that we also, take the lead in the sense of the quantity of market size which we have is something which everybody envies, and the quantity of the scaling which can bring the cost down in India is almost unparalleled as compared to any other country. So, so those are the things, and I wanted to share with you in terms of what we are doing. So to summarize, NITI started with certain policy documents in which we covered 10 sectors, and later on we shifted our focus to few specific sectors, which is the current thing which we are doing, to find out what are the industry pain points and how we need to make it happen. And so that consultation is currently on, and that is when I also said that all are welcome to contribute. So this is the circular economy, kind of a larger picture of what we are doing. But there's one thing I always touch upon when I talk about circular economy is that most of the effort in circular economy when we talk about circularity is limited to recycling. And I think we really need to come out of that, and the circular framework is a much larger framework, and when we talk about 9R framework and about the sustainability talk and everything. So we really need to start from the design part of it. Do we really need to have so many different products which kind of become reusable, which are unrepairable, which are changing, the models keep changing every year, and the consumer is forced to buy even though the thing is not end of life. Should we really continue to use the product till the end of life? How does the corporate profitability get affected? And is it possible for the corporates to adjust their profitability in the sense that they are not forcing unsustainable use of resources? Is something we, I think, all need to look upon. Recycling is a solution, but recycling is, ultimately it's costly affair in terms of GHG emissions, scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, and there are things which just cannot be recycled. I mean, you have plastics, you can have a certain rate of recycling, maybe 80%, 90%, but that whatever that rate is, even at a 90% recycling rate, within 10 years, whatever plastic you produce is all becoming a microplastic product and going into our environment. So there are certain things which just can't be recycled. There are certain things which can be recycled, but there is an environmental cost to it. And we need to be aware of that. And we need to really design and reuse and allow the right of repair and everything to the customer in terms of the 9R framework of circular economy, which we talk about. So that's all I wanted to share. And thanks for listening, for a patient listening. And my contact information is would be available here at the website, as well as it's on the NITI website. And I always welcome new ideas and discussions with people who are from industry, who have a strong knowledge of how things are executed at the ground. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Since I'm the moderator, so I'll request, sir, maybe one message if you want to give to all ESG professionals what we are having. One single message to all professionals there.
So my concluding remark was kind of that message that while ESG framework allows us to kind of measure how sustainable we are, but I think the frameworks are mainly measuring us in terms of the relative score. We can do better than that, and the sustainable lifestyle is something which sustainable lifestyle is something which we have been following traditionally in terms of reducing the emissions to a bare minimum possible. Right now we consume and we feel good about recycling, and we kind of think it's fine to consume and recycle, but I think we need to do better than that in terms of reducing our greenhouse emissions, and that's my message.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So shall I continue my session? Okay, thank you. So thank you, team. We are here on stage since long, but it is not our fault. Okay, so good that you share the first thing. Are we setting the target, like we talk about the accounting is there, but what target you are taken? The target has taken based on the benchmarking, or it is the peer, or it is the pressure coming from the regulatory body? How we are setting the target?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, as I mentioned, that India has, in terms of the cement sector, coming back from circular economy to the cement, which is more concrete in nature. So coming to cement, we have reduced emissions close to more than 40% since 1990. That's why the Indian cement sector has kind of emerged as the most energy efficient sector in the world. So if you ask anywhere in US or Europe, what is the benchmark with respect to energy efficiency or a CO2 intensity per ton of cement, the Indian cement sector is the most energy efficient sector. Coming to the setting up of the target, as there are various frameworks available. One is a carbon disclosure project, which is kind of and pressure from the investor to the companies to disclose their carbon footprint, so they will come to know, or they are able to understand the organization much better in addition to what they disclose in the annual report. There is also another framework, which is SBTI, that is Science Based Target Initiative, which is close to the, very much close to how much of the carbon budget or how much of CO2 is allowed to be released in order to reduce the temperature or in order to reduce or limit the temperature rise within the 2 degrees Celsius. So that is more of a scientific, based on the scientific evidences. So that's one framework available. And there are like company can have their own framework in terms of where do they stand, what is their current footprint level, and what they want to achieve maybe in the next 5 years, or maybe short term 3 years, or aligning with the 2 degree scenario like a Paris Agreement. So there are various methodologies available for setting up the targets as far as GHG emissions are concerned. At a Global Cement and Concrete Association, at a GCC India, because we represent more than close to 80% of capacity. Globally, we represent 80% capacity outside China, and from China we have 3-4 large cement companies. So we decided to have one target, or a target. One is, we said that it has to be alignment with the Paris Agreement, Paris Climate Agreement, that we need to limit the global warming, that is limit the temperature rise to 2 degrees Celsius. But at the same time, looking at the, as the India has our own emission, you can say the strategy or the net zero target by 2070, which Government of India has said. So globally, we follow the Paris Climate Agreement to limit the 2 degree scenario. And when it comes to India, we align with the Government of India's target of becoming a net zero by 2070. So we are addressing best of the both worlds in terms of a global aspiration to be a net zero at a concrete by 2050, but at the same time complying with the commitment of Government of India to be net zero at a cement level by 2070. So this is how the target setting, but you can say that the science-based targets is, you can say, a quite comprehensive approach, in my personal opinion, in order to set the target with respect to decarbonization.
Thanks, Kaustubh. So I understand you are using the different regulatory requirement, SBTI, CDP, and the own framework as well. So Umid, different question for you, not same, so I will not let you prepare for this one. So when you are setting the target, what are coming in your mind? It is operational efficiency, it is cost reduction, or it is user friendly? Like what you are thinking when you're setting the target?
So I kind of agree, first of all, Kaustubh, I don't want you to steal my thunder. So setting targets is very important, of course, and science-based targets methodology is something which is predominantly used by most organizations. And that's the best in my mind as well. Setting targets is not difficult. You know, I can say I want to achieve net zero by 2030, by 2040, 2050. There is a tech platform. You just put, you know, your base year as, let's say, 2023. Your target year, your net zero target year as 2050, which is aligned to the global net zero target. Or it doesn't allow you to use 2070. It doesn't allow you to go beyond 2050 because the globe, otherwise, the Western countries are committed to achieve net zero by 2050. So SBTI tool doesn't allow you to go beyond 2050. Let's say if you're setting target till 2050, then what is more important is what is your trajectory? What is your implementable action plan to achieve that net zero target? That is important. And those small actions that you need to take to achieve that is something that that plays a key role there. Your question, sorry, I missed the point. So, okay. So when I said the target is set, now the action plan that is set, it comes in two aspects. One is like no cost or low cost kind of arrangement, which a lot of people call them as low hanging fruits. One is that, and then there is another one which requires capital investment. But when I approach our clients, I have to give them the complete picture, and in all transparency, I have to give them a visibility that there is a capital investment that is warranted just now, but here is the return on investment in so many years down the line. This is what you're going to achieve in terms of tangible benefit, in terms of intangible benefit as well. Because you're also, when we talk about the market drivers, why an organization would want to achieve net zero, let's say there is an organization whose nature of business is such, let's say they are into background screening. You know, when you hire employees, you get their background screening done. Such an organization would not have a huge real estate footprint. Such an organization will not have any energy consumption to an extent that they are emitting a lot of emissions. They're not fossil heavy either. So what is the need for such an organization? And in the absence of regulatory mandate as well, what is the need for an organization like this to do a baseline and have an action plan or reduce their emissions, so to say? The drivers for such organizations would be different. They may not be a regulatory mandate, but they may be dealing with customers. Such organization will have very key customers, such as all the big names that you can think of, you know, the Google, the Microsoft, the Accentures of the world. They are hiring the most. The tech companies are hiring the most. If they have deployed this organization to do background screening of people they're hiring, then the scope 1 and 2 of this company is the scope 3 of those hiring companies, and vice versa. So there is vested interest in both parties to ensure that they have onboarded the journey and they're working towards reducing their respective carbon emissions. That then becomes the strategic driver for such organization to onboard this journey. And that is where I play a role in terms of understanding their statement, explaining them what is the need, what is the business case for them, and if they're investing X amount today, when is it that they are reaping the benefits of it?
Thanks, Sumit. So in nutshell, I would say there is no one fit size for all. It depends on the customer to customer, depend on the client. You need to, it could be the cost effective somewhere, could be the process efficiently somewhere. Thanks. So next question, what you mentioned, your customer, you having the different customer. So when we talk about the customer, whether the like supply chain in nutshell, I'll say. So how important it is for you to collaborating with this stakeholder, I'll say, and what do you consider like collaboration, how you are doing with the stakeholder to deciding the target, setting the target for implementing or complete journey of this GHG emission reduction. So what is the role of this collaboration with the stakeholder?
Stakeholder engagement is very important here. And each industry, each corporate behaves differently. For a corporate that is IT, ES kind of, or service heavy industry, coming from service heavy industry sector, their scope 3 is predominantly more than 95% of their scope 1, 2, and 3 put together. For JLL itself, our scope 3 is more than 95% because we are a service industry. Now, this is an uncontrollable factor, it is an indirect emission that I've required to reduce, and it is dependent on the value chain. So it is all entire value chain, my scope 3. If my suppliers, my key suppliers are able to reduce their scope 1 and 2, and I change the calculation method from a spend base to a different method, only then I will be able to reduce my scope 3. Now, an industry where a cement industry, like for example, they will have a significant sizable percent of a scope 1 and scope 2. Their scope 3 will be heavy, but not as significant as like for a service industry. So each one behaves differently, and their value chain is different, and the solution is different.
Yeah, so same question, Costa, for you. How this collaboration maybe with the stakeholder or with the regulatory body or the customer, supplier, how it is important for this?
Yeah, in terms of in order to reach a net zero at a concrete level, it's the cement sector won't be able to achieve on its own. That's very much clear. What the cement sector can do is they can manufacture the low carbon cement. As I said, I'm not calling it as a green cement because it goes into the green washing. So it is what cement sector can manufacture is the low carbon cement, or reduce the CO2 level to the minimal or optimum level. And whatever the CO2 is emitted, you basically capture it through the carbon capture CCUS technology. So in our roadmap, we have around 5 to 6 decarbonization levers. One is further improving the energy efficiency. Second is reducing the clinker factor by going for more of a blended cement and low carbon cement. And third one is substitution of a fuel with either a greener fuel like alternative fuel, which is a municipal solid waste, or green hydrogen is what we'll look at, but that will take a longer time. But substituting coal and a pet coke with either biomass or a green fuel or alternative fuel, AFR, is the one through which we'll achieve target up to certain level. But in order to reach a net zero, because how the cement manufactured is used efficiently, there we need to involve our value chain partners, and especially the structural engineers, the concrete manufacturers, the builders, and the government. So we manufacture the best or low carbon cement, but how that cement is efficiently used in concrete, how the concrete is manufactured efficiently, there the collaboration is must, because the concrete also we want, it has to use the optimum level of cement. They should not overuse it, because that's a practice, especially in developing countries where you have manual mixing, you tend to use more of a cement than what is required. And second is how the building is designed efficiently, the lean design of the building. You should not use a M40 grade concrete for we can say for the mortar, or for the, you can say, coating of the surfaces of a concrete, or even for the, you can say, paved structures. There you don't need a high strength concrete. Include, especially, it's a crime is what the IIT professor calls when you use ordinary Portland cement in a mortar making. There you have other kinds of cement which are a low carbon options, which has a lower CO2 footprint, also has a lower clinker factor. So to reach a net zero at a concrete level, we need to collaborate, and we are doing the collaboration, especially with the structural engineers, the architects, and the builders.
Thanks, Juan. So maybe last question only, or not question, any message, any experience which you want to share so that this audience or this delegates can learn from this one, which your best experience, whatever you want to share. Case study, experience, anything you want to give message.
I think, like you said, the solution has to be customized. There is no one cookie cutter that I can sell to everyone. I can say that you also take this, you also take this. Everybody has their own journey, and it is important that all of us come together and start at an individual level. Start thinking at what you can contribute, how you can contribute. Start from your own house. Like it is said, charity begins at home. Do that, implement it on yourself. The first thing that you get up in the morning, what is it that you use? You use water, you use a toothbrush. The toothbrush is plastic. Do you actually need to use that? There are bamboo-based toothbrushes that you can use. Start from that. So just think in your mind, what is it that you do? What is the journey in your full day journey when you get up in the morning till you sleep back? make changes in your lifestyle. And when each one of us contributes to that, I think as a country, as a globe, we will be able to achieve our target.
Yeah, I'd like to have two messages. One, simpler is we just follow the Indian culture, which we were doing it. That's more sustainable in nature is what the different terminologies which we get from the Western world, especially the circular economy or a sustainable consumption and also the SDGs. So it's same is ingrained actually in our own culture. We just need to relook at it and try implement it with a conscious mind. I think we'll be able to reach net zero. And second is when you look at the ESG, so because I was supposed to address you can say the blue-collared worker in terms of how exactly the ESG is. So I said ESGs are nothing but the Amar Akbar Anthony's from the movies, and we are the Prans and Jeevans from the film, which we have to be remove as the resourceful consumption or a wasteful consumption, so that those ESGs can meet the Nirupama Roy, the good earth, and make the earth cooler. That's it.
What insightful, what example are coming. And I would also say one thing, rightly Umit mentioned that charity start from home. Think about it itself. Forget about whether your industry or your company is sustainable. Are you sustainable? The things which you are doing at home, are you doing the sustainable way? The toothbrush, the example which you are given, similarly the car which you are driving, when you stop at the red signal, do you make it off? So these are the small things will help a lot. Are you not using the plastic when you are going to the market? Are you carrying the bag? Small things. When you start thinking, when you retrospect yourself, you will find many ways by which you can reduce the carbon, reduce the plastic, reduce the water consumption, resource consumption. There are the many ways. So think of it. So thank you, team. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Kaustav. And thank you again, team of Policy Times for calling us. And thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ms. Umid Bhatia, Mr. Kaustav Fakre sir, and Mr. Praveen Bansal sir for being here on stage. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to hearing you. Can we please join in for a group picture? Also, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will be coming to the last track for the ESG Summit 2024, where we will be having an engaging discussion on waste management circulatory in ESG frameworks, as well as financing ESG initiatives, understanding ESG funds, and others. For the same, let me please have on stage our speakers for the session, which includes Mr. SKP Amarnath, who is Group Head R&D Asia Apollo Tyres. May I also request Mr. Rajiv Kumar, General Manager SIDBI, to join with us on stage, as well as Mr. Anupam Joshi, Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please have a thundering round of applause for all the speakers as they join with us on the stage. Now, a session cannot go on without a moderator, and for being the moderator, let us please have on stage none other than Mr. Shiv Challa, who is founder 3R Zero Waste. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a thundering round of applause as Mr. Shiv joins with us on stage.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So how is everybody doing at the last session? All good? Thoda sa awaaz? Okay, great. So my session is, I think people should be waiting for this session. So I have to do something different. Otherwise, Akram will not invite me next time. So I have to do something different. So what I'm going to do is, see, the sessions are always for the people. If you are there, we are here. And I was a person who has always been there. So this is, very recently I moved to this side of the horizon. So today's session, I will start in a different way. We'll start with something, what you would like to know. So I would like Mr. Parabjit Sodhi sir to be with you and share some topics which you would like to know. So I will start with somebody who is very seriously looking for. What would you like to hear from this session?
A brief of ESG and how we can actually implement it, like apart from reporting, just reporting.
Other than reporting in your personal lives, you would like to know how. So I think, because if we know this, we can pitch our questions, whatever we want to show, rather than sometimes it happens that we are talking about what we know, and this becomes a little bit boring. Sir, Bindu sir, how are you?
Good evening, I'm fine, thank you.
Please tell me what you would like to listen from the audience.
So from this, I would like to learn. We have been talking about the different parts about ESG, but if you could share with us a little bit about the formats that are used and put some, how do we address that? Where do we start from? It would be fine.
Thank you, great. Okay, then next from the specialist, and they are already doing a lot of environment, big projects. So from them, let us know what they would like to know from this session.
Related to environment impact assessment, and how much we are related to ESG on that, because we are doing we are mainly on the compliances for the environment, but how is it going to make the end user impact? That's my question.
Thank you. Yes, you would like to introduce yourself and what are you looking forward from this particular session?
Hi everyone. I am Mamta Kalsi and I am from a startup and we are into providing sustainability solutions. So from this session, I would like to know what is the scenario of ESG funds in India and if there is an actual adaptation or not regarding ESG funds, because that, finance sector is something, because whatever gets financed eventually, wherever the money is going, right? It's important to look at those emissions too, right? Because eventually you have to follow the money. So are we being responsible in this funding too? And what are the banks doing about it? Like, are banks being responsible when they're lending out money to companies and all? Thank you.
I did a project for similar, answer. I'll maybe answer your question. Anybody else? Yes, Charuji, I met you today. What are you looking for?
Hello everyone, I'm Charu. I have an organization called EnviroVision 2050. We work with youth and United Nations to have ocean literacy in India. My expectation from this session would be how we can collaborate with youth and corporates and government together to bring about the change which we are looking at.
Thank you very much.
If a company wants to implement ESG policies for energy conservation, is there any process that we can ask our clients who we supply to, who will be implementing ESG policies? Can we facilitate grants for our clients from the government?
We'll see. I think sirs from SIDBI is there. We'll see if we can answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your questions. So now, because this makes us easier, we can talk exactly what you are looking for, rather than saying things which the audience is not here. So I think I'll start with Mr. Rajiv Kumar sir, General Manager SIDBI, whom I have known personally. I have been to their office. And so the question that lady asked, startup. So I would like to just say about startups, because I am also a startup, just completed today my 4th year. So I say always, पुराने ज़माने में ज़िंदगी होती थी रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान के लिए. Everybody knows? रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, everybody knows Hindi? But startups के लिए रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान अलग है. आपने अब सुना है पहले भी. Right. So for and again उस startups में भी circular economy startups में हैं और challenges हैं. So how did I correlate that is, रोटी कपड़ा मकान हमारे लिए है खून पसीना आंसू. If you have to be in this industry, you have to face these challenges. Otherwise, don't come to this industry. It's very, very tough with my 4 years of experience. So with that, we start the question. Sir, she asked like ESG funds. What sort of ESG funds are there, and are banks responsible for putting up those funds in the market? Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm able to. So, I'm from Small Industries Development Bank of India. As you are aware, SIDBI is a development financial institution which is meant for MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. Within SIDBI, we understand that greening of MSME sector is very important. And by greening, I mean to be environmentally, socially, and responsible, and also gender focused. So these things we need to gradually integrate within the working style of MSMEs. And we, through our Green Climate Finance vertical, we are working with MSMEs so that we can make them technically advanced, better, more energy efficient, and they can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So under our Green Climate Finance vertical, we are working on 5 major pillars. One is energy efficiency. So we are working on ways and means as well as financing so as to make the MSMEs more energy efficient and by adopting better technologies. So we have already created a list of 891 technologies, and these technologies are in fact inbuilt in our system. So anybody coming for loan need not do any technical research that whether this is eligible or not eligible. When as you are submitting the loan application and keying in the technology that say screw compressor or whatever, then immediately that list in the system will pick up and tell you whether this is a green technology or not a green technology. So if it is a green technology, automatically you are given the route of green loan sanction. So under the green loans, what we are doing basically, we have 3 pathways. One is the express loan. We call it as an express loan. The sanction is done within 48 hours without any human intervention. So there's no human, you have to fill up a digital application form, and the entire process is digital, and within 48 hours you get a sanction letter in hand. The condition is that, number 1, it has to be a green technology. Second, you should be filing the GST and the income tax return, and those credentials you need to give within the application form. And third, your loan should be below rupees 3 crore. So up to 3 loans up to 3 crore are done on an express mode, totally digital. Second is basically if you are an existing unit going in for upgradation, modernization, there the loans up to 20 crore are being done on a fast track basis, provided you are an existing enterprise having at least 3 years of operation and have profits in the last 2 years. Then there is a fast track basis of evaluation of loan. Third, wherein you are a new entity going in for some innovative kind of process, technology, there again we can fund up to 50 crores worth of loan. However, the process is longer because detailed appraisal, detailed due diligence is required, and there we say around 4 to 6 weeks is the time taken depending on the loan requirement. So SIDBI has set up an entire loan journey, loan process for giving green financing. And what do we call as a green finance or a green loan? They have to basically, go through 4 filters. So first is, we have got an internal taxonomy, wherein we have said that there are 9 sectors and 69 activities. Only those we'll call as green, whether you fall within those or not. So that is the first filter. If you are not your activity is not falling within those 69 activities, then you cannot be treated as a green. Second is the environment social management framework. So we have developed a ESG framework. Obviously, it is a very toned down version of BRSR, which you see for larger companies. So it's not that rigorous, but it has various parameters around I think 20, 30 parameters which measure you with regard to the environment performance, social initiatives which you have taken with regard to maybe gender focused, labor welfare, others, etc. And so that is second filter which needs to be cleared. Third is the energy saving assessment and GHG emission reduction assessment. For that we have a technical team sitting with us that supports. Obviously the first hand data would need to come from the unit, and then the technical team supports for calculating those numbers. And fourth is the unit's readiness to or willingness to go through the MNV process, because there is a continuous monitoring and evaluation with regard to the results being achieved over a period of time. So only these kind of loans we call as green loans. And in fact, I am very happy to share with you, during the past 2.5 years, we have got excellent demand from the industry, the MSMEs. A portfolio of more than 8,500 crore worth of loans during the past 2.5 years. And these are approximately 13,000 loans which we have created. So financing, SIDBI has created a separate green loan fund. Out of that fund, we are providing concessional loans, because for green loans, we are asking for a slightly higher or increased compliance. To offset that compliance cost, we are providing loans, green loans at a concessional rate, which range from 1% to 25% depending on the rating of the borrower, 25 basis point. So that is one. Besides financing, SIDBI is also into various other things. We are doing developmental activities. Creating capacities, sensitizing, hand-holding support, all that is required for MSME sector. So we are also working with the MSMEs through our various programs. To name a few, we have got a sustainability perception index. Under the perception index, we carry out surveys of different clusters just to gauge with regard to the understanding of sustainability aspect by that cluster. And based on the findings, we do our activities or increase our activities in those clusters. Similarly, in artisan-based clusters, the micro and nano clusters, for example, Moradabad, we are running a program called GRIT, Green Inclusivity. So there, we are placing agencies in those clusters. Moradabad, we have placed 5 agencies who are working there, working with the artisans full time, and they are helping them to transit from coal-based furnaces to gas-based furnaces. And approximately, I think 9 months we have achieved transition of 79 furnaces. So continuous capacity building, hand-holding, sensitization, and also providing them the better upgraded technologies. That has been done, and besides the incentive for transiting to better technologies. 75 units have already transited. We are expecting much more in coming times. Secondly, then we have a program wherein we provide support for conducting energy audits. So we reimburse the part of cost, around 75% is being reimbursed. And then on top of it, if the project is implemented, the findings of energy audits are implemented, we are giving additional 25% as a e-rupee voucher, which can be utilized for purchasing green products. So for that program, we call it E4E. That is also being run by SIDBI. Recently, we have also, when we continue to search for more funds, better fund, concessional funds from various sources. Recently, we have got an approval from Green Climate Fund. I think You might have heard about it. Green Climate Fund is a fund from United Nations, UNFCCC, and they are providing basically funds for climate projects. And we have got a sanction of 200 million under that project for mitigation and adaptation activities. And over the next 4 years, we'll be looking for 10,000 projects under the mitigation and adaptation to be covered under that program. That program is approximately around $4 billion US, wherein and it will be operated by SIDBI through NBFCs, MFIs, and small finance banks. So there are funds. SIDBI continues to, leverage them, bring them, and provide to the MSMEs on for concessional financing. We are working on 5 areas, as I mentioned. First and foremost pillar is energy efficiency. Then second pillar on which we are working is renewable energy, basically helping units to adopt renewable energy, maybe solar rooftop on their unit, or a captive kind of ground mounted, or maybe open access kind of thing. Then third is e-mobility. We have programs wherein we support e-mobility, and we have in fact supported many aggregators, fleet operators, subscription companies, leasing companies in the e-mobility space. We have also a vertical for waste sector, wherein we are running a risk-sharing facility for waste projects. We are helping the waste sector project to get funding from the banks on the strength of this risk-sharing facility. It's a small facility which we intend to expand in times to come. And then fifth pillar is adaptation, wherein we are working on adaptation kind of projects. These are basically as nature-based solutions, agro-related, agro-processing, disaster management, health, water-related sectors. So all these sectors will be covered under financing program. So I'll stop here. Maybe I'll take on questions and further.
Thank you, sir. So we will have a short breaks after each session, a small quiz, so that we have engagement. So it is related to finance. If anybody knows, you can stand and you say the answer. What is RSF? RSF. It is related to finance. And sir ने उसका full form बता दिया है, actually. So it should be very easy. If you have listened to her in the last, I think last 3 minutes से पहले sir ने बताया उसका full form. Yes, risk sharing facility. So that was not the question, because वो तो sir ने पहले बता दिया. The question is, RSF SIDBI के साथ, which organization is running that program? That is the question. That is also 3-letter word. No, wrong answer. Which organization is running that fund along with SIDBI in India? Sir, आप ही बता दें, अच्छा रहेगा.
So we run many RSFs. So for the waste sector RSF, we work with GIZ. It's a German company, GIZ. We work with them. They have provided a corpus of 4.2 million euro. For energy efficiency, we run a program called PRSF, Partial Risk Sharing Facility for Energy Efficiency Project, implemented by ESCOs, energy service companies. We have a corpus of 37 million US dollar, which has been supported by World Bank. So that corpus has been placed with us with World Bank. And we have been operating that program for almost 8 years now. And that program has been hugely successful. And now World Bank is replicating that program in many other countries. We are also running a risk sharing facility for EVs, EV RSF, with the support of Shell Foundation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So sir, next one is for Mr. SKP Amarnath sir. He is from Apollo Tires. So you know all of us cycle से लेकर Benz तक सारे को टायर ही चाहिए, right? So let us know from him in terms of circular economy best practices, sir. Because you know one of my key problems is I want to know innovation. What is happening in this industry, in every industry? So I think in many people would love to know, you know, टायर में सिर्फ लगता है कि only rubber है, right? Many of us will think only rubber, but sir will tell you what are other things also in the tire and what innovations are happening for future. Thank you.
Thank you. When it comes to tire industry, you see only a black object and you know, round and black. Beyond that, many of you don't know what is inside or never had an opportunity. So basically, the tire is made up of rubber, that is polymer, which could be of natural origin or synthetic origin, and also a lot of carbon black or silica for reinforcement for the rubber, and also some chemicals, some process oils. These are the things are used. But to hold the air within the tire, you need a lot of reinforcement, and that is where you have either steel, in the case of truck tire, fully steel, inside embedded, or in the case of passenger car tire, both steel and polyester or nylon is included. So these are the things which is used to manufacture the tires. The key challenge today is the tires are not really like plastic industry, at least to a great extent. Plastics are recycled if it is collected in the right way and can go back at a greater extent. But in the case of tires, tires are similar to plastics, but this cannot be reshaped easily. You need to really break down. You know, we use a lot of sulfur to embed all the rubber molecules. So that has to be broken down before reshaping into, again, new articles. So that is the key challenge what we have over plastics. And today, the key challenge is the rubber is not going back to tire or rubber industry. It is mainly repurposed. It is going for some other industry to make some other articles, mainly repurposed, and that is roughly about 50% only the materials are recovered from tires today. So about 20% it is for energy recovery purpose. I think in some of the cement industries also use a lot of tires to generate energy, because the calorific value of tires is higher than your other oils or some of the petroleum-based derivatives. So the key point is today, like textile industry I was watching, only 1% is going back or recycled back into industry. In the case of tire, it is close to 2% today. We are investing a lot of new recycling technologies together with partners from Canada, USA, Europe. So we are bringing newer technologies to India to make the tires reusable back into tires. Because today, the major challenge is petroleum-based products or raw materials are used to manufacture the tires. For a truck tire, it will be about 50% only natural origin, natural rubber. Rest is petroleum-based. In the case of passenger car tire, it is 20% only natural rubber. Rest is all petroleum-based. So it's very, very important to have the energy security and material security and drying up of fossil-based fuels. We need to really look at the circularity in very detail. And there is a lot of possibility, lot of investigations are going on, how to use the bio species, the bacteria, to break down the tires back into raw materials. So we are working with NRF Singapore to make the tires, used tires, particularly used tires or waste tires, to convert back into raw materials so that can be used back into tires. So these are some of the recycle front what is going on. On the other side, we start reducing the weight of the tires. We were very much aware of consumption. So today, in a decade of 3 decades, we have almost reduced 30% tire weight. So that is one of the major contribution, I would say. And also tire consumes a lot of fuel, at least some of you might be knowing, because it almost drinks 4 to 5% of your available energy at the engine is consumed by tires. So there we have reduced rolling resistance up to 30% in a block of 20 years, I would say, to have easy mobility, to make the vehicles run longer. So these are some of the things what we have done back in the industry. And with the advent of EVs, we see increased challenge of life of the tires, because the torque available at the wheel is much higher today. So this can create a lot of friction and abrasion particles in the air. So what we are doing is continuously enhancing the life of the tire. These are the main focus towards sustainability, meeting sustainability goals.
Thank you very much, sir. To know, even myself, I was not aware of so many different materials. So my next question is again for the audience. So what is as I am going to speak next to World Bank, so I wanted to know, do you know about ADB? Yes? Okay, but that was not my question. The question was, where is the headquarters of ADB? Yes, you are right. You have very good knowledge of banking. Okay. So my question to sir is from World Bank. He is working as an environmental specialist, Mr. Anupam Joshi. A big round of applause. It is one of the biggest bank of the world. Sir is here with us. So my question to sir is, because a lot of startups, we think when we listen to any big bank is coming, we think that we should go and ask for funds. But to tell you, World Bank will never give to any startup. So my question to sir is today, we would like to know about impact funds, because even in when I go to Europe and UK, anywhere, people say that when you talk about funds, it is always about ROI. उसके बिना investor देखता ही नहीं है. So is impact investment something in cloud? Like today now our data is going in cloud. Is it something in just on a cloud, or is there some reality? And specific to the Indian market, if there are any real impact funds who are investing in startups and circular economy, green projects, that would be my one question. But I know World Bank doesn't do, but since he's in finance, he could help us, because I see a lot of startups or would-be startups. I met few people who are thinking, and since I have been in this 4 years, the struggle, I always say that my journey is like I have tied 100 kgs of metal in my body and I've jumped into the well. So either I win the battle or I will die. So that was my thought when I jumped into this startup. So I always say to startups, don't jump unless until you have 110% or 200% commitment, passion into this thing. So the first question is, impact funds, are they existing in India? Can you give some recommendations? And coming to the climate funds from the World Bank, how is India doing in terms of numbers and in terms of projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Fellow distinguished speakers on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. Thanks to Policy Times for inviting me. Very good question, but do you also know where is World Bank headquarters? Anyone? No, it's in Washington, D.C. Yeah. So you know more about ADB than the World Bank. Never mind. So all World Bank financing in India is also impact financing. And I'll tell you why. So firstly, let me clarify that by legal mandate, the bank can only finance government, whether it's a state government or a national government, central government in case. So this is our mandate. However, we have a sister body called IFC. I don't know if you have heard about it. It's called International Financing Corporation. And that is, its Delhi office is in the Aerocity, close to the airport. IFC exclusively works with the private sector. And they also look for impact investing. The whole entire World Bank Group's mission is to eradicate poverty in a livable planet. So even IFC, when it works with private sector, they look for developmental impact that they can create by their investing. They take equity in a company and then they work with them. So for example, Jain Irrigation, if you've heard about it, is an IFC financed company. India was at the time looking at severe drought conditions and was wanting to increase drip irrigation to support farmers. So IFC saw, the angle of having a developmental impact by bringing more area under irrigation in India for better crop yields. And we are seeing results. India has been becoming, a world leader in crop production in several crops now. Although the investments made by IFC in this particular case weren't too high, but the way we do these investments create a model which then the government, takes up. My colleague from SIDBI mentioned World Bank. World Bank had played a key role in establishing some of these environmental and social systems in SIDBI through a GEF grant that happened 8-9 years ago, I think, right? My colleague Rama was working in that. So now we are taking this example and taking it to different countries. Now look, 8,500 crore is already using that system which we helped establish with SIDBI as our partners. So all this therefore comes under impact investing. We have very recently have come up with the corporate indicators to measure how our investments are making a difference on climate change. For example, we are mandated to demonstrate that 35% of our financing must come up with adaptation and mitigation co-benefits. And all our investments, 100% of our projects, have to be aligned with Paris Agreement, which means that then they have to create adaptation value and that they are following the least carbon pathway. If they don't, then the board will not pass these projects. So entire World Bank financing globally is impact financing. In India, we are doing about $4 billion a year of financing. So I can say very comfortably that it is impact financing. And why it is so? Because World Bank has its own environmental and social framework. We call it ESF. Until 2018, we used to have called safeguard policies, but now we have also evolved through our learnings, and we have replaced our policies with what we call now as environmental and social standards, which are part. So we have 10 standards, part of the ESF or the environmental and social framework. We all our investments also have very, very credibly worked out results framework. So we measure the output, we measure the outcomes. Outcomes usually happen when the project is closed. Our usual project cycle is 5 years. So we don't often see outcomes during the project period, but we certainly measure outputs. The question that how World Bank is now working on the climate finance. So as I mentioned, globally we are doing about $250 billion of investments. So at least 35% of that has to come up with climate, tangible, measurable climate outcomes. We have actually an independent team who assess the co-benefits from our project. So if I'm leading a project, if I'm making a project in India, I will not be assessing how much climate co-benefits I am doing. There's an independent team within the bank who will make that assessment. So we try to bring some amount of credibility when we say that whether this project is doing 40% climate co-benefits or 80%. Most forestry projects actually have upward of 80%. Health and education projects have usually less than 35%. So our overall portfolio must have over 35%. GCF was also mentioned by Sidbi. GCF is housed in World Bank, the Global Climate Fund. We are hosting the secretariat for GCF. So all financing that GCF is doing is also climate financing. Several years ago, we did a 100 million development policy loan for Himachal, under which the government of Himachal adopted the policy to become carbon neutral and also established the Department for Environment. Until that time, the department was not an independent department and they were working under some other departments. So like these, we try to make systems. Our financing, if you look at India, is very minuscule. It's not even 0.1% of India's GDP. So we really cannot make an impact with such a small amount of financing. So our objective is always to partner with the government to make the systems robust, to come in with the, to bring in new technology, to come in with systems for monitoring and measurements that the government can adopt and make a bigger difference. So I gave you the example of Jain irrigation, but then there are also many others. NHAI, for example, National Highways Authority. It was set up with assistance with the World Bank. And today we are seeing how nicely the roads are being built. Some new technologies were brought in. The government was very interested at that time. And they gave some custom duty exemptions to rotor shakers and others, which are used to stabilize the roads. The tire industry will know it much better than I would. So, but these are examples by which our funding can make a big difference. So we, treat this as our impact financing in that sense. In India, impact financing hasn't yet picked up very much, but it is increasing by the day. Nowadays, there are many investors which are taking into account ESG as a criteria to finance whether new startups or expansion of other works. It is estimated that by 2050, ESG compliant financing will reach something around $40 to $50 trillion. So there's a lot of focus which is coming on an ESG and impact financing. In India, we have several companies which are now coming up and making the difference. So don't only restrict ESG to manufacturing sector. Even for small MSMEs or even smaller SHGs, a lot can be achieved because the volume is pretty big there. We have a project going on in Tamil Nadu called the Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project, or TNRTP in short, where we are only focusing and financing women-led SHGs. And we have developed with our partners in government of Tamil Nadu a green index, which basically measures what are the green activities or mitigation measures these SHGs can deploy even at that small scale. And the government is now using that green index to incentivize providing loans to these SHGs. So at every level, there is a possibility to make a difference, something which we also heard in our last session, where the speakers, in their closing remarks suggested that we can do a bit at every level. So that's how I think we are also playing this ESG rollout in an impactful manner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anupam. So again, the next question. So Mr. Paras is the expert. So what is the full form of EPR? खड़े हो जाओ थोड़ा से. Stand up. So that is. Yes, you're right. So tell me now, but I'll not ask him because now he's बहुत smart. Anybody else who knows about EPR? You also said, right? You can please stand up. So what are the different categories of EPR existing today? Full हो गया सर अभी? नहीं, I think. Also tire. Yes, okay. So this is an indirect learning. Now, sir अगर पहले बोल देते तो मजा नहीं आता. अभी सब लोग को याद रहेगा ये, right? So there are 4 different types of EPR. What are the existing? Somebody else कोई और बोल सकता है कि नए EPR आने वाले हैं जो अगर already you are following up the ministry. Yes sir. Textile. तो सर थोड़ा सा बता देंगे. He will tell us. My question to him is tips and tricks because मैं project management का specialist हूँ. So whenever I go to give my training, एक तो देखो normal पढ़ाना होता है. एक होता है expert का tips and tricks. वो कोई नहीं पढ़ा सकता, कोई book में नहीं मिलेगा. तो सर हमें बताएंगे थोड़ा सा tips and tricks of how to manage your waste management. और GEM Enviro is one of the most reliable company in the whole of India, helping many companies on EPR. So he will guide you. अगर आपको personally भी आपकी company में ज़रूरत है, तो you can always approach him. So that's my question, sir.
Thank you, Shiv, for giving me this opportunity. But as we have been discussing, we started as a startup in 2013. And I would say that the people we got together were very passionate about this industry. And there was no EPR. EPR was only for the e-waste. And then when we started with the passion that we have to deliver something. So everything takes a time. Of course, we did. And then we didn't limit ourselves to only one scope. You know, when you enter an industry as a startup, you have to see whole things around, how the things are working, how you can work upon, and how the things would go on. And then you start with 1 or 2 things that can sustain you, that can take you along while doing the different projects. So even we work with the JLL, we work with the Bank of America, we work with the Coke, we started with the Bisleri, the PepsiCo. Actually, these people know because they are the MNCs, they know about the what all over the world is going. So when we talk in India about these things, so they accept the things and they listen to us. They listen to us and they start. So we have come a long way. So when in the 2016, the CPR came for the plastic and all these things, so we knew very well about the industry. We knew very well about the ground level. And we were on the both panels, on the both side, even on the, you know, the post-consumer side, from the industry side, and on the government side, while framing the things. So you have to know, the things is, you have to know the industry. At every step, you should know what the things operate, how the things are at the ground level, and what are the things at the industry level, and what government is looking at. So when you combine all these things, so you can, you know, explain to everyone how these things would go on, and how you see yourself positioned in a way, how you have to move. Because then you get a clear idea where I have to do the things, where I can make the impact, where I can earn to be sustainable, to keep myself moving, and where I should be, you know, keep on moving in this arena. So we did a lot of projects by ourselves. We even do the DRS system. We did it back in 2016. We were pioneering in bringing the RVMs. So we did a lot of things, but we picked up the waste from everywhere and sold it in the market, sold it to the recycler, made a chain system. So the thing is, we never lost the sight by doing the other projects. We never lost the sight we have to earn something. So earning is very important for us to sustain and to keep us alive, afloat on the water. So my tip is only that you have to understand the whole system. There should not be a one single point where you have to work upon. It is about the system. It is about the ecosystem. It is about the circularity that you have to work upon. Because the opportunity is coming everywhere. So the opportunity, and then you strike. When you start at one point, then you build other points. You weave other points with it, that's thing. So today we have, last month only we have come out with the IPO. GEM IPO was,
usually subscribe 244 times. And what we felt as ourselves, we have been accepted. We asked for only 75 crores. People subscribed 8,000 crores. Well, that sort of subscription we received. But the thing is, what we felt, not about the money, we felt we have been accepted in this field. Now this industry is there. Even the banks don't recognize this race segment as an industry. It has to come through different channels. When we go for the fundraising, so it should be impact fund, it should be that fund, but it is not accepted as an industry itself. So now we are moving into that thing. And when it comes to ESG and sustainability, so now we are working on what? The different industries had to follow this rule, like ESG and all these things. But we are going down the level. We are thinking of incorporating all this, even the, these centers, all this, washing lines and all these things who are below this. So they should be ESG compliant. So when we make the whole ecosystem compliant, then we can get something out of that thing. So I always say, be proud of what we are working in and be passionate about that thing. Never lose aside. We are the professional people. We know what our मंजिल हमारी क्या है और हम कैसे पहुंच सकते हैं वहाँ पे. That's all.
सर थोड़ा सा आपने पैशन के बारे में बोला, तो हम चाह रहे हैं आज हमारा बर्थडे है 4th ईयर, तो हमारे बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए कि हाउ डू यू सी आवर पैशन.
मैं शिव का पैशन कहूँगा. शिव काफ़ी टाइम से हमसे कनेक्टेड है. वी हैव बीन कनेक्टेड फॉर द लास्ट, जब से ये पैदा हुए हैं, 4 साल पहले ये पैदा हुए थे, जब से हमने गोद में खिलाया है. So he is very passionate about the industries and he is everywhere. And I'm excited to see his zeal to do something in this sector. Because this sector is very difficult sector. Everyone knows because it is an informal sector. And the things are not so smooth as we see it. We can talk about it. We can, say many things about it. But it is when you go on the ground level, it is totally different. You can never expect what would come in and what you have to see. But only the zeal, passion, and to move forward. That I always seen with the Shiv. So that's a great.
Chaliye ji, thank you. So sir, the next question is the 4 C's of carbon menace. Who can answer this question? It is written in the Carbon Menace is the book name. Usme likha hua the 4 C's of carbon menace. Anybody who could guess? The first one is very easy. No. सबसे बड़ा carbon emission in the whole world. Coal. C for coal. Right? I used to work with BHEL, one of the biggest power plant equipment manufacturing. The second one, the second C, which produces the second maximum carbon emissions. Cement, concrete, we are close. Very good. Third one. Car, excellent. Car means, in fact, when you say car, I mean logistics. The logistics industry, if you see the total numbers, like 40, 30, 20. The fourth one is the most interesting one. And most of जो मेरे पहले नहीं सुने होंगे वो नहीं guess कर पाएंगे. Any guesses? Currency, no. पिछले बार डाबर में, I think डाबर के थे, he was in UK consultant. He answered that question. You were there. Yes. Who said that? Yes, excellent. Do you know why? Methane is released. Every cattle, small or big, releases 250 grams to 345 grams of methane. And there are millions of cattle. You multiply this number every day. And why methane, carbon dioxide, how much more problematic or dangerous methane is compared to carbon dioxide? 20 to 30 times more. So that's the reason it comes on the fourth, the C. Yeah, the GHG. Okay. So coming to the last session, sir, if you with your permission, we'll ask questions straight away. Like क्या बोलते हैं उसको? 1-to-1, short answers, short questions. Rapid fire. कौन किसने बोला? Short, एकदम short. 2 sentences. Expected with which person?
Right. My question is for Sri Amarnath ji. since we are an RVSF registered vehicle scrapping facility, tires are designated by MORTH as a hazardous component. Now, how do we recycle these tires? The big recyclers take only truckloads of tires, but that's not the number that an RVSF normally gets. So, what are the alternate for recycling tires? Thank you.
There are recycling of tires is today, current technology is through chemical recycling. So that is hazardous. Whereas there are technologies, what we have just in together with Tyromer, Canada, we have invested about 500 metric ton monthly capacity as a proto capacity in Chennai, where this uses basically carbon dioxide to break down the carbon and sulfur bonds. So this is how it is recycled and going back. So upcoming technologies, there are technologies like cryogenic grinding, which is another one. The third one, upcoming one, is water jet technologies, where you don't use any chemical, you force very high pressure jet kind of water, where you can pluck out the rubber from the tires separately. So that is how it is currently. Yes, the technology what is available today in India is not very environment friendly, I would say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'd like to keep it very short question. Yours, Chance. You are from working in textile, right? Jara and H&M. Pearl Global. Okay. One question. Whom do you want to ask? And what is your question?
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask again Mr. Amarnath sir, how the discarded tires, the alternatives, like I'm from the textile industry, so whether anything like relevant for me to take up from, I mean, your industry to ours with respect to the waste management. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Today, the recycling is not only the rubber compounds. Today, we are talking about, we ask our own, let's say, polyester fabric people who generate. We ask them to use recycled PET bottles as a chip, so that recycled content can go up, you know, kind of back into tires. So, for example, today we are at the level of up to 20% recycling is possible without, you know, deteriorating any properties. The key challenge is getting the PET bottles in the right way. So that is, so similarly we have steel also. We are looking at the same. Recycled content up to 60% is already available, where the furnace should be electric arc furnace. Today in India, we don't have electric arc furnace. So we are importing recycled steel. So this is how we challenge our even suppliers of fabrics, whether it is steel or organic reinforcements.
Moreover, for any waste, like any EPR or any waste you see, the thing is it should be collected in a very neat and segregated way. When it has to reach to the recycler. So of course the technologies are there, and technologies are being introduced coming to India, and many things are coming. So for every EPR or every waste to be managed, it has to be managed in a very segregated way. It has to be in a very clean way when it is reaches to a recycler, and then you can get best out of that thing.
Okay, sir, we have a very nice question.
Hi, sir. This question is, hi, this is Isha, and I work with RLG. I was a little curious with the tire rule that has come, and now that it's blooming. It is little slow, but it's blooming. There are many tire industries and tire companies which are coming forward and doing their contributing their recycler part. But sir, my question is, the other day I was watching a little video on YouTube, where with the technology enhancement and also modern machines which we are using for tearing up the tire apart and making sure it's going for the final recycling process. But how about the social intervention there? What I mean to say, what safety parameters are we taking, or we are ensuring that the social or the human which is involved in that procedure, how safe they are? What's the percentage? And do you think it is improving with the progress of the technology? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to answer. Currently, the tire handling, as Mr. Gupta ji said, tire handling is also one of the most critical one. Today, it is done in a very unorganized way. And there are a lot of efforts which are being discussed at the tire industry body level, how together with some external companies, we can reverse logistics of these tires, used tires back to a recycling industry. So that is the first effort is being discussed. At this moment, tire industry is not devoted any time to collect or all those tires. So that is one thing. And we are also discussing, we can, once we collect these tires, this goes mainly again pyrolysis of tires, again in a very, very unorganized, and they are using not the right methods to prepare the oils. So this is very hazardous, not only to the environment, but also the people who are working. So at this moment, we don't have any solution. What we are proposing to the government is industry and government participation, where like recently, few years back, the natural rubber was coming down in India. So to expand the natural rubber, all the major tire industries pooled the funds, and we are developing the northeastern part of India for growing the rubber. So similar proposals we are being discussed, and still we have not reached a conclusive one, but we are pursuing.
So my next question is with my friend from UK. So you have been here now last 2 days, okay? So I know we are, one of my minister also was telling we don't want to follow the Western world, the new technology and all that. But I would like to ask from you, you have spent a couple of hours, in India. What good things you have seen here, which you would take back in terms of memories and whatever you think in a short?
That's a very good question. Put me on the spot, picking me out in the audience. I think there's a real togetherness and really great community spirit in India that I don't always see in the UK. And I think that's going to be very important when it comes to dealing with societal challenges and ensuring that when actions are required, that regardless of whether you live in a big city or in a smaller community, there's an understanding of the greater good, and actually, therefore, people understand their place and the role they can play. Now, of course, we've spoken about very big processes, government-led processes today, but certainly I have a hope that in India especially, there is a greater commitment to work at the local level, at the grassroots level, to ensure that anything's bottom up. And I've certainly got a lot of optimism for India in the future, having been here for only a few days.
Thank you very much. Any last question? Okay, just one more question for the bankers.
I think my question is triggered by what was just kind of said,
and I wanted to put this question to World Bank representative here to say that we are looking at ingraining waste management practices and to kind of, come down to the grassroots levels. So what is it that the bank is planning to do or is already doing, which is going to drive the behavioral change which each one of us must make, whether it is mission life or whatever, to make this planet, a sustainable planet, keep it at 1.5 degrees centigrade? What is it that we are doing in terms of frameworks, in terms of investment? Just wanted to ask this question.
Thanks for the question. It's a very broad spectrum question. So there are various levels that the bank is doing. For example, our total financing, as I mentioned earlier, has to have at least 35% plus climate co-benefits on adaptation and mitigation. In terms of setting up frameworks, like I mentioned, right to the level of SHGs, which is essentially the grassroots, the rural women taking charge of their own economic activities. We are developing something that we call Green Index, which will help them. So from top to bottom, we are bringing this in. How are we impacting? What is our framework? So we have, we have a standard called ESS 3, or Environmental and Social Standard 3, which is on resource efficiency and pollution prevention. So any loan that we give to the governments, we apply the ESS 3 standard to come up with measures on where we can achieve resource efficiency and where we can reduce pollution. Right from our projects which are on livestock improvement to agriculture, we are applying this principle. So we are right now in the process of developing a big agriculture project with government of Uttar Pradesh, and we are proposing to bring almost 600,000 hectares of paddy cultivation with the application of resource efficiency measures to reduce the amount of water being used there. Similarly, we did a project with the NDSP, it's what's called National Dairy Support Project, with the National Dairy Development Board, where we looked at ration balancing program to reduce the amount of methane emissions from cattle. That project was in 40,000 villages, and we, with support from NDDB, we were able to estimate about 12 to 14% reduction in methane per animal. And as was, one question from audience was on the 4 Cs, methane is 26 times more potent GHG than carbon dioxide. The difficulty, what I could see is that our approach is based on our specific interventions. The World Bank doesn't have a mandate to propose a larger global framework or a larger national framework or even a sub-national framework. But with partnerships through these specific investments that we do, we try to inculcate or demonstrate models that can be then taken up by the government and scale up. The real impact will come when countries like India, where the opportunity to make a difference is huge. Even though the immediate benefits would be local, but I think the environmental benefits would be global, because that's the scale India presents. So our effort is to work with the government to create models by which they can use their own money to scale these positive impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering that. Now, may I please request Mr. Shiv, sir, to join with us back on stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it was the final session for the day at ESG Summit 2024, Convergence for Frameworks Implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I please request Mr. Paras Gupta, sir, to join with me and present a memento as a token of appreciation to all the speakers as well as moderators. So can we please have the memento firstly for none other than Mr. SKP Amarnath, who is Group Head R&D Asia Polo Tires. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to have a round of applause as sirs receive this recognition. Now may we please request sir to hand over the token of appreciation to none other than Mr. Rajiv Kumar, General Manager, SIDBI. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in and sharing your thoughts with us. May I also request sir to share the token of appreciation with Mr. Anupam Joshi, Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Now, I'm sure everyone will recall the headquarters is in Washington, D.C. and not Geneva. Congratulations, sir. Now, may I please request, sir, to present the token of appreciation to none other than the moderator for the track, Mr. Shiv Challa, founder, 3R0 Waste. Thank you so much, all the speakers and moderators. Please step forward for a group picture so that all of us can capture this lovely moment in a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to stand from their chairs for the national anthem. We will be playing it. I request everyone to please stand up from their seats, and then the stage will be handed over to Mr. Akram for the closing remarks. It's working.
Okay, so by the time the national anthem is on, are we ready?
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल चलति तरंगा कभी शुभ में जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाए सब जय गाता जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you. It was a nice practice actually. So many of us corrected our own version. So I'll quickly, I want to, by the time, okay, 3 plants for the quick
Yes, the winners,
quiz
please
winners.
come yourself.
Winners, you can come on the stage.
Come. Yes, you
Ji,
and
ji.
the winners for the quiz. And the cattle, ma'am, you have said about the cattle.
Right. And I, तो हमारे सर से राजीव सर एंड अनुपम सर से और अमरनाथ सर के हाथों से दे देते हैं. So please come on stage.